Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Orange County School Board, and Merry Christmas to everybody, and Happy Holiday. I'm sure this is where you'd like to be rather than out Christmas shopping. At least I'm glad I'm here. Tonight, we're joined by a number of elected officials. I would like to recognize them before we do our Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence. I know that I saw Comptroller Marty Haney out there. Marty, where are you? Will you stand up and let us recognize you? And City Commissioner Patty Sheehan. Commissioner Sheehan. And State Representative Joe Saunders. Representative Saunders. And State Representative Victor Torres. Representative Torres. All right, thank you for joining us tonight. We're going to jump right in. Members of the audience who are here on items 3.01 and 3.02, if you haven't picked up an agenda, we'll first go through the pledge and the moment of silence, just so you know, and then we have a number of recognitions that we do at the beginning of board meetings that we have to take care of. Then board members, if there is a motion to do so, it would be my suggestion that we take a motion to approve the consent agenda and hopefully pass the consent agenda. So if there's anybody here just for that, they can go ahead and leave. And then we've tried to clear our agenda tonight so we can go right into the issue that I think overwhelmingly most of you are here for this evening, which are items 3.01, 3.02 on our agenda. Tonight, we've invited a special guest from Transportation to join us. She is Vicki Creech. Ms. Creech is a transportation training representative for our district, and she is here to be honored after receiving a national award. And we'll explain more about that award in a moment, but first, Ms. Creech, if you could please come to the podium to lead us in a moment of silence and the pledge. Ms. Creech.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here. If everyone would please stand, please, for a moment of silent meditation. Please bow your heads. And now if we could all say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Creech. If you could stay there for a moment, we're going to brag on you for a moment. We are so proud to have you with us tonight. Ms. Creech works in transportation as a training representative, and she is a recipient of the 2012 Surlock Special Needs Transportation Award, an award given each year by the National Association for People Transportation. Ms. Creech's knowledge and skills have been most valuable to the programs and services that Transportation Department provides. She is highly regarded for the assistance she provides in areas of transporting medically fragile students and wheelchair securement procedures. Her extensive knowledge of the Exceptional Student Education Program regarding the safe and efficient transportation of ESE students is described by her colleagues as second to none. And for the past 17 years, Ms. Creech has also been instrumental in presentations at summer conferences for the Florida Association of Pupil Transportation. Ms. Creech, thank you for making OCPS look so good and for all your work on behalf of our students. Thank you. Yes. We would also like to recognize one of our principals for a recent state award that you may have read about that he received for his leadership at Fern Creek Elementary. Dr. Patrick Galadowicz, could you come to the podium? Patrick, where are you? Dr. Galadowicz is somebody who is certainly well known to this board because he has been a superstar within Orange County Public Schools for years. He is one of 3 principals statewide honored this year with the 2012 Leonard Miller Principal Leadership Award. Each year, the award is given to education leaders who show increased student achievement, the ability to empower and develop staff members, and a commitment to working with business and community partners to better their school. Dr. Galadowicz leads a school with one of the district's highest homeless student populations. And yet for the past 8 years, Fern Creek Elementary has been rated as a high-performing school by the State Department of Education. Dr. Galadowicz's commitment to partnerships in our community includes working with Rollins College, the Fern Creek Foundation, and Valencia Community College. And for this award, and words are nice, but this is even nicer, Dr. Galadowicz received $10,000. Well earned, Dr. Galadowicz. Dr. Galadowicz, congratulations on yet another outstanding achievement, and I know the board members would like to shake your hand, and it pales in comparison to the check, but we do have a small certificate for you.
Thank you.
And we have one more special recognition tonight, and we usually don't have this many, but this is a very special one, as all 3 have been, and that is for State Farm Insurance. State Farm Insurance recently awarded Boone High School with an unrestricted $100,000 grant for the school support. Amen. Thank you. For the school support of its Celebrate My Drive initiative held in September. As part of this program, State Farm actually awarded 14 participating schools with $100,000 grants, and Boone was a winning school in the Orlando area, and I believe the only one within Orange County Public Schools. Joining us tonight and representing State Farm, and I'd like to ask them to stand and allow us to, or come up to the podium so we can recognize you, our agent Terry Marshall. Terry, where are you? Public Affairs Specialist Julie Smith, and Agency Field Consultant Olivia Triana. If you all could please come down. And also from Boone High School, Principal Margaret McMillan. And the strapping students of Boone High School, I'm an average-sized man, and I felt like a midget compared to these guys. And they're freshmen and sophomores, some of them. Boone was chosen based on an online voting process that took place during the 6 days leading up to Celebrate My Drive, the event. And at the event at the Florida Mall, high school officials, safety advocates, local law enforcement, and government leaders joined with more than 1,400 State Farm agents and tens of thousands of teens and their parents for a celebration of this year's class of new teen drivers. And as a father of a soon-to-be 15-year-old, you're the only one celebrating that. Boone certainly has big plans for the $100,000. Dr. McMillan is planning to upgrade technology throughout the school, and I have to share with you, I insisted on dragging them down here for a school board meeting, and I'm actually glad they came to a meeting where there's couple hundred people in this audience, because this was announced at halftime of a Boone football game, and it was a surprise. And there was stunned silence in the crowd. And it wasn't until I sat down, I heard people whispering, what did they get? What did they get? When people heard $100,000, we get excited about a school getting $5,000 or $10,000. So State Farm, thank you very, very much. We'd all... We have dispensed with the strategic plan update, board members. I think that everybody in this room knows this, but anybody who would like to address an item on the consent or the non-consent agenda may do so by completing an appropriate yellow form at the board table that Mrs. McGill, the lady at the far left-hand side of the dais from your seat, is. I will call you to speak when the item you have signed up for is before the board. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. I'm going to go through the process in that in just one moment. Before we get to that, though, I do want to ask board members if you'd be so willing. Mrs. McGill, do I have any speakers on the consent agenda? Okay, board members, so we can dispense with that. Can I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda? It's been moved by Mrs. Robinson, seconded by Vice Chair Moore. Is there any debate or discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yes, Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Chair, there were some amendments to that, so I think you need to take a motion to amend.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. I was rushing through to get to item 3. Dr. Jenkins, you're right. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for reminding. Are there any changes to our agenda?
Mr. Chairman, there are, as you indicated, item 2.01 was withdrawn, item 3.03 was withdrawn, item 4.0 for our personnel agenda has 2 changes. One is employee AB of the instructional is changed to a resignation. Second, employee SG of the Transportation Department is removed from the agenda. There are no other adjustments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Moore?
I actually want, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, in a minute, make a motion that we could take the 2 policies that probably don't engender any conversation so we could move them along if it is the pleasure of the rest of the board to do so.
That's a good idea as well. Let's take up a motion first to amend the agenda. I find cause to amend the agenda as requested. If there's no objection, can I take a motion to amend the agenda as requested? Been moved by Mrs. Robinson, seconded by Ms. Flynn. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the agenda amended. Let's get back now. Let's go ahead and take care of the consent agenda if we could first, if nobody has any objection. Can I have a motion at this time to approve the consent agenda? It's been moved by Vice Chair Moore, seconded by Ms. Gold. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the consent agenda adopted. All right, board members, does anybody on this board have an objection to me taking up 3.04 and 3.05 first before we get into the speakers on 3.01 and 02? Okay, seeing none, Mrs. McGill, I don't see any speakers who have signed up to speak on those issues. Is that correct? Let me make an announcement and ask, is there anybody in the audience who has come to speak on 3.04 or 3.05, which either of those issues? All right, seeing none then, board members, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item 3.04, which is approval of modifications to board policy EH, forms management. And board members, I can have staff give an explanation of it if you'd like, but it's pretty, would you like to hear that first?
No.
Okay, Superintendent, do you want to, let me turn it over to you to give us an explanation for first at 3.04.
Mr. Chair, we've got Associate General Counsel Barbara Witten. She can speak on item 3.04 and just give you the background in case with both of these policies. They have been properly noticed, and there's a workshop that's been held. And today it's before you as a public hearing to approve those final changes. Ms. Witten?
Yes. The purpose of policy EH, which is forms management, is to implement amendments to update reports and forms management control system generally. Functions of the management control system, authority, forms, and reporting requirements in compliance with applicable Florida law, as well as to make corrective and grammatical modifications of a non-substantive nature to provide consistency of definitions and form with other board policies.
All right, board members, any questions on the amendments to board policy EH? Seeing none, and again, I don't believe we have any speakers on that. I will now entertain a motion to approve agenda item 3.04. It's been moved by Mr. Roach, seconded by Ms. Flynn. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show that adopted. Will Ms. Whitten be doing new Superintendent 3.05?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an annual document that comes before the Board of Education. It is regarding our pupil progression plan. As we discussed in workshop, there was a two-page document, yellow document, that summarized the changes. They are all in response to cleanup and preparing that document to make it more user-friendly and in compliance with state statutes. That is your pupil progression plan.
All right, there being no members of the public to speak on this issue either, board members, are there any questions on item 3.05, changes to the student progression plan? Okay. Seeing then, it's been moved by Ms. Flynn to adopt agenda item 3.05. Is there a second on that? Seconded by Ms. Moore. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show that adopted. All right, thank you, Ms. Whitten. And I don't know if Mr. Fritz is here this evening, but I want to thank you again, Superintendent, for the changes on the student progression plan. I thought it was extremely well laid out this year, so thank you. All right, we're now on agenda item 3.01, and I'm going to turn this over in a moment to, will it be doing the explanation, you, Superintendent, or will it be you, Mr. Rodriguez? To Mr. Rodriguez to do that. But let me first, if I could, lay out some ground rules for tonight, and they're similar to the ground rules that we entertain at any board meeting in which we have issues of great concern to the community. As I've already announced, if you want to speak on the issue, you need to fill out one of the yellow cards that looks like this. Thus far, we have, I believe, Mr. Rodriguez, 70 speakers roughly lined up to speak on the issue, and they are fairly evenly split. Individuals may speak for 3 minutes on the issue. Typically, if you've come to these board meetings before, you know that I don't have a heavy hand on the clock, but tonight, as a courtesy to the speakers following you, I will have a much heavier hand that I typically have, just because if you go past that time, you'll be eating into another speaker's time. Now, if you need 5 seconds to wrap up, 10 seconds to wrap up, go ahead and take that. But please don't take liberality with that and go for 45 seconds or a minute and a half, if you could, please. We do not allow, and we will not be allowing the yielding of any time to another speaker tonight. So if you use 1 minute of your time, you cannot yield the remaining 2 minutes of your time to the next speaker so they can go for 5 minutes. Everybody has 3 minutes and only 3 minutes. I can promise you on behalf of this entire board, and I know this board well, that we will treat each and every speaker who speaks tonight on this issue, which admittedly is an emotional issue to folks on both sides of this issue, with the respect that you deserve as citizens of this community. I would ask, though, that you please do the same, and that in your comments you also speak with respect to both your opponents on the issue and to members of the board. I would also ask that, consistent with parliamentary procedure, please state your position on the issue. Do not use names. Keep it professional and not personal. This is always the hardest part of this message to deliver, but this is a government proceeding. Hence, it is a formal proceeding. You are here to give testimony. Your testimony tonight is no different than if you were up in the Florida legislature testifying before a committee, if you were before the county commission testifying before the county, or if you were testifying before the city council, or even before Congress. This is not a discussion, nor is it a debate. A board member may ask you questions, but as an individual giving testimony, and you of course can answer those questions, but as an individual giving testimony, you will not be permitted to demand answers from board members. Okay? And this is also not a debate, meaning that after you sit down, a board member and their comments may say something that you may take exception to. You cannot get back up and rejoin or object to what that board member said. That is their right as a board member to speak on an issue when they have the floor without having any interruption. The last part is always the hardest part to deliver, but it's one that we take very seriously at the school board, and from my observations, so does the city and the county. And I know there's a lot of folks in here experienced at speaking before those groups. This is not a pep rally. This is a government proceeding, so please, no cheering, booing, whooping, or hollering. I always feel a little bit foolish saying this, but if you particularly like what a speaker has to say and you feel the great compulsion to express your support by that, you can either stick your hands up and give a thumbs up, or some groups like to do this, and it's not my style, but you can wave your hands like that, okay? If you particularly do not like what a speaker has to say, you can stick your hands up and give a thumbs down as well, or you can do some other type of, well, let me stop there. And I'm so glad you all have a sense of humor tonight. So that is it for the ground rules. Thank you all for being so understanding about those. I will warn you as well that if we get too late in this process, a board member may move to limit debate or cut off debate. I can't predict that they will. Okay, we like to hear everybody, but with 70 speakers, we're going to get to 4 hours, 4.5, 5 hours on the issue. I intend, one last thing I should say, I intend to take the speakers in alternating order. Those in favor of a proposal or those against the two proposals. I've also, and if any of the speakers has an issue with this, we've also lumped 3.01 and 3.02 together. So, because we're not clear from all the cards, if you're here to speak on just 3.01, 3.02, they're very similar, analogous issues. If you, and I would ask that we do it that way. You can specify if you're just speaking to one of the board policies, that one, that policy when you get up here. All right. Mr. Rodriguez, at this time, let me turn it over to you, sir, to explain.
Excuse me, a point of
Yes,
order.
Mrs. Cato.
Would it be possible to break every 90 minutes if it looks like we're going to be here for a long time? Because I don't want to miss somebody's testimony, but I'm supposed to move every 90 minutes.
Definitely. This is not an endurance contest. We will take frequent breaks. We will take breaks for folks to hit the restroom. I don't want anybody, not just board members, but members of the audience, to miss anything either. So board members, just give me the high sign when you're ready, and you know it's time. But without any, I'll probably do it every hour, hour and 15 minutes or so, take a 5 or 10 minute break. Okay? Board members, do you have any questions on the process or procedure before we jump in? Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I would suggest what you do is, in your explanation, that you go through the delineation of both item 3.01 and 3.02.
Okay, board members, members of the audience, what you have before you tonight is two different policies, the first of which is item point 3.01. That's policy JB. It deals with the non-discriminatory admission of students, the non-discrimination, respect for the individuals, as well as other aspects related to students. The central changes to this policy are the inclusion of the following language, that the School Board of Orange County, Florida, referred to as the board, shall admit students to district schools and programs without regard to race, color, religion, age, sex, national origin, marital status, disability. And then added to this particular policy are the following terms: sexual orientation, genetic information, gender identity or expression. And then the policy continues with language spoken, homelessness, or any other reason prohibited by law. Those four key terms, sexual orientation, genetic information, gender identity or expression, are then replicated throughout policy JB in other locations. There are also some significant changes to policy JB, as has been previously explained at our two prior workshops, and those changes are procedural changes that the Office of Legal Services felt in compliance and how we address this policy would be reflective of our current policies and procedures. With regards to policy GBA, this is our equal opportunity employment policy. The title for the first section is Non-Discrimination, Equal Employment, and Affirmative Action. And once again, those four terms, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, and genetic information, are added throughout the policy. And again, we've also incorporated some changes in this policy in particular to address some procedural issues that the Office of Legal Services has identified. They both have forms that have been updated at the back of each policy, and those, while the red lines may appear to make the form longer, they're actually in an effort to streamline the form and capture accurate information. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have duly noticed this policy. It was brought before the board on September 20th with some changes that were incorporated. It was re-advertised and properly noticed, and another public hearing was held in November, on November 8th, I believe. And then this board meeting of December 11th has also been properly noticed in accordance with Florida law.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Board members, are there any questions or comments before I go to the speakers? Mrs. Robinson.
I just felt it would be helpful possibly for the audience to hear something before we get into our testimony, so you're all aware. Orange County Public Schools already has a policy in place. It's policy ADD, and it currently is our bullying and harassment policy, and it protects our students and our employees from sexual orientation, from being bullied, harassed, or discriminated against for sexual orientation or gender identity expression. So I just want to let everyone know we currently have a policy that already protects these two classes. This is not something new. Just wanted to put that out for you.
Okay, I would also like to recognize one other elected official I understand has joined us. Tax collector, former Representative Scott Randolph has joined us. Scott, where are you? Thank you for being here tonight. All right, our first speaker on the issue, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I will announce speakers in segments of about 5, so you can start to move your way down towards the front. You don't have to get up or line up or anything like that, but so you know you're about to come on deck and can be prepared to do that. I intend to go in this order. First, Commissioner Patty Sheehan, then Mr. Roger Ganem, and if I mispronounce your names, I apologize. Then Comptroller Marty Haney, then Mr. Dan Harris, then Mr. Patrick Howe, and then Mr. Louise Castor, I believe. When you come up to the podium, so I don't have to say it each and every time, please begin by stating your name and your full address, please. Otherwise, I'll have to interrupt your testimony for that. Commissioner, welcome to the Orange County School Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the professional courtesy. My name is Patty Sheehan. I live at 1213 Minnesota Street. I think everybody knows where I live, right outside the beautiful Octopus Car Wash. I'd like to thank the school board for your consideration of this. I've been a champion for GLBT equality for many, many years, as many of you know. It seems to be the only thing I ever get on the news for, but I think it's critically important to protect from discrimination for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender employees. Since we've done this at the City of Orlando, it's created a very much more easy environment for people. It's done nothing but good things for our employees. Transgender seems to be the sticking point on gender identity and expression in this situation. These protections are already protected under ADA, but I think it's very important to be consistent with federal policy and recognize that it's important to protect everyone from discrimination. Transgender people actually go through significant counseling, and for the most part want to just assimilate. So you don't see a lot of transgender activists out there because they just once they change, they just want to be accepted in the community. So you don't see a lot of activism in that degree. So that's why you're probably not going to see a lot of people here today. There seems to be concern about protecting children and sexual misconduct. I have to tell you something. Anyone who does any kind of sexual misconduct, I think, should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. That's not what this is about. People who engage in that kind of conduct could be definitely dealt with very strenuously. I've learned about this issue by educating myself, and I think that's what we're all here to do. And I think we should learn, study, and make educated decisions. And I think discriminating against people for gender identity and expression is wrong. I know there's a lot of things about protecting children. I say, well, would you protect children from me as an openly gay city commissioner? I've raised money to provide over 900 bicycles for children to ride to school when their bus service was cut. 700 backpacks of school supplies for the children at Reeves Terrace, a computer lab there as well. Dr. Glada, which was just sitting with me, I've raised $5,000 to feed children at Fern Creek Elementary School and send them home with food in their backpacks. I'm an advocate for fair districting in schools, and they wanted to take my children to Reeves Terrace and take them out of their community school. I advocated for them. Y'all have seen me here on school board issues. Nobody needs protecting from me or from my community. All we're asking for is fairness, a fair shake, and a chance to serve. And I know that these openly gay teachers, these teachers that are horrified about losing their job or possibly being discriminated against, that's just certainly it's a matter of fairness, and they shouldn't be. And children should never be bullied because of who they are. I was very strenuously bullied when I was a kid. It affected me. I got beat up on the bus because I was different. And I think we should do everything we can to protect our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheehan, and thank you for your support of our schools. You do certainly do a lot for OCPS, and we recognize it. Next, an opponent on this issue, Mr. Roger Ganem.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having me. My name is Roger Ganem, 12276 San Jose Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida, 32223. I am an attorney from Jacksonville. I practice in various areas, including constitutional law, specifically First Amendment and religious liberty law. I supplied the memorandum, the legal memorandum that was given to the school board members yesterday, addressing laws like the proposed changes to GBA and JB before you. I urge you to vote no on these policy changes. They're bad for students and they're bad for employees. And the most specific area is in the area of free speech and religious liberty. Under current law, a student or teacher during non-instructional time may express their sincerely held religious beliefs, of course not in a harassing or a bullying way, but they're able to express their own beliefs about the morality of homosexual conduct. If these policy revisions are passed, the ability to do that, the ability to exercise that right of free speech will be directly affected and assaulted. Students who want to make an expression of their beliefs will have their speech policed and silenced, and particularly as it relates to students, what's deemed discrimination is anything that might be deemed offensive to the person who hears the statement. So there is no definition of, no adequate definition to protect the free speech rights of students who simply want to express a religious belief and aren't out to bully or harass anyone. Another note is about the existing anti-bullying law. The policy ADD, as it relates to anti-bullying, does just what it says. It only deals with a very specific type of discrimination, bullying and harassment. It's there to prevent harm, to prevent stresses to people. It does not address in the same way that these new anti-discrimination provisions address sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination. Another big problem is that gender identity and sexual orientation are not adequately defined. There's no consensus, even in the scientific community, of people who study these things, just what exactly is meant by this. So an administrator or a teacher isn't going to know exactly what they're dealing with when trying to police and monitor whether this type of discrimination may be going on. In the employment context, whereas employees now, under current law, would have the ability to, again, express their religious beliefs during break time in a non-harassing or a non-confrontational manner. They will now have to be in fear of having anything they say deemed discriminatory if they make a statement having to do with the morality of homosexual conduct. Even making a statement about the support for traditional marriage, which is protected by a constitutional amendment in Florida, is often deemed discriminatory speech by LGBT activists and others. So finally, I'll address gender identity. Facilities, women's facilities, girls' facilities in schools will be opened up to any man or biological male claiming a female gender identity or expression. This has happened in places where these laws have been passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganem. Our next speaker is Comptroller Marty Haney. And as you're going up there, Comptroller Haney, we're also joined tonight by State Representative Karen Castor Dental. Excuse me, Karen, where are you? Thank you for being here. Marty.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here before you. I am Martha Haney. I use Martha in public, Mr. Chairman.
That's what happens when you know somebody 22 years.
That's what happens. I live at 1262 Lake Belisar Circle, just south of the beautiful Boone Blankner campus, I'm happy to say. And I am here to speak in favor of your 3.01 and 3.02. I'm wearing red to indicate that support, and I'm also wearing a Protect Children sticker, and there is no irony in that at all, because I'm speaking to you as a parent, the proud parent of 2 Boone High School graduates, and I hope someday, and while they have graduated and they're fully employed, I'm so happy. I'm so also hoping that one day my grandchildren will likewise be students in Orange County Public Schools. I believe that our children deserve to be protected. They need to be protected not only by your policies, but by their parents. Children need to be protected from those who would do them harm. Sometimes they need to be protected from football coaches. And sometimes they need to be protected from troop leaders. And sometimes they need to be protected even from members of the clergy. They need to be protected from bullies. They need to be protected from those who would do them harm. But I do not believe that children need to be shielded from people who are simply different than they are. And I believe that people who may be different than they are deserve the same protections from discrimination as the majority. The strength of this country has been that we have protected minorities, and we've often done it through very painful and passionate debates. But every time the rights of a majority has been strengthened in this country, we have become stronger as a country. And I believe you have an opportunity to make a clear statement on that tonight, and I encourage your support.
Thank you, Ms. Haney. Our next speaker is Mr. Dan Harris. Mr. Harris? After Mr. Harris speaks, we will hear from Patrick Howell, then Luis Costas and Michael Slaymaker, then Allison Carvana, then Reverend Kathy Schmitz, and then Larry Gedden. Mr. Harris, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Dan Harris. I live at 4753 Stony Brook Lane, 32808. I did have a question, and it's just a point of order that I understand. I believe that Mr. Rodriguez said that the second workshop was in accordance by law when he was introducing it, right? Does that imply something was wrong with the first workshop? Or did I misunderstand something there?
In fairness, if you want to get with counsel after you're done speaking, I'll send someone over to speak
No, I was
to
just
you.
curious.
But you just need to give your testimony in the time you have, sir, okay?
It just was, there was something there I just wanted to find out about. Actually, I'm a little confused about the need for the wording. The attorney before me really said a lot of my concern. If we have pretty clear law right now, why do we need to change that law if we just need to implement that law? I've been certified in Florida and Alaska. I've worked with Georgia in school districts. I've taught at the University of North Florida, the psychology of learning, and the more confusing we can make things, it really becomes gray. A lot of areas become gray. We have very good, right now, law. We need to implement them, and right here in Orange County, it's tough to do that for the teachers and to make those decisions to follow through with them. I'm confused as to why we want to mess with something that really we should just go ahead and implement what's there. Does that make sense? I mean, really. When you start turning around and talking about gender identity, well, what are we actually saying? If the person is physically one way or another, it's actually going to work out better all the way around, even for him or her, if they just go and use the facilities that they need to use. And the kids already understand a lot of stuff that's kind of going on. And I don't really see a lot of bullying in that arena, a lot of it, unless the kid's just drawing it out and actually trying to bully or pick a fight with somebody else who is the guy who has an opposite gender. Say a young man feels like he identifies more with female, and he may actually be picking at somebody else. Those kind of things we don't want to protect. I don't see why we need to, it's just a reverse thing. And then all of a sudden, now we have a guy who is standing up with a different gender identity. I don't have any problem with that. But he may be the bully. And I've seen this in action. I've seen it, and that's kind of what we're starting to protect and change around. I like the idea of, hey, if the guy's bullying somebody or picking a fight or out of order in his words or against someone, that person should be, dealt with, not the person when he's trying to draw somebody into it. And all he has to do when he gets before, an administrator, say, oh, I have a different gender and he was picking on me. That can't be correct. That is not a right thing. Make it equal for everybody. And thank you for the time. Like I said, the attorney before said pretty much everything I wanted to say anyhow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Our next speaker is Mr. Patrick Howell. Mr. Howell? Okay, folks, I'm sorry. Members of the audience cannot raise points of order. We operate by parliamentary procedure. Let me suggest this. If any member of the audience has an issue or a question, we have staff in the back row of tables. Dr. Diaz, could you raise your hand back there so they know, so you can get up and go back there? And ma'am, you're out of order. If I've never had to remove anybody and
You did not answer the man's question. He asked when did it go into law.
ma'am, please, I don't want to remove you. Let you speak to Mr. Wright, but if we have any more outbursts, I'm going to have to remove you. I'm sorry. Okay? Our next speaker is Mr. Patrick Howell. Mr. Howell?
Thank you, Chairman Sublette, members of the board. Patrick Howell, 132 Appleton Avenue, Orlando, Florida, here in Orange County. I'm here to voice my support for the proposed anti-discrimination provision to protect students and teachers, and I do not support any amendment that would water down the current language. This provision, as currently written, will bring Orange County in line with the largest school districts here in Florida, including Hillsborough County and Miami-Dade County. This isn't new language. We're not forging ahead with into any area that hasn't already been covered by other counties here with regard to their school districts. It also brings us in line with Orange County with the human rights ordinance that's currently in place. There was some confusion, I think, among some of the board members about whether that's in place. It has been for the last 3 years, and that includes gender identity within that language. There's no good reason to have one set of standards for Orange County and one set of standards for our public schools. And please understand that the reasons raised by the opponents of this measure are dishonest. They use scare tactics, they propose scenarios that have never come to pass in the hundreds of school districts that have adopted this very similar language. They are unable to present a single news article or any evidence to back up their dire predictions. And I know some of you on the school board have requested that information from them. They just can't provide it. So please don't be misled. This language has been debated previously, and the reason we're here today is because the school board saw fit to require a fully inclusive policy. I was at those meetings, and there were public hearings. This is a fully bipartisan vote in a public hearing. There's no good reason presented to change the language now, send this policy back for more workshops, and subject everyone to more emails and voicemails over the next 3 months. I'm sure you would instead like to enjoy a peaceful holiday season. Instead, go with what the school board attorney has explained is required by the law. Go with your gut, and go with what you know is right for the schools, our kids, and our teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Our next speaker is, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it, Mr. Luis Casta. Mr. Castor or Casta, are you here? Lives on Skidmore Avenue? Okay. Our next speaker then is Ms. Allison Carana. Ms. Allison Carana. And folks, when you're saying your name and address, please also say your city.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Sublette and board members. My name is Allison Caruana. My address is 6885 Northwich Drive, Windermere. First off, I'd like to say that I'm very disappointed in the fact that the parents were not given proper notification of this very significant issue. I found out through friends of mine who are attorneys who were informed of the different legal issues that are going on in the state, not through any of you. And for that, I'm very disappointed. In regards to this, I have 4 children who are in the school district, 2 boys and 2 girls. I, for one, find it very bothersome at the concept of this whole ordeal. The potential of a child walking into my daughter's locker room because they have changed their sexual identity and appearing in my child's locker room or in my child's bathroom, where is the line drawn? At what point do you guys say that this is a discrimination matter versus a preference of what it is that they choose to do? Where does that infringe upon my children and our rights to protect our children from coming in contact with stuff that we oppose to? There's maybe, in this instance, a discrimination, a reverse discrimination against us. We are a majority, not a minority, but yet our views are not being seen. And by the mere fact that you guys chose not to inform us is very disconcerting, very. I'm just absolutely appalled by this. We have the right to be notified, and you guys failed to do that. And for that, you don't have the proper representation in this room, because I spoke with many who were not able to take off, but so badly wanted to.
Thank you, Ms. Carana. Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Slaymaker. Mr. Slaymaker.
My name is Michael Slaymaker. I live at 4101 Fairview Vista Point, Orlando, Florida, 32804. Thank you very much for having me here this evening. I'm here representing 2 organizations this evening. One, I'm the board president of the Orlando Youth Alliance. This 501c3 nonprofit organization was founded in 1990. Our mission is to provide a safe space for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning youth in Central Florida. We have held a peer-to-peer youth support group every Tuesday for the past 23 years. We are known as the Community Gay Straight Alliance. I have volunteered for this organization because students that are GLBT are 3 times more likely to commit suicide than their heterosexual classmates. And so I'm working to change the statistic. So if you need to hear the stories of discrimination and bullying, all you need to do is talk to me, because I listen to their stories every Tuesday. But I'm very glad to see that you've updated the anti-bullying policy to include LGBT. That is very important. I'm also the founder of the Orlando Anti-Discrimination Ordinance Committee. After being denied a fundraising job back in 1997 because they found out that I was gay, or they assumed I was gay, I gathered together some community leaders and formulated OADO. And the mission is to educate elected public officials about LGBT issues and to work to update policies and ordinances to protect LGBT people from discrimination. Some of the different issues that we have worked on have been updating the language for the personnel policies for the City of Orlando and Orange County. We worked with the sheriff to update the personnel policies and the profiling policies, and we've also helped to craft and pass policies and ordinances for Orange County and the City of Orlando, Chapter 57 in the Human Rights Ordinance for Orange County. And as Patrick Howell said earlier, I think you might have been receiving some information that the Orange County Human Rights Ordinance did not include sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, and it actually does. I was there with the county attorneys writing it, so yes, I know it does. With the passage of the Orange County Human Rights Ordinance in 2010, I thought that the Orange County public school employees would be covered under this law, but it was only a little while ago that I discovered by talking to some local teachers that the Orange County public school system has sovereign immunity over local laws. So the way we're looking at it right now is that every employer in Orange County has these protections except for Orange County Public Schools. To remain a competitive employer, we need to get caught up with the Joneses. Orange County Public Schools needs these protections in their policies. I have met with teachers over the past decade who did not get their contracts renewed because their employer found out they were gay. When we talk about drugs in our school, we hear the phrase, "We have zero tolerance for that." This is my school district. I am an Orange County taxpayer, unlike many of the people who sent you emails over the last week. And I want my school to have zero tolerance for discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. Please vote yes for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slaymaker. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Larry Gedden. And as Mr. Gedden comes up, I have a note that Mr. Jack Butler put in a request to speak and wanted to express or clarify that he was speaking in a certain position on this, for or against, but I don't have a card from him. So, Mr. Butler, you need to come out and fill up a card up here because I was looking for it.
John Butler. I filled it out as soon as I came in.
Okay, Mr. Butler. Well, I'll look for it again and we'll find it, okay?
You want me to fill out a new one?
All right, Mr. Gedden. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, Mr. Butler, Reverend.
John Butler Book, yes.
John,
Once
sorry.
again, my name is
Okay.
Larry Godden. I live at 4837 Haynes Circle in Orlando, 32822, the Conway area. I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak. My biggest concern is we already have great laws in place. Why must we mess with them? Why does this need to be an issue that is forced down upon young children who haven't set their mind straight yet on issues? Why push this on top of children? And you're also hindering the freedom of speech of the majority of people. It is not truly an anti-bullying law. It's a thinly disguised attempt to grant special civil rights to people because of their sexual choice. Sexual choice is not a civil right. It's a personal choice. Civil rights are what you're born with. If you're black, Chinese, American, Indian, whatever, and you will have the children and the grandchildren of this. This is civil rights. To try to create special civil rights because of a personal choice is totally wrong. Exodus Ministries in America reports they have over 10,000 people reformed, changed from the LGBT lifestyle back to normal, back to what we consider normal, every year. So the whole point is, why does this become civil rights? It's a personal choice. They claim, I was born this way. Well, I am the son and the grandson of extreme alcoholics. 22 years old, I said, no, sir, I will not drink. I made a personal choice. That's what this is. Personal choices. We're confusing it with civil rights. It is not. I personally have known through my ministry, as I work with 12 former homosexuals. One is the local pastor with a wife and 2 kids. My daughter babysat for him for years. I do not know one former Chinese, one former black person, one former American Indian. Do you? That's why it is not a civil rights issue. They're trying to sneak it in as such. Then every private Christian school must hire him. Every Boy Scout troop will hire him. And this is the danger of it. So the whole point is, it's not a civil rights issue. We're trying to make it into that. We have good, adequate laws already in place to prevent bullying. You are, in effect, bullying the majority of the kids who can't say, I support marriage. Suddenly that's hate. I guess, as the word said, in the final days, they'll call good evil and evil good. We all will stand before our Maker one day, and we'll give account. Thank you, and God bless you, and God save America.
Okay, folks. I'm sorry, Mr.
As
Gedden.
I said, it's not a civil rights issue. It's a personal choice, and it can be changed at any moment. So why try to legislate morality? My time isn't quite up yet. I have a neighbor who regularly cheats on his wife. Do I dare pass a law forbidding him from doing that? No, I pray that one day he'll straight change, and if he does, I'll welcome him. But I can't force him by law to stop doing that. You can't force people to accept, and you are hindering the majority of the people when you're doing it. You will give accountability to God for what you do tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gedden. You know, folks, free speech is really easy when you're hearing what you like to hear. It's a little bit harder when you're hearing something you don't like to hear. This applies to both sides. It's extremely hard when you're hearing something you don't want to hear. But I would just ask that everybody keep that in mind, that everybody has a right to their opinions, no matter how favorable or distasteful to you. And that applies to both sides.
Excuse me, Mr. Sublette, could
Yes,
we
Ms. Katie.
ask someone from audio to maybe move those microphones closer together? It's very difficult to hear. The sound is not good this evening.
Yes, we can do that. Reverend Schmidt, give me 1 second, ma'am, if we could. Do we have anybody from audio who can address that? Is anybody, can you hear them? Because I don't have a... Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's just stand down for a couple of minutes to see. Thank you, Mr. Pomeraney. Maybe it's that simple. All right, Reverend Schmidt, forgive me. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. I am Reverend Kathy Schmitz. I live at 1500 Mount Vernon Street in Orlando, 32803. And I have the honor of serving as the pastor of First Unitarian Church here in Orlando. Thank the board for taking up this important issue. I speak to you today as a member of the clergy, and in that capacity, I ask you to do what is right and to adopt these changes that include sexual orientation and gender identity protections. As we seek as a community to inspire health and wholeness in our children, it really matters what kind of climate we are providing for them. And all of our children, I want to say that all of our children are special and deserve to be protected. And we do this by affirming and respecting each child as well as each staff person and each teacher as the unique individual that they are. I have in my ministry too often needed to sit with people who as children did not have these blessings in the school system that they were in. They still carry, as adults, the scars from the bullying, but not just from the bullying, from being silenced, and not silenced about their religious opinions or their opinions at all, but silenced about their very being. They cannot be who they are. We do spiritual damage when we prevent people from being who they truly are. When our children come to school, they expect to be protected, and they also need to see that the people that are caring for them are protected. It's hard work, as you know, to care for our children, but our teachers and our staff people have committed themselves to this work. They're called to it. Why would we dampen the experience, the inspiration, the excitement, the energy of people who want to do right by our children by diminishing their humanity? This is about people's humanities, and it's about how each person is able to be fully who they truly are. This is a matter of respect. What do we tell our children when we tell them that we do not respect the humanity of their teachers, when we diminish the humanity of their classmates? This isn't about some children. This is about all of our children. I ask you to do the right thing and make our schools a place that we can be proud of, that is respectful, safe, and nurturing for all of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Schmitz. Our next speaker is Matthew Frazier, and then I have Representative Joe Saunders, then Reverend Marie Sandoz, then Mr. Jack Jordan, then Mr. Rick Adams, then Ms. Sarah Yelensky.
Thank you for your time. I'm also a member of the clergy, and I respect everyone's humanity, but at the same time, I am worried about this. Better? Oh, I'm sorry. Matthew Frazier, 8823 Bexhill Boulevard, Orlando, Florida, 32817. But at the same time, I'm worried about this policy because it has no procedures concerning the restroom privileges of the transgendered. The job of the school board is the safety of the children. That's the number one thing. Obviously, you know that. You guys do a very good job protecting our children. But in this area, I think that because there are no procedures laid down in this policy, that this could lead to the transgendered being able to go into our children's restroom facilities. And while, yes, they're good moral people, but at the same time, there are those, and I myself included, who I would not want my children to be in the same to be in the same restroom as if they were a girl, as a man, or if they were a woman, as a woman. And so I think that seriously needs to be addressed before we even consider allowing this to be put into effect, the procedures that would be set down for this. And if there is a need for this, and those procedures are not properly taken, then maybe there is a need for a third bathroom so that they'll be able to have their shower facilities, because yes, I respect the humanity of that, but at the same time, because they have the humanity, we also need to have a protection for the children to also be able to respect themselves. Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Fraser. Next is Representative Joe Saunders. Representative Saunders, I apologize. As a courtesy, I try to take the elected officials up front. I didn't see your card in here. Thank you. Representative Saunders.
Hello. Hi. Well, my name is newly elected Representative Joe Saunders, and I represent Northeast Orange County, the UCF part of, I'm sorry, my address is 2491 Lansing Court. Thank you very much. Before I got into politics, or really my path into politics and into this career I now have, I came from the nonprofit sector, and I was a founding member of the Orange County Safe Schools Coalition, an active participant in the Florida Safe Schools Coalition, and I worked for the civil rights organization Equality Florida. So I have experience on these issues, and in fact have worked with school districts across the state to create policies that look a lot like the one that you're talking about right now. And well, first of all, I think it's important to say, you'll hear this from some of the people in the room tonight, but it's important to just remember how this process started. Teachers, some of whom were from my district, came together and said, not only do we not feel safe in our school system right now, but more importantly, we feel like we don't have what we need to protect students in our classrooms. Because there are students in our classes who are bullied because of who they are and what they look like and the way that they speak. But if we come out and try to voice our concerns for them, try to prevent what's happening to them, we might be judged. And we aren't protected, so we might lose our jobs. That was the beginning of this process. And that process began 2 years ago. And I just have to say out loud, I'm really concerned about the challenges that we've heard to the integrity of the board members here. I don't know all of you, I know some of you, but I've watched you all for a lot of the time that you've been up here, and I know that you share my commitment to making sure, first and foremost, that we're providing our constitutional obligation as a school district to provide a quality public education. That everything begins from that point. Every vote you cast, every decision you make comes from that. And creating a safe space for our kids, and as an extension of that, creating a safe space for our teachers is part of that obligation. So I can't come up here and give you long diatribes about leadership and how important what you're doing is, because you know it better than I do. You've been there longer than I've been in this role. But I can tell you that I already feel the incredible weight of what I've taken on, this incredible responsibility to represent people in District 49 and make not easy choices, but the really, really hard choices in the legislature. And I think you all are about to make what is probably a hard choice for some of you. But in the moments when I go up there and am forced to make a hard decision, I'm going to do what I'm going to recommend to you right now. Cast a vote based on your principles. Cast a vote based on your constitutional obligation to provide a good quality public education. And cast a vote that says that you're never going to force a student to make a decision about whether or not they should come to school or feel safe. And you're never, ever going to make a teacher feel like they'll lose their job for being who they are. Please support this policy.
Thank you, Representative Saunders. Our next speaker is Reverend Marie Sandoz. Reverend Sandoz? Is Reverend Sandoz here? Oh, there she is. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marguerite Sandoz, Reverend Marie Sandoz, 13309 Muspuck Ridge Drive here in Orlando. I represent a very large group of parents of the Christian community, as well as many churches that did not know of what was going on today. But our Facebook is filled with parents from all over the state stating how they were, they wanted to know, and I agree with someone that said, how come this was not out there for us to know, decide, and vote? We as parents have the right to know what's going on in the education of our children. They are our children, and I believe that we should be involved in any type of decisions that involve their future, their emotions, because nobody has looked at that. How are they going to react to this? I mean, we are putting something out there, whoop, there it is, and you have to accept it. A lot of things are being pushed for our children and for us to accept, but nobody is considering a lot of things around this thing. We know that in Gainesville, now it is possible and it's legally for them to use the restroom, male or female, like someone was saying, and we know that it will make a restroom that says that half your gender identity, something that could a restroom made for them, and nobody, or I would say for the first time, nobody is attacking anyone's sexual preference here. Nobody is attacking. We're not attacking that. What we're saying is our children should not be just accepting somebody's personal thing. I mean, if it is their personal life, and nobody's it's after their jobs. Nobody wants them to be fired, but they should not just come in and say, this is who I am. I mean, what's going to be next? Like in California, where drugs are legalized. Okay, guys, well, I'm a drug addict too, and you can buy from me anytime you want. I mean, what is going to be next? We are very concerned for our children, and we should be involved in the decision making of what's going to take place in the future of our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reverend Sandos. Our next speaker is Mr. Jack Jordan. Mr. Jordan, welcome, sir.
Sir. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Jack Jordan. I live at 1306 Ceylon Drive, Orlando, 32806. I come before you as the president of the Central Florida chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union, sometimes described as freedom's watchdog. And as freedom's watchdog certainly means that everyone has the right to speak and express their opinion at this public forum. But more importantly, we define freedom as being that people have the right to be who they are, people have the right to be treated equally, and people have the right to the protection of laws. We have come through an evolution of history. We protect people on the basis of race. It isn't a special right, it's a human right. We later became known that people with disabilities were not getting access to an appropriate public education. There were laws and policies to protect people with disabilities. It was not a special right, it's a human right. And people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender deserve the equal right to be who they are, to be protected from discrimination in employment, and students have the right to be protected and to have the opportunity to engage in every educational program as every other student does. I am struck by something else. I am struck by the extent that opponents focus on bathrooms. What would Sigmund Freud think if he were alive? There is nothing in the policy that somehow connotes the idea that unlawful activities are going to be going on in public restrooms and school facilities. Some have even suggested that this policy may protect pedophiles. Such policy, such statements is outrageous in that it perpetuates fear. It has no other purpose than to perpetuate fears of people. We know what's happened in other cities. It's been testified to. The world has not ended. Education has not collapsed. In fact, education has been enhanced. I am grateful that the board is considering voting in favor of this policy, and I hope at the end of these hearings that you will cast a vote yes for the change in policy to protect all from discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Our next speaker is Mr. Rick Adams. Mr. Adams, welcome.
My name is Rick Adams. I reside at 8220 Willowwood Street in Orlando, Florida. And before I begin, I wanted to thank Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for this opportunity. Superintendent Jenkins, I also want to thank you for this opportunity, as well as the entire board. And before I address the board, I'm a proud parent of a former West Orange graduate who went on to graduate from UCF. And I'm also a father of an individual who is a senior in the district right now, and also a father of a young man who plays football and represents Orange County, and who's also a sophomore. So thank you. I want to address the board by saying the following, and I am not in favor of this particular proposal, and I wear blue as a representative of that. To set a precedence that is both unnecessary and called for is to create the division and separation that this proposal is attempting to avoid. As a parent, a clinician, a professor of psychology, and as a pastor, if the board wants to approve a proposal for students, approve a proposal that will allow fathers to be better fathers, approve a proposal that will help principals and deans be able to protect our students, approve a proposal that will be able to give teachers who are overworked and underpaid better security. If you want to approve a proposal that will allow parents to be more involved in the lives of our students. If the board wants to approve a proposal that's going to help our children who have learning disabilities, help our children who have not only learning disabilities but behavior problems. I've worked for 20 years in the law enforcement and worked in the judicial system, as well as worked right now counseling youth in our school systems. And they need help. Our families need help. Individuals are suffering, and this board is doing a very good job, but to create a proposal that is unnecessary, unwanted, and unprecedented does not do the justice that I think our children really need. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Adams. Okay, folks, what I'm going to do at this time, we have 3 speakers who are not either in support or opposed to the issue. They're going to express their opinions, and I'll try to intersperse them. So I'm going to take up Ms. Diana Moore, and then after her I'm going to go to Sarah Jelensky, and then after that I'm going to go to Benjamin Bankson. And then board members, I think would probably be appropriate time for about a 10-minute break after that. Would you agree? Because we'll have sat here for about an hour and a half. So Ms. Moore, welcome. And then we'll go Ms. Jelensky and Mr. Bankson.
Diana Moore, 1020 Webster Avenue, Orlando, Florida. I'm here to address you as the president of the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association. My purpose is to ask for your support of the policy before you. We believe that your employees should never face discrimination in any form or fashion because of the color of their hair, because of their accent, because they use a wheelchair or a cane to get around, because they don't have the same political beliefs, or because of their religious beliefs. My point is, I could go on listing every category in the world, including the new language you're adding tonight. But we believe the language should read, "We will not discriminate in regard to our employees," period. Yes, I said period. If you continue to add new categories, we'll be here again and again 2 years from now and maybe 10 years from now. I was asked about how we would answer a question about a transgender teacher if a child should ask, how would you explain to a child that their teacher was one gender and then changed to another? And I simply replied, I would respond the same way I would respond to a child who asked when they came home about their teacher who was in a wheelchair or possibly missing a limb because they had returned from war, or possibly because they were bald because they had just returned from their chemo treatment that week. They are human. It's part of what parents and teachers do. Ladies and gentlemen, prejudice and discrimination is a learned behavior. It's not innate. I'd like to share a poem by Martin Niemöller. In Germany, they came for the communists and I didn't speak up because I wasn't communist. Then they came for the Jews and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came for the trade unionists and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a trade unionist. Then they came for the Catholics and I didn't speak up because I was a Protestant. Then they came for me, and by that time, no one was left to speak up. When our Constitution was written, our forefathers thought they had addressed everyone, and then we realized we had laws that neglected other groups from voting, and we needed to fix that. Women couldn't vote until 1920. Tonight, we ask that you write your policy in regard to our teachers and our employees to say, we will not discriminate, period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Next, Sarah Yelensky. Ms. Yelensky, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Yelensky. I live at 9811 Dean Acre Drive, Orlando. I'm a teacher at Howard Middle School, and my husband and I are proud parents of 2 children that attend Hillcrest Elementary. I'm here today to support the adding of the language sexual orientation and gender identity and expression to our non-discrimination policy. When I first heard a few years ago that this language was not included in our current policy, I was shocked. I was baffled. I was misunderstood. I couldn't understand how this was happening. How in 2012 could we actually have an entire population of faculty, staff, and students who are not protected against discrimination? I've heard many statements over the past few years, especially in the last month, regarding what adding this language could mean. Most of these statements were based in fear and a lack of education about what these people are going through. I'm here to say that I am not afraid. I am not afraid as a teacher. I am not afraid as a parent. As a parent, I want my children to attend a school where all of the members, faculty, staff, and students are protected and have equal rights. I want my children to have teachers who are supported by their administrators. I want my children to understand tolerance and equality. I want my children to be safe in their schools, to be who they are, and to express themselves freely. As a teacher, I want my students, all of my students, to be protected from discrimination. I want my fellow teachers to feel safe in their workplace. I want them to be the very best people that they can be, therefore being the very best teachers that they can be. I want my administrators to support our faculty and staff members and protect them from discrimination. The only real thing adding this language to our current policy actually means is that faculty, staff, and students will be protected from discrimination based on their sexual orientation and gender identity. School board members, I urge you as educators and supporters of education to take this opportunity to vote for equality for all of your employees and students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yelensky. The last speaker we'll have before taking a break is Mr. Benjamin Bankson. Mr. Bankson, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Vice Chairman, and members of the board. Basically what I want to ask, and it's more of a rhetorical question, of course. Oh, my name is Benjamin Bankson. I am from 230 West Magnolia Street in Apopka, Florida. And so basically what I wanted to ask, and again, it's rhetorical in one sense, is why is this issue something that's appropriate to bring upon our children? An earlier person stated, you know, our minds do not fully develop till the age of 25. Now, I'm not saying that you can't address larger issues before you're 25, but what I am saying is there are very formative years, especially in the elementary and middle school. And these type of issues, quite honestly, they're issues that we need to deal with as adults when there's a point where our minds, we can actually take in all the information and make informed decisions. When you're a child like that, there's a lot of information out there. People can say whatever they want and get you to believe it when you don't have the capacities to know. That's what school is about. It's to teach about learning. It's to teach about reading, math, about items that are going to help them make better decisions later on in life. You know, in middle school, high school, we learn critical thinking skills. By that time, we need the time to be able to learn to make those types of informed decisions. You know, earlier it was said, it's already been clarified that there are already anti-bullying laws, especially even in regards to these types of languages that are being used tonight. These anti-bullying laws are already in place, and yet a lot of the statements being said tonight are that, you know, we need this to protect our children from bullying people. There's bullying going on, bullying. It's already a law, so why this extra thing? You know, we're a modern society. You know, many people will say, we're a modern society, why don't we do this, why don't we do that? Well, as a modern society, one of the things that we do is we believe in science and we do all those different types of things. In this type of issue, this is a social issue. And there is still, the science is still out, the jury's still out as far as just the gender identity and these types of things. As far as what it stands right now, it is still a behavior. There is no genes that prove it. They have genes for Alzheimer's. They have genes that can prove if you might be likely to have cancer, but there are no genes that anybody can find. People are trying to find the gene, and they cannot find it in regards to homosexual behavior and things like that. So why are we bringing this type of social issue onto the level of children who still aren't ready to be able to address these issues in a real adult manner? This is something that belongs in the arena of adults discussing this, and it's not something that we need to force upon our children to try to make these decisions when really it's up to the families to be able to train up their children in the way they should go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bankson. Members of the audience, I want to thank you all very much for your courtesy. We're going to take a 10-minute recess here, and we'll reconvene at 7:15.
Here's a question for every parent out there. If you could fast forward 20 years to see how your kid's doing in life, would you do it? Well, we can't time travel yet, but we can see the future better with the new Common Core state standards in our schools. They set clear goals for every stage of learning, and they're the same for everyone no matter what zip code you're in. So you can be sure your student is really grasping what she needs to know to get to graduation and beyond. Find out how it all works at commoncoreworks.org.
All right, if everybody could come on back in and grab a seat. All right, you know, I am going to do something that may take a minute, but I think the audience may appreciate it. I'm going to tell you where you are in the order. So if you want to get up and move around or whatever and go outside and take a break while other folks are speaking, you have the ability to do that without feeling you'll miss your spot. Also, I will share this with you, and please take this with a little bit of restraint. If you have a special need, you know, I had one gentleman that had to be at the hospital at 11 o'clock. I had one gentleman who had to be at work at 3 a.m. and some students, and we'll try to accommodate that. I don't want anybody to not get a chance to speak. Just so you know, the order that we've put these in is purely in the order in which they were submitted to us, with the exception of a few special exceptions. So we're going to pick up with a supporter. It's going to be, and I'll just read through these quickly so you can know how far down you are on the list. And let me do this. put the undecideds in here, or not the undecideds, but, all right, I'm going to go Mr. Jimmy Dale, then Mr. Clyde Fabretti, then Miss Christy Wick, then Mr. Rachel Essler, then Mr. Jay Yellen, then Miss Vicki Mullins, then Mr. Alex Ortiz, then Reverend John Butler Book, then Thomas Gilliam Baber, then Mr. or Miss Dee Hammett, then Randy Ross, then John Stemberger, then Reverend Brian Fullwider, then Jan Whaley, then Shelby Hill, then Douglas Bankson, then Clinton McCracken, then Kylan Newmeyer. Then I'm going to throw in one of the folks who are not for or against, Mr. Brian Benty, then Ms. Otha Harlan, Mr. or Ms., then Vivian Ribeiro, then James Herborn, then Keith Morrison, then Carol Brockman, then Mary Meeks, then Kelly McNair Lee, then Vicki Nance, then I'm going to throw in another neither for or against, Catherine Carpenter. Then, I'm not sure I said this one right, Vicki Lanson, Peter Lee, then Michael Farmer, Maria Hagan, Scott Hewitt, Carrie Hagan. And then in fairness, I'm going to take at some point there, and if I forget, forgive me all, but I'm going to try to take a couple opponents in a row because there's more of those, so at the end we hear equally from both sides. Mr. Paul Berry, Mr. James King, Mr. Scotty Geis, and if I don't go in the exact order, you get the idea, Christopher Hykins and Jerry Creel, Carlos Renyan, Mary Vetter, Lisa Mendez. And then if I haven't called your name, Mr. Rodriguez tried to warn me against this. He was right. I should listen to my counsel more often. But that's as far down as I go. That's about 80% of y'all. If you haven't heard your name, that means you're, sorry, in the bottom 20% of the speaking order, which may be a good thing. Sometimes last is primacy. So without further ado, let me go to Mr. Jimmy Dale as a supporter, and then it's going to be Mr. Clyde Fabretti, Miss Christy Wick after that, to Miss Rachel Essler. Mr. Dale, welcome, sir.
Hello? Okay. My name is Jimmy Dale. I reside at 2538 South Conway Road, number 306, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Good evening. I come before you today to stand for the students and teachers of Orange County Public Schools. The policy under discussion is one of fairness and equality, and one that should be approved. Many people come to this issue with strong emotions and with many life experiences that frame their opinions. While I am not transgendered myself, I have firsthand experience that drives my view that this policy is not only fair for our students and teachers, but it is overdue and necessary to ensure a safe learning and working environment for our schools. This past year, I was honored to be part of history. I worked as the campaign manager for the first transgender candidate in Orange County. My experience on Gina Duncan's campaign gave me firsthand experience of not only the challenges that transgender persons must face, but also the willingness of the citizens of this great county to accept a person on their merit and not their gender identity. The results speak for themselves. Over 9,000 voters chose Gina based on her merit and not her identity. She was even endorsed by the AFL-CIO and other major organizations. 40% of the voters in District 5 of Orange County looked beyond her gender identity and voted to give Gina an opportunity to participate and to be judged on who she is and what she has done. Surely we owe it to the children and teachers of this county to ensure that they receive the same fair treatment. My most memorable moment from the campaign occurred at a spaghetti dinner in Bithlo. Bithlo is a community long forgotten by their government. They face challenges today with polluted drinking water and lack of basic services such as transportation and health care. As Gina sat and ate with the residents, they began to share their stories with her. The people of Bithlo were not concerned with Gina's gender identity. They were only cared that someone running to represent them was deeply concerned with their plight and had a strong desire to change their lives. This illustrates the fundamental principle at play here. We are all human beings trying to contribute to the betterment of our community. Fairness is a human value, an American value, and one that should be championed here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dell. Next is Mr. Clyde Fabretti. Mr. Fabretti. I know Clyde somehow.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the board, my name is Clyde Fabretti. I reside at 650 Duff Drive in Winter Garden, Florida. On the registration form this evening, there was a question, who do I represent? I represent a 7-year-old second grader by the name of Bella, my daughter. And I want to make clear that an expectation of appropriate behavior and decorum in the education of our innocent children is really not discrimination. We've confused a lot of issues here. As I listen to the various arguments from both sides, but mostly from the proponents of this, the assumption that is made is that we do not have sufficient regulatory and legislative authority to protect those in question here. An interesting problem for me is that the ambiguity of the phrase gender identity and expression allows for a very broad and creative interpretation by the proponents of this rule and by those that might even seek the protections for potential misguided or indiscreet behavior under this rule. I don't oppose anyone's sexual choices or choices of gender. It's really their lives, their business. It's none of mine. And frankly, what I'm most concerned about is how those large issues, those large adult issues, are dealt with by children like my daughter, who has no grasp of the possibility of one day having a teacher who is one gender and on the next day having a teacher who is of a different gender, same person, or being exposed to the various adult situations and adult areas of activity that are above and beyond her ability to comprehend. And that leaves her mom and I the responsibility to try to explain it. All that we ask, I stand in opposition to this rule change. There is plenty of legislation in place, plenty of regulations, plenty of rules in place to protect discrimination of the parties that are seeking this special dispensation through the rule. We don't need additional or more specific definitions. One of the speakers who spoke and said what we need is no discrimination, or we need no discrimination, period, has great merit. There should be no discrimination, period. I ask that you vote in opposition to this, not because of some concern about the issues at hand, but mostly about ask yourself, how will the children who are exposed to these adult circumstances react and respond, and how will that leave the parents relative to how they have to explain themselves? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fabretti. Next, we have Ms. Christy Wick. Ms. Wick?
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Wick, and I live at 2134 Churchill Downs Circle, Orlando, Florida, 32825. I'm speaking in favor of these policies, and I'm a student in the Master's of Arts in Mental Health Counseling program at Rollins College. I also work for Rollins, and I volunteer for Equality Florida. I own a home and live in District 3 in Orange County, and I'm here to stand up for all of our county's citizens and children who deserve to have their dignity preserved by allowing them to be who they are in Orange County Public Schools. As a future counselor, I believe in advocating for the health of my future clients, who will be lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. The American Counseling Association's Code of Ethics states in Section A6A that one of my roles as a counselor is to advocate at individual, group, institutional, and societal levels to examine potential barriers and obstacles that inhibit access and/or the growth and development of clients. A barrier to my future clients' optimal mental health might be if they are fired or not hired for being openly who they are. Essentially, one's quality of life would increase by having peace of mind about their job security or the environment within our schools. Since this is a non-discrimination policy and it currently excludes sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, to me it seems as though we are currently discriminating against certain people. As a taxpayer, this is very concerning to me. I don't want my tax money going to be in a discriminatory fashion. I also don't want to have any of my future children or that I raise or care for to be brought up in a school that is known to discriminate and not provide a safe place for all people. I know some of you would like to think that gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people don't exist. Well, they do, and they are wonderful teachers and role models. Some of the best role models and teachers in my life and bosses have been gay and lesbian people, and I've learned so much from them. And I've also been going to different places, such as Provincetown, Massachusetts, which is known to be a more gay-friendly city, since I was a child, and I turned out okay. So I'm okay. I'm very proud to work at Rollins College because our non-discrimination policy includes LGBTQ individuals, and this creates an environment that is conducive to productive learning and working. I know that I have many colleagues that are here today, and you'll hear from some of them. Some of our best and brightest professors and administrators identify as LGBTQ, and our students are the ones who benefit from that. I'm a straight ally advocating for the LGBTQ community because I feel strongly in my heart that we believe to have equal rights and protections under the law within organizations and respect within society. We are all sharing this human experience together, and we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so what I would wish for myself, I also wish for others. In this case, the right to live my passion by having a career in my chosen profession. For my friends, I want nothing more than for you to live proudly and authentically and have the freedom to experience a career you love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wick. Our next speaker is Ms. Rachel Essler. Ms. Essler, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Essler. I reside at 602 White River Drive in Orlando. I'm a retired hearing officer, but now I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm a voter and a taxpayer. My son goes to private school. We've sat here 2.5 hours because we feel that our First Amendment rights are in jeopardy. If you pass this proposal, there's opportunity for this to spread into other arenas in our society. I would like to say to students that are struggling with their sexual identity that my heart goes out to you. And I'm very sad for the turmoil that you're going through. I would be very irate to know that a student would inflict any physical harm on you because of your sexual choice. This is wrong. And I can tell you that if any of my children did this, they wouldn't be able to sit for a week, okay? But my First Amendment right supersedes the right to feel accepted because someone is bald or disabled, or because they're a minority. We live in a great country, and as the man from Freedom Watchers mentioned, everyone has the right to be heard. My First Amendment rights are in danger if this proposal is approved. No disrespect to anyone on the board, but I'm confused as to who, let me just say this, I don't remember giving authority to the Orange County School Board to define what is socially or sexually deviant and what is not. I thought the school board was in place to make sure our children were focused on issues of math, history, and English. If someone chooses to display their sexual tendencies, there are plenty of opportunities outside of the educational arena. I just want to say this situation has potential to become very messy, and if certain people are allowed to give their beliefs and others are isolated from giving theirs, that many lawsuits will eventually have to be filed. And then someone mentioned that the students not feel safe, and I say if there's any validity in this, then the school board is failing. Why propose another issue to be voted on or to be determined if the first one's not being enforced? Lastly, I just want to say the room keeps going back and forth on issues of bathroom privileges versus feeling safe, but the hidden issue is the protection of the First Amendment rights. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Essler. Our next speaker is Mr. Jay Yellen, and after that will be Ms. Vicki Mullins. Mr. Yellen, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jay Yellen. I live at 730 Nottingham Street in Orlando, 32803. I'm a professor of mathematics at Rollins College. My wife, Elizabeth Marpin, and I have many family members and friends who are part of the LGBT community, and we believe that they should have the same rights we do. And yes, we should protect our children from hatred and discrimination. We urge Orange County Public Schools to join the City of Orlando and Orange County in recognizing that all of us deserve equal rights. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yellen. Our next speaker is Ms. Vicki Mullins. After Ms. Mullins will be Alex Ortiz, then John Butler Book, then Thomas Gillum Baber, and then Mr. and Ms. D. Hammett. Welcome, Ms. Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members. I'm Vicki Mullins, 10953 Arbor View Boulevard, Orlando 32825. I'm a graduate of Orange County Public Schools, a small business owner, a voter, a taxpayer, and mommy to two precious daughters. Discrimination of any kind is wrong. We all can agree to that. Our teachers should not fear for their jobs. Our children should not be bullied. So I'm glad that there are already protections in place. It actually seems like there are a lot of protections in place. If this policy in question, if the policies in question this evening had the power or contained the language and the provisions to actually end bullying and discrimination and ensure the fairness and safe treatment of all the other students, then perhaps many of us in opposition would feel differently, but they don't. You've got policy, but no procedures. Including sexual identity and genetic information, when they are still gray areas, they are still areas that we're not all familiar with, that science doesn't agree upon, it gives me pause. The unknown, as it relates to these policies and the procedures that would follow, gives me and the people that oppose this pause. Those of us who oppose this policy have been hatefully and mockingly called fearmongers, small-minded, and extreme. But you tell me what is hateful, fear-mongering, or extreme about expecting public schools to teach reading, writing, math, science, and history, and not circumvent my parental rights or my involvement in my children's public education. My opposition to this policy is not born out of hate. I don't think that LGBT teachers or students are going to personally harm my children. My opposition to this policy is based in my role as the only person tasked to be the mother of Reagan and Avery, the only person who was their first and will be their most consistent teacher in life. I take that role very seriously. I'll stake my reputation on it, public image of me on it. I'll even stake my own safety. You see, over the last 6 days, I've received hateful calls, hateful emails, and 3 threats because I stood in opposition to this policy. So you tell me where the fairness and equality is in that. I'll take it for Reagan and Avery. The problem with the policies as proposed is the unknown, like I stated, that which has not been spelled out. Several have stated that our concerns over restrooms and locker rooms, et cetera, are unfounded or false, or they're brought to incite fear, or that we're lying. Well, show me where they're spelled out and what we're lying about, and perhaps that would be valid, but they're not spelled out. So this is bad policy because it involves no procedures to protect everyone. Give us resources, exactly like you're giving the group that is going to be specially protected here, and perhaps we wouldn't stand in opposition, but those haven't been provided. Ultimately, it's not the public school's place to guide my child's beliefs, or frankly, even their tolerance. That's my job. So don't discriminate against anyone, not even those of us who stand in opposition for whatever reason. Faith, morals, just policy, whatever reason we oppose, don't discriminate. We're asking for the same tolerance, fairness, and equality as our opponents. Please don't use our schools as a political tool, and please don't use my children as one. My desire to expose my daughters to topics...
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you wrap up in about 5 seconds?
5 seconds, you got it. Thank you, sir. My desire to expose my daughters to topics of gender identity, sexual orientation, and acceptance at a time and in a manner of my choosing is my right as a parent. Please don't take that right away. I ask you to vote no on this policy as written and involve parents if you choose to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Our next speaker is Mr. Alex Ortiz. Miss, I'm sorry, Miss Ortiz. I have an Alex who's a miss herself, so I should know that.
Hi, I'm Alex Ortiz. I live at 1948 Tropic Bay Court, Orlando, Florida. I am a student at Winter Park High School. I'm a senior. I'm a member of the GSA. It's kind of hard to really grasp why people think they know what it's like at high school nowadays. It's a little bit different than 20 years ago, I will say that. I would like to point out that this issue is the decision accommodating students by letting them use a gender-neutral facility. No one is trying to cause harm to anyone. Everyone has an equal chance at life, no matter who they are or what they believe in. I witness people my age every day suffering bullying and discrimination. I get discriminated against in my AP Government and Economics class, like just because I'm a liberal. There's a Republican kid who's just so against everything that I have to say, and I will listen to him, and he will just make me feel like a pile of nothing because I believe in something, and I will totally respect you for what you believe in, but listen to me too, I guess. Now is the time to open the doors of opportunity to all children. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice and the solid rock of brotherhood. It's just one of those things where everybody should have an equal opportunity. Like, I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the meaning of its creed. You know, like, it's really not okay to have like these rooms for separate people just because of they're transgendered. It's not what I feel is equal. Isn't that what we're supposed to be, equal, you know? If I was transgendered, I wouldn't have to want to be in a different bathroom just because of what I am. That's not what I feel is right. And just because I am transgender doesn't mean that I'm gonna go and like try to be look at your children in the bathroom. That doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean that just because I'm transgendered means that I'm gonna do those types of things. That isn't it. And we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that all of us are created equal, everyone. That's just all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Our next speaker is Reverend John Book.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I felt like Red China at the UN. I was here, but I wasn't sure I'd ever be recognized. So it's good to be here. I've heard an awful lot of diatribe, maybe heard tonight about those who are unjustly discriminated against. I find that those who are opposed to discrimination are not opposed to discriminating against those who they feel are discriminating against them. There's always some discrimination. When I married my wife, I discriminated against all women but her, and I've been married happily for 50 years. You know, Abraham Lincoln was once asked, how many legs does a horse have? And the man said, his debater, 4. He said, if we call his tail a leg, how many legs does he have? He said he has 5. And Lincoln responded by saying, no, even if we call his tail a leg, it doesn't make it a leg. We can take that which is abnormal, not nice, natural, and normal, and call it nice, natural, and normal, guise it as a civil right, which becomes fast the right to act uncivil. It doesn't change the position that God has taken on this subject. Several years ago, I received a message from Dan Webster's secretary that Richard Crotty in the Senate was going to support the hate crimes law. I called him on the phone and said, I want to know how you're voting, Richard, because I'm going to expose whatever it is on my television program. He said, John, we want this hate crime because we don't want to have crosses burning in front of people's houses. I said, Richard, that law is already on the books. I said, this involves that which includes what you're including, sexual orientation. I said, sexual orientation in the hate crimes law of the state of Florida, just like here, has not been defined. That could be heterosexuality, homosexuality, lesbianism. It could be voyeurism. It could be necrophilia. It could be rape. I said, Senator Crotty, let's suppose you come home and there's a man raping your wife and you shoot him. I said, as a result of that, that could be his sexual orientation. You can be sued by him for treble damages. So I sent the law to William Bentley Ball, a constitutional attorney, and I wish I had time to send this one to him. And he wrote back and he said, it is unconstitutionally vague. It will hamstring free speech, freedom of religion, because you see, orientation has not been defined. Now, you know what really bothers me so much is when I came in here tonight, we used to open this session with prayer. When I was at Boone High School and I lettered in basketball at Boone, I remember when we began the school day with prayer. We could pray in Jesus' name. We opened the school day with a Bible reading. Now, when someone finally says we don't want one nation under God in our Pledge of Allegiance, will we then come to placate and please the atheists who don't want that there, and will we cave into them? The truth of the matter, the fact is, this has nothing to do with civil rights. Dr. Masterson Johnson, Isidore Rubin, Lester Kirkendall, all members of CECUS, the greatest clearinghouse for sex education in your public schools, under the titles of secondary and elementary education, Title II, III, and IV, all agreed that homosexuality was all right, but they never believed nor did they teach that there was any genetic connection between the two. Since there's no genetic connection, and since there are those, 40% of Masterson Johnson, who counsel them, were able to persuade them to become heterosexuals. So we're not dealing with a civil rights issue, but the right to act uncivil. And I hope that you will benefit as I wrap this up with James Unwin, that studied 88 civilizations, and every last one of them that embarked on what you're embarking on collapsed from within. And I don't believe God is going to make this an exception. I hope you'll vote no on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Book. Reverend Book, can you state your address for the record, sir? We didn't get that at the beginning.
I thought you had it written in stone. John Butler Book, 230 West Ventris, Maitland Avenue, 32751. And I'm going to teach reading, writing, and arithmetic in my private school, not romance, reproduction, and revolution.
Reverend, I hope you have a sense of humor. Even God didn't write your address in stone. All right, the next speaker on this issue is Thomas Gilliam Baber. Mr. Gilliam Baber.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Thomas Gilliam Baber, and I live at 2864 Plaza Terrace Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32803, and I am a student at Winter Park High School. I am vice president of my school's GSA, and what we are trying to do in our school and everywhere is to create equality, because we feel like that is something that's really important and that needs to be stressed. I there's an experience that I had going to my school where a transgendered student was discriminated against, and she felt so uncomfortable in her situation that she had to leave the school. And I think that that is that's just not okay, because I'm very thankful that we have this anti-bullying policy that does help to stop discrimination against people of transgender people because of their sexual orientation. But obviously that wasn't enough, because the student was still had to leave the school because of the way that she felt discriminated against. And I also would just like to say that transgender people are simply when they go to the restroom, they're going to use the restroom and not for any other reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliam Baber. Next, we have Mr. or Ms. Hammett, D. Hammett. Mr. or Ms. Hammett.
Yeah, Dennis Hammett,
Mr. Hammett.
1232 Lake Crest Drive, Apopka, Florida. I hear people talking about the restroom and, oh, that's really not going to affect you and so forth. You know, we're talking about legal language here. We're talking about the law. And the law will have to be provided for. It will have to be obeyed. And we're going to make our other children, whether they're homosexual or not homosexual, abide by these new laws and this new language. Well, we better get it straight first, number one. I've heard all this talk tonight about my rights, or this person's right and that person's right, and we've got to face all of this from a non-religious viewpoint, as it were. It seems to be that seems to be the boogie word out there today, that the First Amendment has been turned on its head from the Supreme Court, that we're not allowed to think like that. I've actually met students that have told me that they weren't allowed to have their Bible carried to class with them, or they were stopped from praying in the lunchroom. This does go on out there, evidently, from what they've told me. I hear talk about rights, but I don't hear anybody mentioning about what God's rights are. It used to be okay to make our decisions based upon what we felt we were supposed to do, that there was a morality that guided us about right and wrong. And since this country has gotten away from that morality that has been the guide of it into whatever goes and whatever feels good, and well, as long as it doesn't hurt me or hurt anybody else and done in the privacy of your own home, well, it's okay. Well, I'm sorry, I don't think that our public school system has been doing that great. I'm 57 now, and I have been shocked watching it through my life as what's happened in this country. And I mean, it's going downhill slicker than snot on a doorknob as far as I'm concerned. We've got since we've taken prayer out of the school and the Bible, there is no more morality. There is no more right and wrong. Everybody's got a different opinion. Marriage is crumbling beneath us. We're having we teach the children how to put condoms on bananas, and now we've got teenage illegitimate childbirth going on, where it's becoming the norm in America. We're providing daycares at our schools to provide for the children, rather than, oh, it's all acceptance, it's all okay. And the more we say that these things are okay, the more they become accepted. My wife and I have been married 35 years, but that's going out of style. The more we accept these things, the more we just give in to the change in our country. We talk about judgment. Well, God doesn't need to judge us. We're doing it to ourselves. And I'm afraid that we all will give an account for the decisions we make.
Thank you, Mr. Hammett. Our next speaker is Mr. Randy Ross. Mr. Ross, are you here? Mr. Randy Ross? Our next speaker then will be, and let me give you the order upcoming. We've got Reverend Brian Fullwider next. Reverend Fullwider, are you here? Okay, and then after Reverend Fullwider, we'll have John Stemberger, then Shelby Hill, then Jan Whaley, then Clinton McCracken, then Douglas Bankson. Reverend, welcome.
Thank you, Brian Fullwider, 670 Post Oak Circle, Altamont Springs, 32701. Dietrich Bonhoeffer was teaching in the safety of New York when World War II began. He was a professor of Christian theology. His landmark book, one of them, is on ethics. And in the chapter on Christian ethics, Bonhoeffer says that the most important question for Christians is, what would God's love call us to do? He said, in all other ethics conversations, we ask what's right or wrong, what's good or bad, what's proper or improper. But in terms of Christian ethics, the question is, what does God's love dictate for us to do? Bonhoeffer would leave the safety of New York and he would go back to Nazi Germany. He would become part of the resistance movement, and he would die at the hands of Hitler's supporters fighting against Nazi Germany. He put his money where his mouth was. But he believed that love was the designing and deciding factor of the decision that he would make with his life. We are called upon in this time, in this age, to make decisions that are dictated by that kind of commitment to love and care and compassion for others. And if any group has been mistreated in this nation, it is the LGBT community. They have been summarily discounted and dismissed and abused summarily over and over again. You have before you the call to a moral decision. And the moral decision has to do with how we protect each one of our students and teachers. And this policy provides an opportunity to do that. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This is a matter of justice. It is a matter of deciding where the moral compass of Orange County Public Schools will be in terms of those students who are often most vulnerable and those teachers who are often most vulnerable. And so I ask you to search your hearts in terms of that call to love and to stand for a kind of justice that protects all of our students and teachers in a way that leads us forward into a greater and better community that is built upon understanding, acceptance, and cooperation and compassion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Fullwider. Next is John Stemberger. Welcome, Mr. Stemberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Superintendent. John Stemberger, 4565 St. Bride's Court in Orlando, Florida. I want to present to you 3 reasons why I think this proposal is really bad policy and at points outrageous policy. First of all, as Mr. Gannon said in the front end, you are regulating speech. It's right there in the statute. No one has seemed to cited the statute or the proposal, but you're prohibiting all verbal or written conduct, whatever that means, but words and writing that is offensive in nature. Now, I spoke to Boone High School for 3 hours. I spoke to their law magnet program, 3 different classes, along with Larry Smith. I spoke about homosexuality and about arguments against gay marriage. I can guarantee you that my arguments were offensive in nature, written, that I handed out, and orally to students in that class. Yet a core First Amendment value of freedom of speech and religion is being burdened by what? Interests that are not constitutional, they're speculative, and in many cases just fabricated. Number one. Number two, just last Friday we learned that the United States Supreme Court is hearing cases to overturn DOMA, or perhaps evaluate DOMA and evaluate Proposition 8, the marriage amendment in California. All of these cases, the proponents of same-sex marriage, you know what they're doing? They're arguing this. Statutes like the one that you're considering now are being used as legal authority to say, look at the totality of protected classes. You are creating a protected legal classification. It's a very important legal distinction. And these are being used to advance gay marriage laws and overturn traditional marriage laws throughout the country. My pledge to you, members, is this. If you vote for this provision, I pledge to you, I will guarantee that your voters will be reminded that you voted against traditional marriage. A vote for this proposal is a vote against traditional marriage. Our proponents now have realized this. In Vermont, the state Supreme Court in Baker versus State said to extend marriage to gay persons is, quote, a logical extension of Vermont's policy prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. In Iowa, where the court struck down by judicial fiat marriage laws, that's exactly the argument that they used. They said, look at the totality of school boards and counties and cities that have these protected classes. Let's now extend it to strike down the marriage laws. Finally, there's been talk that, well, this is the same policy that Orange County has. I debated Joe Saunders on Fox this morning. Is it the same policy Fortune 500 companies have? Well, guess what? They don't involve children. You are the stewards of the children, the students. And it shouldn't be everything goes. It shouldn't be the lowest common denominator of human behavior. It should be a higher standard. It shouldn't be whatever goes on in society. This is not college. It's K through 12 that you're overseeing, where parents should have primary rights. This matter, in closing, would not pass a vote of the students of this county. It would not pass a vote of the teachers in this county. It would not pass a vote of the staff or the voters in this county. My question to you is this: why are you then considering it tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Stenberger. Our next speaker is Ms. Shelby Hill. Ms. Hill, welcome.
Hello, my name is Shelby Hill. I live at 2509 Hargill Drive, Orlando 32806. I'm in the 8th grade at Howard Middle School, and I'd like to share some statistics with you from this year's National School Climate Survey from GLSEN, the Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network. This is about how safe students feel at school. 6 in 10 students in schools with comprehensive policies heard homophobic remarks like faggot and dyke, often or frequently, compared to almost 3/4 of students in schools with generic, non-enumerated policies, or no policy whatsoever. Students in schools with comprehensive policies were more likely than students in schools with a generic policy or no policy to report that staff intervened when hearing homophobic remarks or negative remarks about gender expression. 63.5% of students felt unsafe because of their sexual orientation, and 43.9% because of their gender expression. 81.9% were verbally harassed in the past year because of their sexual orientation, and 63.9% because of their gender identity. 18.3% were physically assaulted in the past year because of their sexual orientation, and 12.4% because of their gender expression. The high incidence of harassment and assault is exacerbated by school staff who rarely, if ever, intervene on behalf of LGBT students. 60.4% of students who were harassed or assaulted in school did not report the incident to school staff, more often believing little to no action would be taken, or the situation would just become worse. 36.7% of the students who did report an incident said the school staff did nothing in response. I want to go to a school in a safe place, a place where my teachers are protected and treated equally, and I am free to be myself. I would like you to approve the non-discrimination policy update. It should include sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. It is time. I have copies of all the surveys for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And our next speaker is Ms. Jan Whaley. Ms. Whaley, welcome. After Ms. Whaley, we'll have Clinton McCracken, Douglas Bankson, Brian Bout, I believe, Kylina Newmeyer, Vivian Ribeiro, Otha Harland. Welcome, Ms. Whaley.
Hello. Thank you, board members. I'm sorry. 1218 Berwyn Road, Orlando, Florida. I am a wife, I'm a mother, I am a small business owner, I am a taxpayer, and I'm very happy to be a mom of 5 children. I have children that are in kindergarten, middle school, high school, and college. And my family, we've been a part of the private school community for many years, but we are now in our 2nd year of public school community. And first of all, I'm here to ask you to vote no on this policy, and or at the very least, if this is, not sure how this works, at least give more time for the community to get involved and to know what's going on. I just found out about this yesterday, and it's something that concerns me and my family, obviously, because we're part of that right up there, that Orange County public school system. I personally know hundreds of parents who don't know about this, and they would really appreciate knowing about this. And I know that there are, 250,000 people in Orange County? I don't know, it could be off on that. But there are thousands of parents, that's safe to say, that would appreciate knowing about this before you just vote on it. Something about that just seems not right. And many of the points I had, I've heard some people articulate very well. But just being a mom and thinking about this, I am trusting my children to go to your school system to be taught the academics, and to get the privilege of learning some of the electives and maybe part of the sports programs or drama, things like that. But I'm hearing words like sexual or expression and gender identity. Why is that even necessary to be on a school forum? We already have law, policy for anti-bullying, and maybe we need to address that to make it better. And I'm sure you could do that. But it sounds like a special interest issue. And I'm not sending my children to school to be taught. Listen, every minute in that classroom needs to be on the education. Everything in that time needs to be on education. I think Florida can even come up higher, if I'm correct, in where we're at on education across the nation. If all this energy was spent into that, how much better of a stronger community and maybe better future for our children? Who knows? Please vote no. I don't want anyone to be bullied. No one does. But this is something more than just that. And there are parents that are really upset by the way this has been handled. And so this needs to be done differently.
Thank you, Ms. Whaley. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Clinton McCracken. Mr. McCracken.
My name is Clinton McCracken. I live at 2413 Center Avenue, Orlando, Florida. I'm a teacher and I've worked for OCPS since 2000. Good evening, members of the board. Almost 3 years ago, I sent an email request to this board asking to update our non-discrimination policy to include LGBT people. I want to share what brought me to send that first email and keep asking for a revision over the past 3 years. A few years ago, I helped lead a support group for LGBT teachers and school administrators in Central Florida. We met monthly to talk about our experiences in the field of education and the challenges that we faced every day. The vast majority of this group of nearly 50 individuals were closeted at their workplaces because they were afraid of their coworkers' reactions. They weren't afraid of just being fired, however. They were also afraid of being treated differently, of being ridiculed, or of being judged on something other than their performance as teachers and administrators. At almost every meeting, someone brought up the fact that our non-discrimination policy did not protect them. I do my best to be good at my job. I've been named a Teacher of the Year, I've received my national board certification, and I do a lot of extra work to make sure that my students are getting the best education I can give them. I take pride in the job that I do every day and of being a good teacher. I am also comfortable in my skin, and I'm just as out as a gay man as everyone else is out as a straight person at work. I happen to work in a school surrounded by many supportive coworkers who I also consider friends. But not every OCPS employee has my experience, and I know this because I know these people. I've met with them, I've heard their fears and their frustrations. Many of them aren't here this evening because of that fear. At issue tonight is whether to include gender identity and expression. There's a lot of misinformation being thrown around trying to make what we're asking for sound far out. What we want is really simple, and it certainly isn't scary. We want everyone to be treated with dignity and respect. It is always difficult when sitting in a seat of the majority to know what it is like for someone in the minority. It is also difficult for those with power and privilege to recognize that not everyone enjoys the comfort that comes along with those hidden privileges. Some of you may think that since gender identity and expression is already protected at the federal level, there's no reason for us to include it here. But what you don't say can speak much louder than what you say. What we don't include this evening can speak volumes about who we are as an organization. Including gender identity and expression doesn't mean you're a proponent of a particular way of being, and it certainly doesn't mean you're pushing an agenda. It simply means that I can wrap it up real quick. It simply means that in our schools, all people will be treated respectfully and not discriminated against. LGBT employees aren't asking for anything that straight employees don't have. We don't want special rights, we just want equal rights and equal protections in the workplace. I urge you to vote for this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Our next speaker is Mr. Douglas Bankson. Mr. Bankson, welcome.
Thank you, board members. My name is Doug Bankson. I live at 585 East Sandpiper Street in Apopka, Florida. And I'm a pastor, a husband, a father of 4 blue darters, which we're really excited for them right now. My son actually spoke earlier, which I didn't know he was going to do that. He's his own man. I raised my children to know and to understand the foundation of what they believe in and to make those choices. And many have said so many things that I almost have to just summarize to not just reiterate certain things. But let me also state that I'm representing the Apopka Christian Ministerial Alliance, a number of pastors that I found out at 4 o'clock this morning in email about this today, and shared that with them at lunch, our normal monthly meeting. They asked me to express some of the things that we discussed there. Let me say this. I don't believe there's any one of you that are here because you don't care about children. And I believe that's everyone's effort. As someone said earlier, these badges are on both sides of the issue tonight, because I believe that is the heart of people. The foundation of what we believe differs. And that's where the struggle becomes. But let me just state this on behalf of the Alliance. It is based upon the same desire for well-being that we respectfully state our corporate position that we're profoundly against the incorporation of such proposed policy changes for the following reasons. OCPS already has in place policies that protect from bullying for any and every reason, and therefore it is unnecessary to make these changes. The only purpose for these changes then can be that sexual expression is unhindered. The public school setting is not the venue for such expressions. Therefore, it is appropriate to limit those expressions. I can't reiterate this enough, because this is an issue that really is settled if we enforce the laws that are already there. I grew up in Joplin, Missouri. Joplin, Missouri is the highest gay per capita in the nation, higher than San Francisco. I didn't know that when I was growing there. But as a teenager, I had a car pull in behind a group of my friends, and they got out with a crowbar up to my window and began to threaten us because they wanted us to follow their homosexual beliefs. This was back in the 70s. So, intimidation can come in any form. And many of the statistics that have been stated tonight, there are many, many young people. I worked with young people for 10 years. And there are many young people that could say, I felt intimidation because I'm a Christian, because of what I believe. And so intimidation shouldn't be on any form. I would defend anyone in this room if they were being attacked, because that's not right. We go on to say, the proposed changes broaden the scope of personal expression beyond that which is the healthy and accepted norm for sexual exploration in a public school setting. It is inappropriate to practice such a social experiment upon children and against the majority of deeply held beliefs and concerns of their families. Like ratings at a movie theater, it's the parents' job to decide what to expose their children to and when, and it's not the school's position. Teachers are hired to educate. Oh my.
Can you wrap up in 10 or
still,
15 seconds, Reverend?
Let me just say this. Decisions are like doors. We make those decisions based upon our values, but those who follow after us can still go through those doors. These doors are throwing wide open an issue that many could come through with things that you might not even agree with. So I ask you, please, to consider this and understand that your laws, our laws, are already the state standard, and they protect those who are being bullied. So please vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Bankson. All right, we now are going to hear from someone who is not, well, is neutral on the issue, I guess is the best way of putting it. Has not said they were in favor of against. Mr. Brian Benty. Did I pronounce the name right, Mr. Benty? All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brian Butte. I live at 3146 Lowndes Drive in Winter Park, Florida. I am an educator. There are many other tags that I could go ahead and describe, as many have this evening. But I must say, I am very discouraged that this issue has come up and has divided this community. I am very discouraged. I have many friends who have different persuasions, who are of different color. I'm a musician and I'm a Christian, and I receive, at times, in certain communities and certain groups, castigation for my positions. So I do understand. I work with many musicians who have different persuasions. The fact that this is coming up in a public forum is deplorable. You represent the community. If you're not careful, you're going to put yourselves and our community at risk in the national forum. I would ask that you slow this down and that calmer heads would prevail. We should be talking about the education of our children, including children who have spoken tonight and are disgusted with the discrimination that they've gone through. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have plenty of laws, but we need to seek clarity. I'm appalled to hear people coming from the pulpit saying that certain activities that are by Christian constitution against what Christians believe. And from the same position as well, I'm disgusted when my fellow Christians who are supposed to love people, maybe not their activities, I'm appalled by that behavior as well. We do not have to go down this road, and I recommend to this board that you be very careful. I do not want my children living in a community where they have to look behind their back to know which side they're on. This is a public and free education. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Mr. Butte. Our next speaker is Ms. Vivian Ribeiro. Pardon me, Mr. Vivian Ribeiro? I'm sorry, Mr. Ribeiro. Welcome, sir.
Okay, I'm Vivian Ribeiro. I live at 1042 34th Street, Orlando, Florida, 32805. I just want to let you know beforehand, I'm actually a transgender person. I'm a trans man, and I'm actually a product of Orlando Public School. I used to be a student. I graduated in 2009, and this is proof of me being here. I'm conceived, born, and raised in Orlando. I've been with you guys to the very beginning. I'm a product of what happened with your policies, and I'm here that there should be an improvement and an approve for sexual orientation and gender identity. There are many things that has happened throughout my years in the Orange County Public Schools, and I'm not really happy to state them, but unfortunately they happened. And I'm more of a qualitative speech, not quantitative. In middle school, I've had issues ever since I was transgender, and I knew deep down I was. Like, my teacher actually took away points, dropped a grade level, like a letter grade, off of my project because I did not feel comfortable dressing as like some female Roman citizen. I didn't want to be in the toga. I did not want to conform. I felt like I wasn't the right person. I wanted to be more of a man, but she took off my points, and I don't think that justified me. That did not show like the merit where I'm being judged as a student, not judged as like I'm not conforming. So that was one issue that happened in my middle school year, that I lost a grade because I was different. And also, I've had situations where I've seen students actually make fun of certain teachers that actually were of sexual orientation, they were gay. And nothing actually went up to them and said, hey, this is wrong, because everyone was afraid. No one could understand. There was no education understanding what is wrong to say about sexual orientation, what's wrong, saying about gender identity. And even in high school, like, I've had countless times that I've been bullied ever since being trans. One time, like, one of my teachers started talking about how, like, sexual orientation was wrong. And it was actually, unfortunately, I must do this and say this, it was gay people would end up in HEE hockey sticks. An actual teacher said that when me and some few students were actually promoting an awareness that, people were different of the LGBT community, and we were just being silent, and we were just doing our work and being silent. And that was one other issue. A teacher actually violated our right of free speech. And then another issue happened where a teacher, she knew that I was being bullied countless times by so many students in her class. And you know what she did? She did nothing. All she told me was, oh, stand up for yourself. And I couldn't. I was just a regular student. And with this policy, it gives us more power, and also for the students, and to have their individual statement of who they are and know more about themselves. After college, I finally knew who I was. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ribeiro. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Kylena Newmeyer. Then after that, we'll have Keith Morrison, Otho Harland, Mary Meeks, James Harborn, and then I think we'll take a break. We'll take a break after Mr. Harborn. Welcome, Ms. Newmeyer.
Hi, my name is Kylena Newmeyer, and I live in 102 Kingston Court, Orlando, Florida, 32810. I didn't know about the issue until last week on emails, and I was involved with Family Actions and Liberty Council. That's how I linked to. And I was listening, and most people just say everything what I need to say. So, and one thing I had thing to say about that, a lot of people with red shirts say they fear what? God didn't give you fear, only Satan gave fear in your life. But God gave you love and sound might in you when you study the scripture. And most of them come and say, well, I graduated from the school. Well, I just want to let you know, I graduated from Pensacola Christian College, and I got my degrees in theology. And that's my belief, strong belief. And with a gender change or sexual orientation, try to creep in the school, it's allowed to pass a bill, a law, you want to call it, to impose personal belief. What I was taught in school is that communism and socialism is the same common goal. What the communist does by force. That's what Hitler does. Socialism by what? Passing bills and manipulating. I want to get this in your own opinion. I have my own agenda. Let me do this and pass all the bills I could find. That's what socialism is, and that's what our country headed for. And God says it's wrong. It's sin that man is supposed to be man, woman is supposed to be a woman, not cross each other. That's what the scriptures say. So that's all I need to say.
Thank you, Ms. Newmeyer. Our next speaker is Mr. Keith Morrison. Welcome, Mr. Morrison. While he's coming down, I'd like to recognize Representative Linda Stewart has joined us, I understand. Representative Stewart, thank you for coming tonight.
Hello, my name is Keith Morrison, 2131 Cascades Boulevard, Kissimmee, Florida. First, a statement from Reverend Terry Steed, Senior Pastor at Joy Metropolitan Community Church. She asked me to voice her fervent support of the school board's consideration to end discrimination in schools. For myself, as everybody else has told me, I'm a human being, okay? Parent and all others, but I'm a human being. What I'm asking you today is to not only support these issues, but later on do not consider leaving anybody beside. So we were talking about, we heard our constitutional scholar talk about, well, this is going to be trouble, that's going to be trouble. Simply, the Constitution already includes all. We swore for justice for all. But over the years, we've had to put commas in there. And when you stop putting commas, then you start eliminating people. I would prefer that we just ended discrimination. Someone today's talked about reverse discrimination. There's no such thing as reverse discrimination. Discrimination is just that. What I'm going to ask you to do today is to save the lives of children and teachers. Understand, if you had a child, if you were a child who was transgender or LGBT, and you're in school and you're being bullied, you have nowhere to go. Okay? If you were African American, person of color, different national origin, when you were bullied, taunted, discriminated against in school, good chance you would go home and talk to your parents about it. And I would get a chance that you would have them coming to school and fighting for you. However, we've heard some discrimination, or people who are not, I'm not going to say discrimination, not quite understanding yet the discriminations out there. This child has no place to go if they don't have a safe school, if they don't have a teacher that will support them and watch out for them. When a teacher who does stand up and fight for and protect this child, then they face the discrimination or possible discrimination just for the support without regard to their sexual orientation. This policy does not say special rights for gays or lesbians. It says no discrimination based on sexual orientation, whatever your sexual orientation is. It's a simple law. Please pass it. Finally, what I would ask for you to do is please do not separate once again and pull apart later down in this evening after, well, it'll be easier to put LGBT in there, but Q is just not where we're at yet. Do not propagate discrimination. Please do not go any further. Pass both bills, I urge you and beg of you, for the sake of our children and the employees of Orange County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Next, Otha Harlan. Welcome, Mr. Harlan.
Thank you. Otha Harlan, 11953 Hatcher Circle, Orlando, Florida. I have sit here tonight and I have been on a roller coaster ride. My emotions have been here and there. But yet I ask myself, why am I here? As a parent, I find it ironic that we're in a public meeting for a public school forum, but yet I feel I was not properly notified of this public issue. I found out at 5 o'clock this morning. I have 2 children in school and I have 3 grandchildren in school, and I have a great interest in this matter. But I also feel very offended that I'm hearing this issue, what I say is a choice, a preference, continually equated to race, blackness in particular. My blackness is not a choice. Someone who grew up in Mississippi and had relatives ran out of town because of their blackness, I understand. My oldest brother, who was the provider for the family after my father left home, lost a job as a sanitation engineer because of his blackness. Me, myself, I have been threatened on my job. 10 years into my job at a well-known company here in Orlando, I was threatened. And when I stood up for myself, I was told, this is the way it is. I didn't go out and seek to change policy to fit who I am and my preference to stay at that company. I learned to work within the guidelines and the laws that was already on the book. No one created a special law for my blackness within the company at that time. And I'm happy to say I've been with that company for 30 years and went on to be one of the first black managers in my segment. You know, we talk about these things, but we're talking common sense, boundaries. When is it so wrong to have boundaries in society? I don't want my children to be confused. I have a special need child, Down syndrome. Are we going to keep moving the boundary where we don't know what's up and what's down? How can I explain to a Down syndrome child, his teacher of one day a male, the next day a female? Boundaries. Is it so wrong that I have boundaries, or I feel that I have a right to close my bedroom door from my children and not feel I'm discriminating against my other children? When I pull my curtain so the community can't look in to my house, is that discriminating? Every one of us here have a car tonight and our doors are probably locked. Is it wrong that I lock my door? Am I discriminating against anyone else because I want to set boundaries?
Mr. Harlan,
let me just say this as I close.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ said his Father's house was a house of prayer, and he wanted boundaries set up. And when he found people within that house, that church, doing something other than prayer, he exercised his right to stop that. So I'm asking you as a school board, you're here to educate our kids. Operate within that parameter and not do the social experiment on our kids. You're not qualified for this.
Thank you, Mr. Harlan. Okay, at this time, we're going to take another 10-minute break. When we come back, just so you know, we will hear from Ms. Mary Meeks, then James Harborn, and then I'm going to take some opponents in order so we can try to keep it equal towards the end, in fairness to the supporters. So after that will be Mr. Brockman, then Ms. McNairly. All right, let's go ahead and get started again. All right, next we're going to hear from Ms. Mary Meeks and Mr. James Harborn, then Mr. Scotty Geis, then Ms. Vicki Nance, and Mr. Carl Brockman, and then Ms. Kelly McNairn-Lee. Ms. Meeks, welcome. And I've had a board member request that every speaker please make a point of saying not just your street address, but also your city and your zip code. That matters to some of the board members. Thank you, Ms. Meeks. Welcome.
Try that again? Okay. Yet again, my name is Mary Meeks, and I live at 13712 Blue Lagoon Way, Orlando. And I am a constitutional and civil rights lawyer for a long time here in Orlando. So as an attorney, I want to start with talking about a very compelling reason why this board, I believe, would be recklessly irresponsible if it does not adopt the proposed anti-discrimination policies for gay and lesbian and transgendered individuals. Those protections are now mandated by federal law. That is not an excuse not to pass your own policy. If it is an excuse, it's a very poor excuse. I believe that your own attorneys will confirm to you that the failure to adopt these policies could subject the district to legal burdens and liabilities if the district were to be sued by a gay, lesbian, or transgendered individual. So voting yes would be the responsible thing to do to legally protect the district. I cannot help but comment that those parents here who do not want their children exposed to gay and lesbian and transgenders in school are no different than those parents who did not want their children exposed to blacks in schools 50 years ago. With regard to their First Amendment arguments, I would note that they do not argue to preserve the right to harass and denigrate blacks and Hispanics and the disabled, only LGBT. Now, I attended the school board hearing where this board voted to proceed with these anti-discrimination policies. And I know that every single one of you knows that this is the right thing to do. Chair Sublette, you spoke very powerfully and personally in September in support of this policy for gay, lesbian, and transgendered individuals. You said, and I quote, "It says a lot about who we are as a community that the school board do this." And you were right. And your vote tonight will say a lot about who you are as a leader and as a human being. And I hope that your vote and the votes of every member of this board will say yes to fairness and equality and no to hate. Now, I know that the anti-gay extremists have bombarded you all with false, dishonest, and hysterical emails and phone calls. There's nothing new in all of that. We've heard it all before. Their scare tactics and propaganda have never been true, and they're not true now, and you know it, and they know it. They make a living by attacking gay and transgendered people, and it is a proven and published fact that they do it dishonestly. Fortunately, their lies have always been rejected by the leaders and citizens of Orange County. You will note that there are a number of elected officials here tonight. They are all here in support of this policy. I would ask the Orange County School Board not to be an exception to that rule. The question tonight isn't what is the right thing to do. The question tonight is whether you will have the courage to do the right thing. I am asking you to be strong, to stay true, to reject the lies and the hate. Do not cave, do not be cowed. Stand up and stand with your students and your teachers, gay, lesbian, and transgendered. They need you. Do not fail them. Do what you know is the right thing. Protect your children and your teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Meeks. All right, our next speaker is Mr. James Harborn, followed by Mr. Scotty Geis. Mr. Harborn, welcome. And again, city and zip, if you could, please.
My name is Jim Herborn. I live at 1744 Crown Hill Boulevard, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I think it's important when you speak before a crowd that crowd understand where you're coming from. I'm the father of 6. All have been through OCPS except one who's still in. I'm also the father of a gay son. So I oppose this. And I might come from actually a bit of a radical difference from most people who are speaking tonight. Let me talk why I oppose this from the position of my gay son. We talked about this, and he said, "I'm sick and tired of people asking for special rights. Do they think I'm inferior, that I can't compete?" And I think that's a really good point. But I also have other of my own issues as well here. And one of the most disturbing things I've heard here tonight is that the very advocates seem to be the architect of all these policies. They brag how they've been up here and secretly meeting with you guys to draft these policies, and yet over the course of all the years I've been at OCPS, I get innocuous emails where, oh, it's car wash day, it's this. Why weren't we noticed about this? So I think that's a little bit of an issue too. OCPS is sovereign. You don't have to comply with other laws. And I've actually had 2 prominent law firms this week, a former federal prosecutor and a retired federal judge, give me a legal opinion on this. And they would say, you're wrong, that there is no existing federal law that gives these people protected class, and there is no state law. In fact, the state law as it exists today defines gender as birth certificate or post-reconstructive surgery. When you ask your legal citings, I had all those rules read. There's nothing in there that supports your legal authority. There's not one thing that names those classes of people. Nothing. So I'm trying to see how we're talking about legalities and those types of issues here when there doesn't seem to be any legal authority for you to do this. And finally, in closing, I want schools to be androgynous. I don't want them to be politicalized. I don't want them to be culturalized. I don't want them to be in any sort other than education. I don't want with this rule to happen what happened to my son, where he was forced to write to Governor Scott for a week as a grade to say, why are you hurting our teachers over union issues? Or how he was also pulled out and the police were called, that he committed a hate crime because he caused somebody a racial name, but it turned out he just had the same first name. This is the unintended consequences of what you're doing here today, and it was brought to the school board on both those occasions, and nothing was done about it. So I ask you to consider what you do here, because there's a lot of people out here that if this moves forward, then we may have no other choice but to ask the courts to resolve this issue. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Herborn. Next is Mr. Scotty Geis. And then after that, Vicki Nance, and then Carl Brockman, and Kelly McNair lead. And in fairness to the audience, I want you to know what we're going to do is take one proponent and two opponents, because that will balance us out, so we'll end with an equal number of speakers on each side. So, Ms. Geis, welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Sublett and board members, I'm Mrs. Scotty Geis of 14044 Ithaca Way, Orlando, Florida, 32826. And my husband and I are residents and taxpayers and voters in Orange County. And we represent the majority of voters in Orange County, many of who we know personally, and others who we are aware of who will be watching to see how you handle this proposal. And we will vote in the next election accordingly. And we ask you, please do not make this a political exercise of power with your chums who you've known for years and you've all been in office together for a long time. It is much more than that. God has placed each one of you, God Almighty has placed each one of you in the position that you are in right now. You would not have gotten here without Him allowing you to be here. He has placed you here in your position of authority for a reason. And one of the responsibilities that you have is to, as stewards over the hearts and minds of the children in our schools. And I want to say to you that I, like many other of the individuals, elected officials, people in the school board who are adults, teenagers who have spoken. As a child, I was sexually abused by women and men, teenage boys and girls. And so was my best friend, Connie. She was my best friend from age 2. To this day, she thinks she was born gay because of the things that the women and the girls did to her. And my heart goes out to her because she's had much turmoil in her heart and her mind. It is only because of the Lord Jesus Christ and God Himself that I am a stable, sane, functioning adult, because my abusers I've counted them, and they number over 27 people. And the only safe place for me as a child growing up was in the public school. I grew up in the 60s and 70s in the Florida school system. I was born in Florida. And the only place that I could go where no one could touch me was at school. So my concern is that the language in this, I understand your concern about people talking about bathrooms and locker rooms, but the thing is that a child can be alone and she has no clothes on in the shower, and if someone who wasn't sure, because the way the language in this proposal is written, if a man is not sure at any given time whether he is gay or a man or a woman, like my friend Connie, then he has a right to go into that shower. And if he has other issues, I know that people who've been abuse other people, and I don't condemn them because I understand all of that. I come from generations of abusers. And I've been a victim, and I know what it's like to experience all of this. And I just implore you to please give this very sober thought, judgment, prayer. You cannot be sued as a school board. I have spoken with legal counsel, and even though I was told so by a board member, you cannot be sued for not protecting legal rights of the people in this proposal, because they are already protected by our laws. We need to enforce them. And I just want to say that love always protects. And I just pray that the basis of all of this, that we would all come together in love and respect for each other.
Thank you, Ms. Geis. Our next speaker is Ms. Vicki Nance, followed by Carl Brockman Jr. and Kelly McNair Lee. Ms. Nance, welcome.
I am Vicki Nance. I live at 13712 Blue Lagoon Way, Orlando 32828. I am in Darrell Flynn's wonderful district. I'm here tonight with my wife. Yes, that's right, I have a wife. And she's a wonderful wife, and I love her. And I don't think that my marriage has in any way affected John Stimberger's marriage. I just wanted to go on the record. My orientation is also not a choice. and it was not prompted by any kind of sexual abuse. I was born this way, and I'm perfectly happy with it. So I just want to set some things straight here, so to speak. I hope that you will adopt the policy with gender identity and expression intact tonight. I go to Orlando PFLAG meetings occasionally. It's a wonderful organization. You all should check it out. You should go. And I've met transgender kids there. Transgender youth are the most bullied and demonized kids at school. It's a fact. And you have the power to make life better for them. They deserve a safe environment to thrive and excel at school like every other kid. You have the power to make school safer for them, so why would you not do that? LGBT teachers and employees, they deserve a work environment free of harassment and filled with the same advancement opportunities and rewards as any other employee. Why would you not provide that? I'm always amazed by people who favor discrimination. It boggles the mind. I'm happy to say it boggles my mind. Churches are free to discriminate against LGBT people. They do it every day. There are many preachers here tonight who do, and that's their preference, that's their choice, that's the God they choose to worship. But civil government and public schools are for all of us, all of us. So I ask this board to please do the right thing tonight. Don't let the anti-gay theater on display here tonight keep you from doing the right thing for all of the students and all of the employees. And one last word for any young LGBT person who is here tonight for the first time to experience this public condemnation of who you are. Don't you believe it? Don't you accept it for a second? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nance. Our next two speakers are Carl Brockman, followed by Kelly McNair-Lee. Mr. Brockman, welcome, sir.
I'm Carl Brockman from 12041 Walker Pond Road, Winter Garden, 34787. I learned an awful lot here tonight, and for that, I'm very, very thankful. I've learned that the overwhelming majority of the people in this room are against discrimination. But I've heard all kinds of arguments about how the people that have spoken against this particular rule change are somehow prejudiced against gays and lesbians, against people who are transvestites, transgender. I don't understand that. That isn't what I've heard. What I've heard is a concern from these people about an agenda which is being pushed to its extreme. Let me give you an example. We started the evening with a moment of silence. I'm sure that most of the people in this room found that absolutely offensive. Because what we should have started with is a prayer. A few people have pushed an agenda over the history of our nation and have turned this country so that instead of standing up and praying before an event like this, we have a moment of silence. Well, the majority is discriminated against. And that's what we've heard tonight. That people are afraid that when we pass this explicit language, which isn't needed, you have a policy already which takes care of folks who are discriminated and bullied against. It was mentioned very explicitly early in the evening. You already have that policy. Gives 18 or so different explanations, or 18 different categories of discrimination that people should not be allowed to bully folks over. So you don't really need it. What we're finding out, though, is that because it's not enforced, you want to add all this language, as if that's going to change anything. But what it does change is consequences in the future. How do you know how much it's going to cost? What about all the frivolous lawsuits that are going to be submitted because this person defines this particular term this way? You don't have any idea what the impact of this is. The people in Hillsborough County adopted it. No, they didn't. It was adopted in Hillsborough County and voted twice out, but by some technical means, some technicality, the vote of the people was overturned. We are not Hillsborough County, and we're not Dade County. We're Orange County, and we ought to do the right thing, which is enforce what we already have in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brockman. Next is Kelly McNair-Lee. Ms. McNair-Lee.
Hi, my name is Kelly McNair-Lee. I'm a little afraid to give my address because of my voter registration activities. We've already been posted on a leftist website to be targeted for intimidation. So I'm really concerned about this, but it's 14501 Lycastle, Orlando 32826. Thank you for listening. I'm an Orange County resident, and I'm an 8th grade teacher in a neighboring county. I've edited down my remarks to hopefully fit in your 3-minute limit, so I'll do the best I can. There's a few facts I want you to keep in mind. In Frederick versus Morris, the Supreme Court already upheld limits to free speech in public schools so as to maintain a classroom environment conducive to learning, to prevent disruption. I checked Robert Marzano's, sound familiar? The Art and Science of Teaching book to look for any guidance on sexual expression. And, as well, the evaluation system set up, look familiar, by the state of Florida. This is our evaluation, guys. Never saw such a thing in my life in private industry. On any information on sexual expression, and here's what I found. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's no domain, there is no indicator that evaluates a teacher on sexual orientation or expression. It's not part of education, nor should it be. Your county already has an anti-bullying policy. My heart goes out to, and I intervene anytime I see bullying. I don't care what the situation is, I'm not going to put up with it. In Kagan's brain-based learning, we learn in the 3-day class every summer that the adolescent brain, the amygdala, the portion of the brain responsible for fear responses and anxiety, is enlarged and engorged and overactive in the adolescent years. So of course the surveys are going to say, oh yeah, we're scared. The brain data shows this. You know this as educators. This is brain data. This is the facts. Kagan's Win-Win Discipline, a 5-day course you pay to send us to, talks about the 7 positions that students operate from. 1, attention-seeking. 4, control-seeking. 3, angry. Too much teaching now is managing behavior. Freedom of speech is now freedom of expression, is limited in the school system for a reason, is to prevent disruption. I have a rather flamboyant student, and whenever he feels like acting up or acting out that day, it's 21 students whose educations are impacted in my reading class. Because I got to spend time squishing him down to make him fit into classroom behaviors that are appropriate. Like the kid, but it steals from my other students. Sexual orientation and expression are not problems to be solved in public education. I have a family member who is gay and 53 and hasn't told his father yet. This policy would do nothing to fix the family relationships that make him confident enough. He'll dress up like a stage dancer from the Kaja Falls on Gay Pride Day, but he still won't tell his 75-year-old dad that he's gay. Your policy is not going to fix the issue that lives in people, especially when they don't want to disappoint anybody. So once again, public education is no place for this kind of expression. My personal opinion is, when I drive onto that campus, I am no longer a female, I'm a person. Sex doesn't have any place in an 8th grade classroom or a high school classroom. It's just not appropriate. And if you're worried about me feeling safe at school as the newly elected state representative, I'm not sure where he is, then I look forward to you working with pro-gun groups to let concealed carry permit holder teachers carry weapons on campus, and I'll feel a boatload safer when that happens. So I'll see you at the meeting in November. Thank you.
Ms. McNair-Lee. All right. Next we've got Mr. Michael Farmer, followed by Peter Lee, and then Marcia Hagan. Mr. Farmer, welcome, sir.
Michael Farmer, 225 East New Hampshire Street, Orlando 32804. Thank you so much for allowing me to address you all this evening. I'm actually a proud graduate of Apopka High School. I'm a proud Blue Darter. I'm a product of the great school system that we have here. And I just have to say, before I say anything else, our friend who said that she wanted to squish a student into normal behavior is the exact reason why we need this policy. Students should feel free to come to school and be who they are and get an education without a teacher with a rogue ideology trying to squish them into her norms. That being said, I think I heard Mr. Stemberger try to threaten all of you in terms of your elections. There are 10,000 Equality Florida members that live in Orange County, and they're going to remember this vote just the same way that Mr. Stembergers will. But I'll tell you one thing. We had Karen Castor-Dental, Joe Saunders, Victor Torres, Linda Stewart, Scott Randolph. Every single elected official in this room has taken votes on these issues and has stood up on these issues, and they've been elected by the voters here in Orange County. And they were all here tonight because they know that doing the right thing is not a bad thing electorally. They know that. And I would just urge you to, put aside any electoral sort of worries that you have and understand this is the right thing to do. And because it's the right thing to do, you'll be rewarded by the voters for it. I hope that you will not entertain any amendments to weaken this policy. It's great language. You all saw fit in workshop to put together this language, and I just encourage you to keep that language intact and to vote for it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Now we have Mr. Peter Lee, followed by Maria Hagan. Mr. Lee? Mr. Peter Lee? Welcome, sir.
Hello, I'm Peter Lee, address 14501 Lycastle Circle, Orlando 32826. I think you guys have all forgotten what the purpose of a school is. We're teaching reading, writing, arithmetic. There is no place for sexual identity or the conversation about sex even to come up. I also happen to be a disabled individual. Now, some folks have been quoting, this is just like, when they discriminate against blacks, or, the ADA when they discriminate against disabled people. Well, having been through this process all my life, when I go to a job, if I cannot do the job due to my disability, I am not qualified to do that job unless there's a reasonable accommodation. And ladies and gentlemen, I can see no reasonable accommodation that would have a teacher talking to the students about their sexual identity. That's entirely inappropriate. But you're protecting this gender expression, whatever that means. So however this is being expressed, I think really needs to be qualified here. My wife also mentioned, we have rules in schools. We have dress codes. We have appropriate behavior. You have to raise your hand when you're called on. If Robin Williams came down here and started doing a comedy routine, you would say that is not appropriate. No, he's just expressing himself. He's just being who he is. You can't be who you are in every circumstance. Sometimes you have to use a little self-restraint. And I think this is where we draw the line, at least here, if not anywhere else. When you introduce this into a classroom, you have one person who's being a disruption. You have one person who wants that attention to be focused on their gender. In the meantime, you lose the attention of all the other folks because that attention is being drawn to them, and the education is lost. I'm a substitute teacher, and I tell you, it is difficult to manage a classroom. It is really difficult to manage a classroom, and especially when you have a few students that are disruptive. The more disruptive students, the harder it is to teach that class. It's amazing when you actually get to a classroom when the students are attentive and you can actually teach. You can actually deal with the subject matter, which is what we're all supposed to be doing, instead of being bothered about what this person's sexual behavior is in my classroom. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about the education of our students, think about how these single-minded, selfish individuals, whether it be teachers who want to selfishly impose themselves upon the students, or students who want to selfishly impose themselves on other students. This is not a conversation that should be going on in the classroom at all. It's no place in the schoolroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Our next speaker is Ms. Maria Hagan. Welcome, Ms. Hagan.
Hi, I'm Maria Hagan. I live at 13838 Blue Lagoon Way, Orlando, 32828, and it is my son's first year in public school. He's a freshman at Timber Creek. This has been an eye-opening meeting. I suppose some of you might suggest that if I'm offended by what you're proposing, that I pack up my child and spend $10,000 a year to put him in private education. I ask you, who is being discriminated against? We are basing this decision on what is offensive, what is not offensive, whose feelings are getting hurt, who needs to be protected. I feel like if the policy that is in place right now is not being enforced in an effective manner, we have no business crafting more complicated legislation policy until we get what we've got right now right. Someone urged you tonight, a little bit earlier, to do the right thing, do the hard thing, and approve this. But I challenge you tonight that maybe the hard thing is the right thing, and the right thing is to turn it down and go back to square one where you sit and look at the proposal we already have on the books and re-educate our educators to enforce it appropriately. We should be protecting our staff and our students. We should be honoring them, respecting them as individuals. And just so you folks know, as a parent, I have never taught my child to hate anyone who's homosexual. We have loved ones in our family. I am so torn tonight because I love them, but my allegiance is to my child, and as a child of faith, I want him to have the freedom to disagree with an authority figure who may be homosexual, and to not fear repercussion of being suspended, disciplined for disagreeing, but you allow an authority figure to pose an obvious conviction like this, and you will intimidate children of faith. And it may seem like an opinion. It may seem like, oh, a piece of clothing that they put on and they choose this and they choose that. But for many of us families of faith, it is a conviction that we would die for. And I would die to make sure that you guys are safe and protected and respected, but not at the expense of my child's freedom. I am his advocate, and I'm asking you to turn down this proposal, to not support it, and to work harder on the ones we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hagan. All right, we now have Mr. Scott Hewitt, followed by Carrie Hagan and Paul Berry. Mr. Scott Hewitt. Okay. And we now have Mr. Christopher Hopkins. And let me give you the order again. It's going to be Christopher Hopkins and Carrie Hagan, Paul Berry, then Catherine Carpenter, then James King and Jerry Creel.
I'm Christopher Hopkins, 10204 Eastern Lake Avenue, Orlando. We've heard a lot of rhetoric tonight, mostly about protecting children. That's what a school board is here to do. It's to guide and protect children. The question becomes, of course, protect them from what? In order to protect something, you must fear that there is something to harm that thing that you're protecting. But what's to fear? I suggest that the opponents of this are afraid of the inspirational teacher who talks about his husband the same way that my female teachers did when I was growing up. I suggest that they are afraid of the kind guidance counselor who might be seen with her girlfriend at a mall. I suggest that they're afraid of the transgender classmate who just wants to use the bathroom between classes and doesn't want to have to fear that they will get beaten up if they go into the wrong one. They're afraid that evidence that LGBT people are not miserable and abnormal will reach their children. Now, I've heard tonight's opponents say both that they recognize the humanity of LGBT people and that they're like drug addicts. I've heard that they respect LGBT people's dignity and that they're abnormal. I heard one person say that she doesn't like being called a fearmonger, and shortly thereafter somebody say that homosexuality was like rape. These are not compatible opinions. What opponents of this change are protecting is an idea, and it's a bad idea. It's one that dehumanizes and demonizes. It's one that convinces otherwise good people that they can use a secular institution like a school board in order to promote their faith. That fear is that, quite frankly, this idea will not continue another generation, and it's a justified fear in that case. But that fear is not sufficient reason to vote against this proposal. On the contrary, it is exactly why this proposal is so incredibly vital. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. All right, we now have Kerry Hagan. I believe Mr. Kerry Hagan. I'm sorry, Mr. Hagan, then Mr. Paul Berry. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Sublett and the board. My name is Kerry Hagan. I live at 13838 Blue Lagoon Way in Orlando, Florida, 32828. I'm here to represent all the parents that couldn't be here that would encourage you to vote no. And so I'm encouraging you, along with their voices that couldn't be heard because they were not notified of this meeting. Chairman Sublett, in all due respect, you said this is an issue of great concern, but apparently it wasn't great enough concern to let our parents know about or the teachers know about. I served as a president of the HOA at Andover Lakes Phase 2 off of Curry Ford for a couple of years, and then on the board later. That's where I met John, who also served on the board. At the HOA, we had a requirement to notify the neighbors 2 days in advance of a meeting, or we could not even hold the meeting. And I would suggest that this meeting this is not a fair representation of the people who have children in Orange County schools or the teachers. The phrase, "any other reason prohibited by law," is sufficient to protect those needing protection. We have 11 pages of bullying and harassment that I feel is sufficient. There is one thing that I felt was a mystery, and that is it seems that you're removing the sexual harassment definitions and examples of what sexual harassment is in the 3.01, and I'm not certain why that is happening. I don't see that being added anywhere, and it seems that would be show a lack of concern for potential victims. And maybe I'm not seeing the whole picture there, but I would take issue with that. You know, we pay you all, and I'm a taxpayer, to oversee the teaching of our children in a non-distracting environment. You know, we have dress codes, as one mentioned. You know, you can't have your pants on the ground. There's a language code. You can't wear colors that are gang-related. There's rules to aid the learning environment. And my concern is if we open the doors to any kind of expression. You know, do you need to open the door to let gang members wear their colors? Do you need to, you know, if the goal is for teachers and students to feel comfortable in their true selves, you know, should we not let gang members, let people of all faith express their true self at school? Is that the place for this? I know that, you know, there's a lot of teenage boys that I know that would probably love the opportunity to go in the girls' locker room. That's not appropriate, but you're opening the door, and how do you know what's in their mind? You're saying, okay, if I decide that I'm a woman today, I can go. Now, can you prove to me whether I decided that? Do you know what's in my mind? I think you're treading on dangerous territory, and I would encourage you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Our next speaker is Mr. Paul Berry. Mr. Berry, welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm Paul Berry, 1548 Crosswind Circle, Orlando 32825. And I applaud you guys' desire to make schools more safe and more fair. I think we're all for that. But I'm not quite sure that this policy update actually does that. I'd like to start with some definitions of some things we've been talking about because it's not really defined in the policy. And the definitions are for gender identity. These are from the American Psychological Association. I really couldn't find a good definition except for there. Gender identity refers to one's sense of oneself as male or female or transgender. When one's gender identity and biological sex are not congruent, the individual may identify as transsexual or as another transgender category. Gender expression refers to the way in which a person acts to communicate gender within a given culture, for example, in terms of clothing, communication, patterns, and interests. A person's gender expression may or may not be consistent with socially prescribed gender roles and may or not reflect his or her gender identity. So I'm kind of assuming that as you add this into the policy that these are the definitions that you're using. So for gender identity, if a person's gender identity is transsexual, that means they identify themselves as being of the opposite sex. So what bathroom or locker room do they use? If someone identifies themselves as transsexual, is OCPS discriminating against the proposed gender identity clause by not allowing them to use the opposite sex's bathroom? What clothes do they wear to school? Does OCPS allow a male to come to school dressed as a female? What sports team do they play on? What physical fitness standards are they measured against? What school clubs can they join? Does this mean the end of boys and girls choirs? It seems like we're merging everything together. And this is not just on the homosexuality side, it's on the heterosexuality side. For gender expression, what if a female decides that she communicates her gender by displaying a lot of cleavage? Is OCPS violating the gender expression clause by telling her that her clothes are too revealing? So then what wins, the gender expression clause or the dress code? What happens if the person who wants to express their gender that way is a teacher? What's going to happen to the boys learning in that classroom? It seems that there's some large practical considerations and have the ramifications really been deeply considered? Gender expression includes communication. What if a male teacher verbally flirts with girls? Under this rule of gender expression, do you have recourse to keep that from happening? Here's a real-life example that these are real issues. Because of the same gender identity clause, last month at Evergreen State College in Olympia, Washington, a transgender male was allowed in the girls' locker room and was seen naked by girls. He was allowed to use the girls' locker room because of the same gender identity clause that you folks are voting on. That's kind of the slippery slope that we're coming down. So I thank you for having your hearts in the right place, but I'm just afraid that this is going to cause much more confusion and make our schools less safe and fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berry. Our next speaker is James King. Then after Mr. King, we're going to hear from Catherine Carpenter, then Jerry Krill, Carlos Reyna, and Lisa Mendez.
Good evening. James King, 504 South Oxalis, Orlando. 2.5 years ago, the Holy Spirit of Jesus Christ sent me to the middle of a swamp to rescue a little girl. That same Spirit has sent me here on a similar mission tonight. The difference is, I'm not alone. I have a science degree from the University of Central Florida. I'm married with 7 children. I'm a scientist, I'm not a social engineer. I deal with objective truth. Gender is created by God, defined by chromosomes at conception, and it remains with the person until death. The possession of an X or Y chromosome is not a matter of choice by anyone except the Creator. People do, however, have a choice with whom they have sex. Same-sex attraction, gender confusion, and other sexual disorders have been proven proven to often, not always, but often lead to increased promiscuity, depression, drug use, self-mutilation, disease, and suicide when not properly treated. There is great hope for those struggling with sexual brokenness, but it is not found in affirming the problem as being an acceptable lifestyle choice. This Saturday, I will pick up a convicted pedophile from having served a prison sentence longer than any of my children have been alive. Fortunately, this person is now free of the homosexual lifestyle that had led him to consensual sexual relations with a minor. His freedom came after receiving help through materials provided by Pure Passion, which is a partner of Exodus, which you heard about earlier this evening. Earlier this year, I learned about the embarrassed school district that had girls complaining that a guy was in the PE locker room in Olympia, Washington, showing his privates. That was not mentioned. It turns out he had proclaimed himself a female. And by state law of the state of Washington, they were forced to honor his confusion and not expel him from the locker room. At my alma mater in Crestview High School, a man whom many students trusted and respected, Mr. Nelson, eventually was discovered to be a homosexual who had molested several boys. I wish this was an unusual situation. When we entrust our children to the public school system, we need not fear that they will fall victim to those suffering from sexual confusion and brokenness. Research and treatment by people like Dr. Francis McNutt, Dr. David Foster, and others prove that homosexuality, bisexuality, gender confusion can be healed.
Thank you, Mr. King. All right, our next speaker is Catherine Carpenter, followed by Jerry Crow, Carlos Reina, and Lisa Mendez. Ms. Carpenter, welcome, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Catherine Carpenter. I live at 1112 Wineberry Court, Ocoee, 34761. I was hired as an Orange County school teacher in 1988. I am currently teaching at Metro West Elementary, and I love what I do for a living. I love my school, my principal, and the wonderful, talented people I work with. I love to teach partly because I think teaching is a unique profession that can open up new worlds to children and make them productive individuals who enrich our communities. But unfortunately, my career almost came to a screeching halt back in 1990. As a second-year teacher, my contract was not renewed. Since this was not due to a shortage of positions, and prior to this my performance had never been in question, I knew in my heart that it was no coincidence this decision was made at the same exact time that I was outed. I was devastated that I may never teach again just because of blatant discrimination. After much soul-searching and great advice from others, I decided to challenge the decision, and with the help of great people at our county's Employee Relations Department, as well as the Teachers Union, I got my job back. This conclusion was made after over 3 months of the case being handed up the ladder, all the way to the superintendent and lawyers. For 3 months, I was in limbo, wondering if I had a career in the field that I loved. My story of discrimination ended with a positive outcome, but it makes me wonder how many others have not. I would not wish this experience on anyone, and this should never happen again in Orange County Public Schools. In some ways, I have worked in fear for 22 years that this kind of thing could happen to me again. One way to help ensure that it wouldn't is for this board to include sexual orientation and gender identity into our county's non-discrimination clause. Talented and innovative people come in all shapes, sizes, colors, and believe it or not, orientations. I wonder how many outstanding teaching candidates never considered our county as a workplace because they felt they would not be protected and went elsewhere to exercise their talents. I think we can all agree that times have changed since 1990. Thoughts on this topic have progressed, minds have opened, awarenesses have been made. I think it is beyond time for us to get this protection on the books here in Orange County Public Schools. Unfortunately, as long as there are people who oppose a minority, there has got to be protections in place to prevent discrimination. I don't think any of us believe that all discrimination stops when laws are passed or words are added to clauses, but by adding this to our non-discrimination clause, we are announcing that in this state, in this county, all employees will be treated with respect and discrimination will not be tolerated. It would have been so much easier for me to have come before you speaking on this issue without getting into my personal experience. But I feel it is important for people in power who can make change happen, such as yourselves, to see the real faces of discrimination. I am one of many others behind me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. All right, we now have Mr. Jerry Krill. Mr. Krill, is he still here or is he left? Okay. Mr. Carlos Reyna. Mr. Reyna? Reyna? Welcome, sir. And I understand Mr. Reyna has a translator. Is that correct, ma'am? Thank you.
Bienaventurada la nación cuyo Dios es Jehová. Mi nombre es Pastor Carlos Reina de la Iglesia Victoria en la Cruz de la Hosner.
Blessed be the nation who the God of them is Jehovah.
Estoy delante de esta honorable asamblea pues para traer mis sentimientos, los que deseo expresar.
My name is Pastor Carlos Reina and I want to desire and tell you what I feel in my heart.
Con todo respeto a esta honorable asamblea.
With all respect to the honorable chairman and all to the members.
Porque creo que son los que determinan lo que aquí va a suceder.
Okay.
Perdón. Excuse me. 4692 de la Hosner Avenue.
4692 Hofner Avenue, Orlando 32812.
Ok. Pues nosotros tenemos un compromiso como pastores. Estamos lidiando con una comunidad grande y sabemos el sentir de nuestra juventud y de nuestros niños.
We have a compromise as pastors and we know the sense of our youth and what our children are speaking.
Los problemas que también pues ustedes sienten, nosotros como pastores tenemos que lidiar con nuestra juventud y con nuestros niños.
What you are feeling right now, we also have to consider with our youth and with our children.
Y creemos que Orlando tiene que ser mejor.
And we consider that Orlando should be better.
Estamos trabajando por Orlando.
We're working for Orlando.
Porque amamos esta ciudad.
Because we love this city.
Tenemos cientos de personas trabajando con nosotros.
Hundreds of people working with us.
Y esta honorable sala.
And these people, chairman.
Que hoy estoy delante de ellos.
And I am before you.
Les pido con mucho amor.
I ask it with love.
Que esta ciudad de Orlando.
That the city of Orlando.
Sin género.
Without no gender.
De persona.
Of people.
Ni de sexo.
Of sexual.
Cuenta con ustedes.
He's counting on you.
Orlando tiene que ser mejor.
Orlando has to be better.
Vamos a trabajar por Orlando.
Let's work for Orlando.
Pero sin quitar los valores.
Without taking the values.
Ni los principios.
And the principles.
Que Jehová Dios.
Of Jehovah God.
Ha determinado.
Has determined.
Hay una comunidad.
There's a community.
Que no estaba informado de esto.
That has not been informed of this.
Que la comunidad mayoritaria.
Which is the majority of community.
Son los padres de familia.
The fathers of the families.
Son las madres de familia.
The mothers of families.
Son aquellos.
Those people.
Que han determinado.
That have determined.
Que sus hijos.
That their children.
Vayan a las escuelas.
Go to schools.
Y creo.
And I believe.
Que sin los niños.
Without the children.
Sin nuestra juventud.
Without the youth.
Sin esos padres.
Without those parents.
Sin esa madre.
Without those mothers.
No puede haber escuela.
There can be no school.
Y esos valores.
And those values.
Y esos principios.
And principles.
Que esos padres.
That those parents.
Sean sacrificados.
Have sacrificed.
Con esos hijos.
With those children.
Hoy.
Today.
Un grupo.
A group.
No puede.
Cannot.
Tomar.
Take.
Determinación.
Y
dañar a nuestros hijos.
And damage
no
our children.
Estamos en contra
we are not against
de la comunidad gay.
Of community, a gay community. We are
Como
not against.
Pastor,
as pastor,
trabajo con ellos.
I work with them.
Y lo amo
and I love them.
En el nombre de Jesucristo.
In the name of Jesus Christ.
Pero hay una base.
There's a base.
Bienaventurada.
Be blessed.
La nación.
The nation.
Cuyo Dios
whose
es
God
Jehová.
Is Jehovah.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Reyna. Next, we have Ms. Lisa Mendez. Ms. Mendez, welcome.
Amen.
Okay.
My name is Lisa Mendez, and I live in 505 Madrigal Court, Orlando, Florida, 32825. And I just want to address that to the chairman and to the members of the board that I was not notified of any of this. This was going to happen just this morning by my brothers and sisters from church. I am a youth leader. I have currently an associate in theology, and I am working on my master's degree on that. And I am very happy to be here. And I just want to say that I am against this purpose or whatever you're saying. I'm not too fond with letters, but I'm going to try my best. I'm against it. I want to speak about my two daughters. I have two daughters in Union Park Middle School, and they are honor roll students. They were homeschooled for 2 years, and they just went back to school. They were bullied, and they just went back to school because they wanted to go back to school. And they see all these situations, and they ask me, and I just tell them to love one another and respect one another, like the Lord, Jesus Christ has told us in our hearts we should love one another. We don't discriminate people. We love the people. We show the love of Christ in our hearts to everyone. And just watch and pray, and just let the Holy Spirit just guide us. We don't want our children to be persuaded, right, by the world's philosophy. The world has its own philosophy, and I think children should make their own choices in these things. They're too small to make these choices. This has been brought up to their faces, just like to us. We were not notified of any of this. So I think that this is more about values, and I think that we should be respected in our values. Like they don't want to be discriminated. I don't want to be discriminated also for speaking what I feel in my heart, right? And this is all about values and what is morally correct, right? And I think you should consider not what everyone says, just what is morally valuable to this world and to Orlando and to the city of Orange County, right? What is correct, and we should think about our children's future, right? And we don't want to discriminate no one. We just want to love one another. And I just want to say that it's just think about the choice that you're going to make. I'm against bullying. I don't think no one should be bullied because my daughters were bullied. And I just think that just think about this answer you're going to take on this, and be blessed. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. All right, the lineup coming up, and we're going to take another break in about 10 minutes. But I'm going to hear from Susan Arlene Williams next, then Mary Vetter, then Jack Boycer, Linda Burwer, forgive me, folks, and Judy Bartlett. So first, Susan Arlene Williams. Miss Williams? She's still here, Miss Williams? Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Hello. I'm Susan Arline Williams, and I live at 1218 South Conway Road, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As a retired Orange County Public Schools teacher of 21 and a half years, I'm so happy to have my First Amendment rights here and address this board. I want to ask you earnestly to consider the development of children during their most impressionable years. Those are the years we have them from grades pre-K through 12. Every age, during every grade, each child is developing and forming boundaries and establishing their own identity. They form aspects of their identity from not only their home environment, but also from their school environment. The impact that just one teacher can have on one child is tremendous. Our children deserve stability in an educational environment that will provide them a safe place to develop their boundaries without threatening their own developing sexuality with questioning and ongoing identification issues. I think it's unnecessary to know anyone's sexual preference. Isn't it most important that teachers teach well, no matter what his or her sexual preference? Growing up here in Orange County, I'm sure I've had teachers of various different sexual preferences. In fact, I'm sure of it. There is no history of discrimination here. The teachers earned our respect. We grew up loving and endearing them dearly. However, boundaries were established. Unlike today, where pressure groups are muddling the boundaries and children are faced with adult issues on a daily basis, now even in the safety of a classroom, children are faced with adult issues on a daily basis. Shame, shame, shame. None of this needs to be in our classrooms or our schools. They are places of learning. They are for no one's social agenda. Teachers can and do teach by keeping their personal lives personal. Students can deal with their questions, their hormonal issues with concerned adults in their lives. That is the only safe way for all children. Not everything has to be a social agenda or the subject of social engineering. And you wonder why America has such poor education standards when held up to the rest of the world? Let's just get back to educating. This is not about equal rights. Those are already in place in the hiring agreements. The language of the proposed policy is not specific, and it is so broad it will allow litigation for years to come. So let's ensure the rights of everyone. Let's vote to ensure that our students are guaranteed a good education, and let's pursue a policy that we already have in place and guarantee that this district will be competitive on an educational basis and stay within our boundaries that we have already established.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. All right, we're going to hear 4 more speakers and we'll take a break. Ms. Mary Vetter is next. Ms. Vetter, welcome. And then after her, it's, well, I've already said their names. Mr. Boyer is next.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for hearing us and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Mary Vetter. I live at 525 East Jackson Street, Orlando, Florida 32801. I began teaching for OCPS 13 years ago. I am proud to call myself an employee of this distinguished community. I am a national board certified teacher. I was voted Teacher of the Year by my colleagues. I was voted Miss Eagle by my students. I am currently working on my master's program in educational leadership, and I'm learning quite a lot about what you guys have to deal with on a daily basis. And again, I just want to say thank you again for having an open forum tonight. I have been fortunate to experience teaching at the middle school level and at the high school level in several different work locations. I have developed close ties with parents, students, and community members throughout this time. A few years ago, at the middle school level, I taught a transgendered student, Jane, in my classes. Although I was her teacher, she taught me much about the importance of human dignity. Some of her classmates knew about her gender identity transition, and they did not treat her kindly, to say the least. Yes, there are anti-bullying policies in place, and yes, OCPS employees work to establish and follow those policies. But there were not policies that adequately protected this student. Some of her classmates treated her disrespectfully in subtle and subversive ways, ignoring her during after-school activities, ostracizing her on field trips, and physically isolating her during lunch simply because she was transgendered. Her teachers addressed these malicious behaviors when and if we saw them. However, the repeated negative experiences with her peers led her to develop self-esteem and confidence barriers, which then led to severe depression, as well as her choosing to leave the school system. In Jane's case, when she first started at our school, she was fortunate to be surrounded by instructional staff and administration who were willing and able to sit down and develop a plan to address her unique needs. There are students and teachers who continue to experience discrimination on school campuses. This sad fact demonstrates the need for the addition of inclusive language in the policies. I believe Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stated it best in a letter to his fellow clergymen from a Birmingham jail. Moreover, I am cognizant of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned about what happens in Birmingham. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow, provincial, outside agitator idea. Anyone who lives inside the United States or in Orange County can never be considered an outsider anywhere within its bounds. The addition of fully inclusive language to conclude in the employment and participation policies would quite simply protect students like Jane and allow them to feel safe in their learning environment. After all, if a student doesn't feel safe, how can we expect them to learn? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vetter. All right, next is Mr. Jack Boiger. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it. I can't quite read the writing. Mr. Jack Boiger. Is he here still? Okay. Next is Ms. Linda Berner. Ms. Berner, I'm sorry. Welcome.
There were a couple of issues that began earlier. My name is Linda Burnett, Apopka. I live in Apopka, 2211 Rock Springs Road. There were a couple of things you guys didn't bring. And now you over there, superintendent, you might listen up to some of these things. I've noticed you don't pay attention, Superintendent Jenkins, to a lot of this. I'm not sure these guys can do what they say.
Ms. Burnett, I'm going to stop you right now. You're out of order. Under our rules of, Ms. Burnett, under our rules of decorum.
Okay, well, what did I say wrong this time?
You
Is that what the student would find with you guys? I'm not sure you had the position to do this. This should be in referendum. Now also, but of course, since you sprung it on everybody, we don't really know that. This is really general, this is really United Nations business. You know, it's just been twisted around with some, that's why the suits are here, you know, they're analyzing the opposition. Get it straight. All of you back there, get it straight. We're all being led down the road. But as far as what you're proposing here, it's not only vulgar and out of place, but unless you've seen real discrimination, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Now, every soul that is born, the condition on that is a self-will. Now I get to choose how I'm going to live my life. I'm not going to live it by your standards, and I would pray any child would not either. The standards that require a young boy to hold the hand of a male teacher is outrageous. Outrageous. Each one of them should be ashamed.
Ms. Burnett, I need you to stay at the podium, ma'am. Please, Ms. Burnett, I need you to stay at the podium.
To make such outrageous things.
Thank you.
Community. You don't represent Orange County. You're representing the United Nations. This thing was passed how long ago? How many years ago, sir? 4 years ago? Is that correct? You wouldn't answer the other guy's thing, but this has already been passed, just didn't have all the words right. Don't you understand? They come against you through your children. It's a prison system. These guys, you're going to hand your children over to them? This state is 44th in the nation, and you're going to hand the minds of your children to this discernment of these people who've been paid off by the general world, New World Order, the United Nations. Listen, just get up, all of you. I'm not against any of you, but I want to tell you something. They learned these practices in Africa, and I happen to be over there. You think I'm angry now? I was very angry with what I saw by people who propose things like this that they could not control on people that they decided they would rule. I say to you, whoever votes for this votes for the shame of Orange County, and whoever proposed it was a delivery bag man.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Okay, we'll have one final speaker, and then we'll take a break. Ms. Judy Bartlett. Welcome, Ms. Bartlett.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Judy Bartlett. My address is 1908 Dean Road, Orlando 32825. This issue tonight is not about bicycles and backpacks. This is not about freedom, fairness, equality, or preventing anyone from being who they really are. We do not fear you, but we don't agree with you. We've been accused of being not loving. Well, God's true love demands truth and honesty. Policy is already in place, as has been stated over and over again this evening. Minorities are already protected under the law. Teachers' unions protect teachers from unjust firings, as one of my opposition has aptly explained. I would exhort you with these final words. Woe, woe, woe unto you who call evil good and good evil.
Thank you, Ms. Bartlett. All right, well, why don't we do this? Let's take a 10-minute break. When I come back, so you can be prepared, we're going to hear from Ms. Anna Ikomani, then Ms. Ada Gonzalez, Mr. Raymond Hadley, Mr. James Hicks, and then Ms. Crystal Rich. Thank you.
Here's a question for every parent out there. If you could fast forward 20 years to see how your kid's doing in life, would you do it? Well, we can't time travel yet, but we can see the future better with the new Common Core state standards in our schools. They set clear goals for every stage of learning, and they're the same for everyone no matter what zip code you're in. So you can be sure your student is really grasping what she needs to know to get to graduation and beyond. Find out how it all works at commoncoreworks.org.
Okay. Board members, or members of the audience, I should say. Right now, I believe, because I moved to the back of the list, some folks who weren't here earlier and I don't think still are here. As of now, we have 26 more speakers to go.
An hour and a half.
So,
An hour and a half.
I know this is an important issue that everybody wants to speak on. I don't know that a board member will move to limit that at all, but I don't believe they will. But I also think you get to a point sometimes in discussions where most board members know how they're going to vote on an issue.
Mr. Sublette, if there's someone out here who has signed up to speak and they feel like their point of view has already been given, is there a way to just stand up, acknowledge that? Because I think when I saw some heads when you all heard there were 23 more speakers. So, you know, sometimes when we've gotten in rezonings and we've heard a lot, sometimes people just stand up and say that, you know, I agree with what's already been said. So that might be an option for some of our speakers if they'd like.
That's a good suggestion. So if you'd like to say that, or if you feel free to, just stand up in your place and say, I'll waive my time and I'm in opposition or in support. All right, I'm going to pick up with Miss Christy Griffin-Green. Miss Griffin-Green, welcome, ma'am.
My name is Christy Griffin-Green. This is Susanna. And I live at 3426 Grant Boulevard, Orlando 32804. And I'm speaking in support of this measure. We've got a lot of stickers out here saying to protect children. And I'm very much in favor of that. But a lot of the comments that I've been hearing have tended to support protecting some rights of some children at the expense of others. Why should children in our schools have this conversation? Because children in our schools are lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. We have them in the schools now. We have transgender children in elementary school. You may not like it, but they're there. They're having this conversation already. And when they don't have someone to talk to, when straight teachers can talk about their spouses and their families, but gay and lesbian teachers are afraid to do so, that harms children. When they're bullied and they don't think they have anyone who will have their back, that harms children. And what we've seen is that can lead to self-harm, and it can lead to children taking their own lives. We've had a lot of talk today about the bathroom issue. So yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the fact that the fear that's been brought up that men or boys will pretend to be transgender to get into a girl's bathroom is something that does not happen. It hasn't happened, and there's no reason to think that it will happen. What does happen is that when transgender children are forced to use the restrooms of their assigned sex rather than their gender, they're at a much greater actual proven risk of being physically abused or sexually abused. So just to reiterate, in attempting to protect children from a boogeyman that doesn't exist, what you're actually doing is putting real children in risk of real harm. I understand if it makes you squeamish to think that a transgender child may be in the same restroom as your child, but your squeamishness does not override that child's need to be safe. I understand that you don't want to have uncomfortable conversations with your children, neither do I. But it's a much more uncomfortable conversation to have to tell a parent that their child committed suicide because they could not get help from the bullying they received at schools. This is very important to me because this one's going to be in the schools soon, and I want them to be a safe place. This measure needs to be passed. It needs to be passed to strengthen and to reinforce the current laws because, as we've heard, the children and the teachers in our school do not feel safe under the current laws. Yes, they exist, and it's wonderful that they do, but we need to do more to make sure that they are going to be able to get the help that they need, that they're going to be able to have the role models that they need, and that no one is going to be afraid to speak out when the risk of not doing so is putting children at risk. So I'm asking you to vote yes. I'm asking you to protect all children in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin-Green. All right, next is Ms. Ada Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, are you here?
Okay, my name is Aida Gonzalez. I live in 1946 T-Berry Court, Orlando, Florida. Okay, now I'm going to speak in Spanish.
Zip codes.
Zip code 324. I forgot. I'm nervous.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Okay. Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Y Dios los bendiga a todos.
And God bless you all.
En esta noche se han hablado.
We have spoken a lot of things.
Y muchas cosas lo mismo.
The same thing.
Yo estoy aquí.
I am here.
Soy ministro de Dios.
I'm a minister of the Lord.
Y estoy preocupada.
And I am worried.
Mi primera preocupación.
My first worry
is que se ha hecho un meeting.
There's a meeting.
Casi en oculto.
Almost being hidden.
Y yo me pregunto.
And I ask myself.
¿Por qué?
Why?
Yo me enteré unas horas antes de llegar aquí.
I just found out a few hours ago.
Y cientos de padres
and a lot of parents
no tienen la idea
don't have the idea
de lo que está pasando
what's
aquí.
happening here.
Y eso me preocupa.
And that worries me.
¿Por qué?
Why?
Quisiera que alguien me diera una respuesta.
I would like somebody to answer me.
porque es algo bien importante.
It's very important.
Y las cosas importantes
Important things
no se mantienen en oculto,
are not being to be
se
hidden,
traen a la luz.
must be brought up to the light.
Me preocupa
I worry
este asunto,
this sense.
ya que está envuelto
It is involved
nuestros hijos,
our kids,
nuestros nietos,
our grandchildren,
y la palabra nos dice
and the word says
que nosotros tenemos que guardar los principios
we must take care of the principles
Biblia.
of the word of God.
La nación americana
The American nation
tiene que guardar
must
los
keep
principios
the
bíblicos.
principles of the
Porque
word.
cuando no guardamos
When we don't keep them,
los principios bíblicos,
the principles of the Bible,
los juicios de Dios
the judgment of God
vienen
comes
sobre la nación.
over the nation.
Y eso es bien triste.
And that's very sad.
Amamos
We love
a todas las personas,
everyone,
aunque no lo crean.
even if you don't
No
believe it.
importa el sexo,
It doesn't matter,
pero
but
nos dejamos dirigir por la palabra.
we get directed by the word.
Queremos que los valores de la familia
We want the values of the family
se mantengan
be maintained
como se han mantenido
like it has been maintained
toda una vida.
all the life.
Se ha hablado de discriminación,
We've talked about discrimination,
pero no entiendo
But I-
mucho sobre discriminación.
but I don't understand too much about
Porque como
discrimination.
hispana,
But like a Hispanic,
yo he sido discriminada.
I've been discriminated,
Y muchos hispanos
and a lot of Hispanics
hemos sido
been
discriminados.
discriminated.
Mucha gente,
A lot of people,
de una forma u otra,
on a form or
ha
another,
sido discriminada.
had been discriminated.
Con mi derecho de ciudadana,
With my right of citizen,
yo puedo
I can
reclamar
reclaim
si me están discriminando.
if I've been discriminated.
Pero
But
si no tenemos base bíblica,
if-
no hay una ley,
If we don't have a law or biblical base,
¿por qué entonces estamos hablando de discriminación?
why are we talking about discrimination?
No podemos hablar de discriminación
We can't talk about that
cuando no está en ninguna ley y
When-
ninguna de la palabra.
when it's not in the word and the law.
Yo le exhorto
I
a
tell
toda
you,
esta gente que está aquí
To all you people,
que mediten bien
to meditate
en lo que van a hacer.
in what you're going to do.
Porque la nación,
'Cause
la
the nation,
escuela, los
schools,
niños, la
and kids,
familia,
family,
Ms.
ahora
Gonzalez,
mismo están
I hate
siendo
to cut you off,
afectadas.
but can you wrap
Is
up?
being affected.
Están afectadas por todas las cosas que
Being
están en las
affected
escuelas públicas.
by the public schools.
Esto va a ser un caos.
This is going to be chaos.
Le pido a Dios
I
Thank
ask
you, Ms.
God
que
Gonzalez.
Dios traiga
that God brings.
Gonzalez, I
misericordia
need to
sobre
ask
cada
you
uno
to
de
stop.
nosotros.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you, ma'am. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Raymond Hadley. Mr. Hadley?
Thank you for staying. Thank you for keeping your eyes open. It's awfully late, almost past my bedtime. I'm Raymond Hadley. I'm living at 133 South Wekiwa Springs Road in Apopka, 32703. I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, I'm a pastor, and I'm a resident of Orange County and a proud citizen of the United States of America. I'm one of those that believes in freedom. I'm one that preaches freedom. I'm one that is completely satisfied that this country is unlike any other country in the world. It is an exceptional nation. And one of the reasons is because of the freedoms that we enjoy. And I want to say a few things, first of all, because I want to be recognized as understanding the opposition from those of us who don't agree with homosexuality, and I understand the struggles. In my lifetime, I've had some friends. A neighbor across the street from us at one occasion left his wife and went into that lifestyle. And as a testimony to realize that there is a change and there can be a difference, left that lifestyle, became a Christian, and trusted Jesus as his personal Savior, and totally changed and came for the glory of the Lord. There's some principles I think that are based that we need to understand, and what I have to say may be not aware of some of the younger people, because I understand that in 1962 the Supreme Court of this country sort of threw out the Bible as a textbook or as a source in the public schools. And I quote from, actually you can find this on the Library of Congress, but John Adams, our second president, said the general principles upon which the fathers achieved independence were the general principles of Christianity. I will avow that I believed and now believe that those general principles of Christianity are as eternal and immutable as the existence and attributes of God. Later, he agreed with John Hancock and said, we recognize no sovereign but God and no king but Jesus. It's interesting that throughout about 150 years, this country recognized the Word of God as the basis and the source, the foundation of finding our principles for the country and also for even the schools. In fact, it was Thomas Jefferson that approved the Congress funding the printing of a Bible that was specially printed for the classrooms in our country. Well, one of the reasons for that is Noah Webster, 1758 to 1843. He was an American lexicographer, textbook author, and that clock must be wrong. He says, all the miseries and evils of men suffer from vice, crime, ambition, injustice, oppression, slavery, and war proceed from their despising or neglecting the precepts contained in the Bible. I want to encourage you to base what you're doing on the principles of the Word of God. And I believe that if you put this regulation in force, it's only going to open the floodgates of greater regulations and greater problems in this nation, and especially in this county from our public school system.
Thank you, Reverend Hadley.
I appreciate you opposing it.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Mr. James Hicks. Mr. Hicks? Mr. Hicks? All right, our next speaker is Mr. Claude Casamino. Welcome.
Yeah. I've written down what I'm going to say. Right to the point to make sure I didn't forget to say my name. My name is Claude Casagnol. I live at 9542 Holbrook Drive, Orlando, 32817. We've already talked about that there are already anti-bullying laws, and it really is a matter just of enforcing those. I believe that your job is not to legislate, but to educate. If this meeting was so well noticed, then how come so many people didn't know? I am involved in situations where I have to provide notices. And there's noticing, and there's noticing. And if one of the schools was changing its system of how the car line was going to operate, every parent would be notified. It wouldn't be put in the back of the Orlando Sentinel somewhere. Were letters, this is a very divisive issue, a very important issue to a lot of parents. Were letters sent out to all the parents? That's noticing. All you did was follow the letter of the law and plot something in the back of the paper. To say that it doesn't grant special rights, well, we wouldn't need this meeting if that weren't the case, and that's what some people had said earlier. But instead, there's an agenda to try to silence anyone who has an opposite viewpoint, as weird, as bigoted. Anyone who doesn't agree is not educated, not well informed, not even entitled to their own opinion. I've heard about protecting our children, almost as if it's the school's job to raise our children. It's not the school's job to raise our children. It is our job as parents to raise our children. It is your job to educate our children. And I've seen in other people that I know that their kids growing up in the public school system, they have faced intimidation if they speak out against anything against that the school is trying to forward, especially when it comes to homosexualism. They are intimidated. They are intimidated into believing that what they believe is wrong. I want my kids to feel safe, not to feel that someday they'll get fired from their job because they have a different opinion. I think not only should you vote no tonight, I think you should continue this meeting and properly send out letters to all the parents of this county, of this school system, not just bury a notice in the back of the paper. That is not noticing. That's just fulfillment of the requirement of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casamal. Our next speaker is Ms. Anna. She just told me how to pronounce it, and I already forgot. I'm sorry, Anna. Ms. Anna Escamani.
All right. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm a little tired, so I'll keep this brief. My name is Anna V. Escamani. I reside at 857 Spring Oak Circle, Orlando, Florida 32828, and I'm also a proud veteran of Orange County Public Schools. I graduated from Bonneville Elementary, Corn Lake Middle, and University High School, so go Cougars, if there's any Cougars in the room. Basically, I'm a little confused because for me, when I first heard about this issue, I thought it was pretty simple of what steps we should take. There's been a lot of emphasis on academics in our schools, which is really important. I always consider academics first, but you cannot deny that students are going through social experiences on campus, especially as they get older. It becomes more than just, going to math class, reading class, and so forth. It really does evolve to, these are my friends, these are the cliques, these are people I hang out with. And every day we see different people. I mean, this image right behind here shows a very diverse group of students. And we're surrounded by diversity everywhere, and it causes us to ask questions. Why am I different? Why is this student darker than I am? Why is their hair color different? And I think we should answer them. And I really, applaud this provision because I really think it is a step. It's for a cultural difference where we don't deny that there's a difference between us, but we actually accept it. And not everyone's going to fall into those categories, but I think it's important that we start, emphasizing that there is a difference between us, and that's okay. It's okay if you're transgendered. It's okay if you're gay, if you're lesbian. I think that's what it comes down to, is that it's a cultural shift. And unfortunately, we as humans are evolving faster than our culture is. And so that's where government steps in and acknowledges that change and passes laws and passes provisions that complement the way that our society is moving. And so that's why I support this provision. And, when I was at University High School, I had a homosexual friend. We are still friends to this day. And I can tell you that it was very difficult for him. In freshman year, he would harm himself with a razor. And, this is not an isolated incident. He felt like he had nowhere to go. And looking back at that, I was there for him. Fortunately, he had someone, but a lot of students don't. And I'm asking everyone here today to stand with our students, to stand with our teachers, and to really support this provision. So I'm not gay. I am just a woman of color who has been through a lot of discrimination in her life in her own way. And I think it's time that we stop that. And if we all rise each other, we will rise together. So thank you so much for your time, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Ms. Escamani. Our next speaker is Ms. Lou Langston. Ms. Langston? Ms. Langston? Okay. Our next speaker is Mr. Luis Castro. Mr. Castro? Mr. Luis Castro or Casta? Our next speaker is Ms. Melissa McDonald. Ms. McDonald? Welcome.
I'll be real brief. My name is Melissa McDonald. I reside at 10030 Lob Lolly Pine Circle, Orlando, Florida 32827. First, I would like to thank the school board for the opportunities that you've given my children. I have 3 enrolled at Lake Nona High School, and I would say it is, without exception, the best school in the county. With the opportunities there that children have, I really wish that every child in the county had it with a dual enrollment with Valencia. And just the last couple of years, we've taken in a lot of kids from failing schools and just watching those kids excel and stuff. And I really applaud you in believing in us parents out there and listening to us last year when we had a change in administration, and just what a smooth transition it has been. The only question, this has opened up it's been an interesting discussion in our home because, you know, kids see things a little different. And when you look through it through the eyes of a child, their big question is, and I know it's been glossed over, is the bathroom. That was really their only question, is what about the bathrooms? And are you going to put an extra bathroom on the floor? Or what are you going to do? And that is just my question to you, is what about the bathrooms? Because that was my kid's concern. And we have a wonderful school out there, and I would hope that if any child is bullied, that they can go to any administrator. I know we have teachers. I'm not sure with all my children have given me a big education this week on all these acronyms and everything, and you know, that's their question. And I would just ask you to take that into consideration and answer it for the children, not from us parents, but I mean, that's their question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Our next speaker is Ms. Laura Gent. Ms. Gent? Ms. Laura Gent? After that will be Brian Braddock, then Crystal Rich, then Gigi Wonderly, then Virgil Jones, then George Collins. Welcome, Ms. Gent.
Thank you. My name is Laura Gent, and I live at 3132 McEwen Lane, Orlando 32812. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. And really, I will try to be very brief and just reiterate a few of the points that have already been probably touched on. I think at the core, you all have two jobs to do. One is to protect students and staff, and the other is to educate. And you have laws in place to protect. If those laws don't work, then you need to figure out why. If students and staff are not safe, why? Because the language already exists to protect them. So changing language isn't going to make them any safer if it's not working right now. The second issue is education. None of these issues factor into how a child learns math. A teacher, their personal life, whatever they're going through, and as adults we know we carry a lot of responsibility. We show up at work with a lot of burden, and it doesn't factor in to our executing our day-to-day work. So it really, none of this should be an issue. Your job is to educate. Does this change the education system that Orange County provides? These issues don't. The social issues do not. They should not be. Our country has worked hard and has tried to pull out all kinds of things out of the education system. If you're going to be about educating, be about educating. Be about reading and math. The state of Florida's education has risen in ranking over the last few years in the United States. I actually looked that up and I was fairly surprised. This year, for 2012, it has fallen from number 5 to number 11. It has risen from 30, we were 30, I believe, 10 years ago. So great strides have occurred in this state regarding education because you're focused on education and not the social indoctrination on whatever opinions anybody else has. And that is, so that is why I urge you to say no, figure out if it's not working, why is what you have not working, and fix that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gent. Our next speaker is Mr. Brian Braddock. Mr. Braddock? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Brian Braddock. I live at 7880 Autumnwood Drive, Orlando, Florida 328
3825. I stand here today to oppose the addition of 3.01, 3.02. I do not think that it is necessary, given what I've heard today about the existing language concerning anti-discrimination. Also, based on what I've heard, I do not feel that this movement to change the language is really about preventing to ensure non-discrimination. That doesn't seem to be the main agenda behind all of this, since that seems to be adequately addressed in what you already have. Rather, it seems to be just part of a greater push in our society and culture to normalize the asexual behavior that is trying to become prominent and accepted in our society. There is a big temptation, I think, perhaps you are under, that is to be part of a movement that is responsible for making big cultural shifts in our school system, in our society. I understand politically how tempting that may be to want to be a part of that big movement. But I ask you not to mingle that with the education of our children. There doesn't seem to be a need for that. And the second thing, what this will do, I believe, is it's going to confuse the definition of words. Number one, the word discriminate. Okay, that word is thrown around a lot. Now, we are all to be discriminating people. Matter of fact, we're all here today to encourage you to be very discriminating in your decisions about this. If we do not become a discriminating people, we are all in for a lot of trouble in our life. We must always discriminate as we go through life just to keep ourselves safe. Yet I know the common meaning of discriminate is to intimidate or discriminate in such a way as to needlessly harm another person. We understand that is what's being proposed when people are saying they're being discriminated against, they are being harmed. Unfortunately, what's going to happen with this is that people who have an opposing point of view are going to be labeled discriminators. And lawsuits will increase because more people will become violators of a law that is inadequately defined. But I do want to speak about what does harm children in the education system, and that is teaching something that is not true. I remember how that it was creationism was denied a chance to be taught in the public school system next to evolutionary theory. I mean, the opponents of teaching creationism said, well, it's not true, it's not fact, therefore untruth harms children. And that's very true. I want you to think about what allowing transgenderism to be in a leadership position in a classroom does to undermine your authority as an educational system. Because you are presenting to the children, listen, Johnny, I have a child named John, I can say this, Johnny, 2 + 2 is 4, and Mr. Jones is now a girl. The student is going to be confused about that. How can that be so? Well, that's simply because he feels like he's a girl now, so that's okay. You cannot teach non-truth and expect students to respect your teaching ability or your philosophy of teaching. One last word, and it is this. When Jesus Christ stood before Pilate, he said he came to bear witness of the truth. Pilate responded, "What is truth?" I ask you to consider, discriminate, what is truth, and teach from a foundation of truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braddock. Mrs. Gordon, I see that you've punched your button. Oh, okay, all right. Okay. All right, ma'am. Next we have Ms. Crystal Rich. Ms. Rich, welcome.
I am Crystal Rich. I reside at 1710 Bobtail Drive. That's in Maitland, 32751. Good evening, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. First of all, as a mother, I did see the notice in the newspaper. I consider it my obligation to read public notices because that's what they're there for, and OCPS has been advertising this meeting for quite a while. As a mother of 2 OCPS students, one a graduate and one now a senior at Edgewater, I can attest that my children have had nothing but extraordinary teachers, both straight and gay, over the past 15 years. Never once did a teacher's sexual orientation come into the classroom, and my children have been enriched by these fine instructors. My husband and I could not have asked for a better experience for our children. As an OCPS teacher, because I wear 2 hats, I frequently encounter other teachers from not only Florida, but from around the country through professional development and workshops. I always come away, no matter where I am, realizing just how cutting edge OCPS really is in almost every way, and I feel so proud to be part of this organization. As one of the largest employers in Central Florida, I really believe we need this policy to walk the walk with regards to treating all of our students and employees in a respectful and non-discriminatory manner. The rest of the community and surrounding school districts are watching us today and waiting for our leadership on this issue. At the beginning of the meeting, you gave us an opportunity for a moment of silence, and we had the freedom to pray, and I did. And what I prayed for is that we would respond with reason and confidence, not with fear and false ideas that others might have tried to convey. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rich. Next is Gigi Wonderly, then Virgil Jones, then George Collins, Professor George Collins. All right, Ms. Wonderly, welcome.
My name is Gigi Wenderly, and I live at 4712 Jamerson Place, Orlando, Florida, 32807. I wish I could stay up here and chat forever. Hi, Ms. Gordon, I used to teach with you. But I'll just state something very simply. This proposal, I'm against it, and I hope you will be as well. It's polarizing. Look at the colors, the red and the blue. What are we supposed to be here for? All the students, all the teachers. I taught for about 10 years, and then I homeschooled. I'm in about my 13th year of that, so I've been on both sides here. This is polarizing. The students and the teachers should be unified. This is disintegrating that unity. All students and teachers should be cared for equally, and if they're not, something is wrong. This just opens the door for further changes that aren't needed. I agree with the other parents that are saying, you know, here we are, I don't even know the number where we are right now, nationally ranked, could be a lot better. I think we have the language here in what you're talking about. It needs to just be enforced. You need to focus on what really matters, and maybe that national ranking can be moved up. But right now, it's just disintegrating. And I'm really sorry that there has to be red and blue, because all of us should be treated equally and with respect and honor. And you know, one last thing, I know I said it'd be short. I taught public school, I loved it. I'm a taxpayer. But when and I don't get 1 red cent for homeschooling, and I don't even want to know how much I have spent on my children's education. I don't even want to know, because it's been thousands. But my tax money, I don't want to have to put it to a 3rd bathroom, a 3rd locker room, a 3rd whatever, okay? I don't want it to have to go to that. It shouldn't have to go to that. It should go to what is best for these children's education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wonderly. Next is Mr. Virgil Jones. Reverend Virgil Jones. Welcome, Reverend.
Good day, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Superintendent and all the great board members of this education system. I'm going to be very brief. Much has been said here tonight.
Reverend Jones, can I get your address and your zip?
I'm sorry, certainly. Is this echo okay? My address, I am at 2102 Green Ash Court, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. My children and my daughter graduated from OCPS. She's at UPenn right now. My son is a graduating this year, as well as the 27 churches that I oversee and I cover. I probably counsel more people in this room than the people in this room with regards to both sexual gender issues as well as drug addictions. And since I deal with it from a perspective that is after they've been afflicted, I work from there to work on what we call prevention for any type of activity that can cause harm to a person's life. I have come to a deduction as I sat and listened here very arduously to everything that's been said. I do have to contend with the issue of us being polarized behind this issue. Where I come from, the inner cities, and as an ex-drug user and ex-drug pusher, ex-sexual deviant, if you want to call it that, I have come to find out that when you begin to take sides of an issue, you're not dealing with unity. Where I come from, red and blue could get you killed. And therefore, we have to make sure that we are not sending the wrong message to a group of children. We're telling them to stay away from red and blue. Now, Pastor, what are you saying? What I'm saying now is I'm a father, not just a pastor of several different people. I also have worked with so many schools in this area to counsel children who have needed academic help. We do tutoring programs, and I get the chance to speak with the parents of children who are wayward and need education for a sense of progressing in academia, moving them up 2 grade levels from their reading levels, whatever it requires, calculus training, tutoring, we supply it all. The issue that gets me on this day is not the rhetoric of the wording, which can be dealt with in another arena. It's the physical component of the restrooms. That is what appears to be the big elephant in the room. And until we deal with that, I don't believe in my mind and my consciousness that if an individual should say they feel a certain way, that they should be allowed into a place that does not meet their makeup. And what I mean by makeup is physical pulchritude. Just because you have a sexual orientation, if you have a particular sexual organ that needs to stay classified. I don't want a transgender male coaching and going into the locker room with my daughter. I don't want a transgender female going into the locker room with my son. And I don't want students being able to go into the same restroom based on I believe I'm this way. We have to not let the lines get blurred. And that's a serious issue for me. Keeping the restrooms is the reason I oppose this. So please, everything else is fine with me. The issue I have is we need to address this restroom issue. I stand firm on my tenets of the faith, and I am Christian. Have a great day.
Thank you, Reverend Jones. All right, we now have Professor George Collins.
Hey, how are you? Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, Happy Hanukkah. It's a joyful time of year. My wife said, that's the topic tonight? Yes. Hey, I learned a lot tonight, and I've met many of the board members, and I appreciate what you do. My name is George Collins, I live at 2585 Corbyton Court, Orlando, Florida, 32828, and I teach at Valencia, public speaking, and previously to UCF. And I love that course. I get to meet our wonderful 18, 19-year-olds that come out of Orange County Public Schools, and many of them have special needs, and very proud to say that the administration at Valencia works very closely with the teachers in helping those with special needs. One student is blind and yet turned out to be a fantastic speaker, and very proud of him, and he's from another country too. And I've worked with students of many special needs, and I'm very proud and thrilled to see them succeed. I'm wearing blue because I'm opposed to it, but I think it's not red or blue, and I've heard polarization. I'm more into the white. I'd like to see us come together because there seems to be a lot of common ground. It's like our congressman in Washington. They have a lot of common ground, but they just don't seem to come together, and we could solve our economic crisis. So I suggest that we don't leave tonight without working with Chairman Sublette and working on committees where we can come together and come up with some solutions. There have been brought up some issues, some legal issues that perhaps you weren't aware of before that I wasn't. Perhaps we need to invite some psychologists, perhaps have it at Valencia or UCF. I'd be glad to be that link. Also, there's been brought up to our attention about some national studies. Perhaps we should look at that. So I'm suggesting to the board that you consider deferring your decision for a little while. I've heard some members here, some of the audience indicate that they weren't aware of the meeting till the last minute. Perhaps we need to work on making sure, would you not agree, that everyone's well-informed and well-represented. So I would like to join in assisting you, Mr. Sublette, and the board, and with the members here, in how we can come together. We have a lot of common ground. There's some polarization on issues, but I think we can work together because education, after all, is our prime goal, is it not? And by the way, we got some good news. The fourth graders, right, in Florida are second in the world. Well, that's great. We need more good news like that and work on education. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak at this late hour.
Thank you, Professor Collins. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear about 4 more speakers and take another break, and then we're getting close. I'm going to read the names of who I still have. Can you raise your hand if you're still here and are going to speak, just so I can try to order up the final lineup. Is Ms. Holly Fussell still here? Holly, just raise your hand quickly if you're here. Otherwise, I'm going to put you in the no-show category. Holly Fussell? Okay. Kathleen Van Woolrich, still here? Okay. Randy Ross, still here? Okay. Some of these were people who weren't here earlier. I put to the back. Scott Hewitt? Sarah Klena? Okay. Abby Prokop? Okay. Todd Catella? Stafford King? Jada Williams? Larry Ramirez? Sharon Ferrer? Terilyn Fagoro? Jerry Creel? Jerry? Jack Boycer? Jack Boycer Jr.? Mary Jo Markle? Rosalie Sandoz? Okay. All right. All right, folks, just so you know, we're down to 9. All right.
Just 30 minutes.
Let's just do this. I'm going to go with some more opponents on this because we only have 2 proponents left. Todd Catella. Mr. Catella, welcome, sir.
Todd Catella, 162 Mercado, Orlando 32807. I was raised in Orange County. Actually went through the Oak Ridge area, Judson B. Walker, Pine Castle. Actually had a little time over at Lake Como. And the experience was good and bad. There was both sides there. There was times when our family was stable and strong. My stepfather was very much a disciplinarian and kept the house in order, and that was difficult with 4 boys that were always at each other's throats. And but we survived. It was a very lively experience. As I was going into, actually, in middle school, well, one thing that kind of I can relate to very much so with some of these folks is I'm a band member. And if you're a band member in junior high, you get picked, and you're a guy, you get picked on because you're not a sports guy, you know, and you get a little bit of that harassment, called a sissy and whatever else. But you know, you're a band guy, so you pick your side, you stand your ground, and say, I am a band guy. I want to play in the band. I want to play my saxophone. So, but I do remember that being very distinct. And then also, the band guys don't always get along with the jocks. You know, the jocks are a little bit more testosterone driven. And at each other quite a bit, and very dominant. But you can be quietly dominant too, as a band guy. So my experience though in school was good. Thank God I had music, because when my parents got divorced as I was entering high school, my experience went completely different. And if I didn't have the music program, it would have been very, 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 very difficult, because 3 out of my 6 classes in high school were music. Thank God it kept my GPA up. So I said all that to say that there's a lot of kids with family issues that they're having to deal with, and they don't need an additional issue to have to deal with in the school. Let them have somewhat of a sanctuary. It's your job as guardians and stewards and the gatekeepers to the public school system to make sure you're doing that. And focus on that if you don't mind, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotello. Next is Ms. Jada Williams. Ms. Williams? Welcome.
Hello. My name is Jada Williams. I live at 824 Muirfield Circle, 32712, Apopka, Florida. I'm 16 years old, and I go to Apopka High School. I'm a junior. And every year when we go over our code of conduct, they tell us where one person's right begins, another person's rights end. I have a fear that LGBT rights will overrule those of other groups of people. Discrimination happens in many different forms, and it's not right to look over one group as superior to another. I myself have been discriminated against for being biracial, for being Christian, for being different, for not conforming to what other people believe. Who is to say that sexual identity is a more important subject matter and should rule precedence over discrimination over Christianity, poverty, race, etc.? No one should be told how to think. And by making the majority conform to the minority, you're telling us how to think. And we're teenagers, we don't want to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Next is Mr. Larry Ramirez. Mr. Ramirez? Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Larry Ramirez. I live at 15018 Cedar Branch Way, Orlando, Florida, 32824. I am a citizen, a father, and a minister in Orange County. We serve the community on South Orange Blossom Trail. We serve a lot of the children that are in transition. Some have an identity crisis right now, and we work with these children on a hands-on basis every single day, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday. It's not a Monday through Friday job. We serve at the pleasure of the King, and his name is Jesus Christ. And I'm asking this board, I'm asking this community to stand, not to be right or wrong, but for righteousness' sake. I'm asking this community not to be right or wrong, but to stand for righteous and justice. As a minister in this community, I grew up as a Hispanic. I was beaten up every single day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I was beaten up because of the color of my skin. And I was also beaten up because I didn't speak English very well. I couldn't structure a sentence. It led me to a life of destruction. I couldn't speak to the white guys. I didn't hate them. I just didn't understand what they were saying. My parents couldn't defend me because they didn't understand the language. But my heart is not full of anger. My heart is not full of discrimination. I love you. I stand here and I want to ask this community, again, not to be right or wrong, but to vote to stand for righteousness' sake. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. Children who can't defend themselves because they don't speak the same language as you, they need someone to advocate. And I'm standing as a father of two in Orange County, allowing my voice to be heard in opposition to this. Not because I want to be right or wrong, but because I want to stand in justice. Standing in Orange County before you, the board, the school board of this beautiful city that I serve gladly. And I will not allow myself to be pushed back by fear, threats. No. There was one man whose life endured a hate crime, and his name is Jesus Christ. And he stood on the cross for us. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, Reverend Ramirez. Next is Ms. Sharon Ferrer. Ms. Ferrer, welcome.
My name is Sharon Ferrer, 4636 Salvia Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32839. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here in the capacity of a reporter for 1270 AM News. I don't have an in favor nor an against opinion about this issue. But for the benefit of the citizens that flooded our telephone lines after a tip received this morning about this issue and airing a heated discussion about it, I wish to ask you briefly these three questions. How many cases have been submitted stating discrimination against gay students and employees that have provoked the discussion of this issue? What was the reason for the citizens and press not to be informed of this meeting previously and to be revealed by a citizen via telephone tip? And are you going to vote for this amendment tonight? And for the benefit of the Spanish community, can you briefly explain the process?
Ms. Ferrer, I'm sorry, you have 3 minutes to give testimony. I'm sure board members would be happy to speak with you after the meeting if you'd like to speak to them individually.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Mary Jo Markle. Welcome, Ms. Markle.
Sorry, had to do it, Rick. Mary Jo Markle, 2743 Aaron Road, Orlando, Florida, 32806. Hello, board. I've addressed you many times, and I know you, many of you. Pam, I have not met you. Welcome, and I did watch your campaign video, and you wanted to engage the community. This is it, but it turned into an enraged. So I'm sorry that this was your first example of engagement. That's not fun. problem is here is language. First of all, we've hooked two things together and tried to make it one. There is one policy proposed for employment. There's another policy proposed for students. They got confused here tonight, if you guys didn't realize that. They got way confused. I am here for children. A proposed policy to allow gender, oh, and then there's something else neat I learned tonight. We now have a Q at the end of LBGT questionable, which I don't get. So now I have a teenager who might be gay, might not be gay, might be transgender, might not, might be questioning. Of course they do, they're teenagers, okay? I get that, but we have a Q now. So I guess you need to add that into your language. And then while you're adding language, please add jocks, goth, religious rights, gangbangers, card nerds, cutters, band geeks, and orc dorks, because all of those labels are also in your schools. To stand here and say that one special interest group should take precedent over the orc dorks or the band geeks or the goth or the cutters is pretty much not right for children. That's my first point. My second point is there was an email sent to teachers today from OCPS, thank you. But I do have to also state that the last paragraph in it was kind of persuasive is a nice word. It told the teachers essentially, don't research this policy yourself, just trust us. There are going to be people here that are going to say issues. Okay, read it for me, Nancy. There are going to be people here that are going to say that issues with bathrooms and lockers are not going to be included in this. Now, in Canada, this has already become a case. This has become an issue that a girl who thought she was a boy was invited into the locker room. This is an issue. This is a real issue. The third thing I do want to say is this is not a civil right issue as we're trying to put through as policy. It's not a civil right issue. This is a choice. My children go to See You at the Pole every year, and as they come out of See You at the Pole because they are Christians, they are discriminated against and bullied. I have already approached board members this year where my son was bullied by an administration person. Have we not done that? It was resolved, but this happens. So the problem is not in rewriting your language or getting new language. The problem is upholding the laws that you already have in place.
Thank you, Ms. Markle. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. I have only 4 speakers left. I don't want to go right into debate after a break. I'd rather have speakers and then go into debate. So let's, because I think folks are going to want to get right into debate at the end of that. So we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, folks, if everybody could take a seat. Board members, our next speaker is, and here's the order for the final speakers, Teslin Figaro, Sarah Klina, Rosalie Sandos, and Abby Prokop. So, Ms. Teslin Figaro, thank you for coming and being so patient. Reverend.
Good evening. Teslin Figaro, 33 South Kirkman, apartment 1337, Orlando, Florida, 32811. I didn't have any plans on speaking tonight, but the more I keep hearing Martin Luther King Jr. quoted on both sides of the position, the more my soul would not let me sit. I came to educate myself on the issue, and I'm not taking a particular position on this, for or against it. But since we have a packed house, and only a handful showed up at the FCAT SCORE meeting, I must take an opportunity to speak to you what no one talks about. I didn't know that there was a color code tonight, and I put my red heels on to match my red lipstick. and I had no idea that I may send a message of my support. It seemed like no big deal to me to wear red shoes, but there was a time when the color of my shoes did matter. When I went to high school in the Midwest and the West Coast region, gang violence was heavy, and it still is, and is a driving factor in our public schools. And to the last speaker that said gang violence is just like dorks or any other group, that's not true, because it cost me and my friends a lot of time in prison, as well as countless funerals that I've attended. My neighborhood was controlled by Bloods who were red, and when I visited family on the other side of town, I was forced to wear blue. The thumbs you raised tonight could have easily been confused with the gang sign. And now, what does that have to do with tonight, you're probably thinking? Well, because a result of people not being involved as you sit here tonight almost at the midnight hour, my generation was failed and have failed by the wayside. I guess no one got the notice. We are now dealing with the consequences that my generation has been led astray. We had record numbers of teens having babies, and it was the generation of the crack cocaine epidemic that as a result, more black men are in prison today than those who were enslaved in prison in 1850. Let me say that again. More black men are in prison today than those who were enslaved in 1850. And as a result of the drug use of the 90s, the children were born with learning disabilities. Then the men that were provided the drugs by the CIA were also put into an alleged war on drugs and locked up. And in Florida, when they get out of prison, we are only one of the 4 states that allow them the right to vote. So where were the thumbs then from everyone on both sides? These empty households were left with kids failing in school. Where were everyone in this room when I sat there and questioned the Commissioner of Education at the FCAT emergency meeting with Senator Sipling? We had a handful of about 25 parents in the room, and it was an embarrassment to the state of Florida. And everyone said the same thing that I'm hearing now: I did not get the notice. Well, who among us was at the board meeting when we sat here almost 2 years ago on segregation in Orange County? Where were the thumbs then when we were put on a national stage that we're still talking about segregation in Orange County? As they build prisons based upon who failed in the 3rd grade, where were you? I'm wrapping up fast. So I stand here as a veteran, a businesswoman, a mother, a chairwoman of Eagles Nest SAC Committee, substitute teacher, and working on my master's in education. But I also stand here with stitches under my right eye by someone who was a Crip. And I stand here with stitches on my right arm by someone who was a Blood. So while you wear red and blue, talking about equality, I ask that you give your energy to some of the black and brown. Otherwise, it is nothing more than a gimmick. The young lady said that in high school, things were different, and that's true, because at my first funeral, I was 13 by my blood classmate that killed his friend. So I speak for them, the lost generation, that their offspring is now failing in this school system. Will you raise your thumb for them? Will you put your hands to work for them? Or are you only concerned about what matters to you? And that is not equality. I have no problem giving my address, because like MLK, I fear nothing. Perhaps because I've been too close to death too many times to count. So I ask that you fight for all injustice year-round and wait until 10 o'clock every time to speak for your position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Figueroa. All right, next we have Ms. Sarah Klena. Welcome.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Superintendent Jenkins. Good evening, Chairman Sablat. Sarah Klena, 2887 South Conway Road in the proud Conway area of Orlando, Florida, 32812. Thank you for staying light tonight, because you are about to make history in Orange County. And I feel like it's getting lost. It's getting kind of pushed to the wayside that we are on the brink of something amazing. And you will be the catalyst to that amazing change. I have a degree in elementary education and political science, a master's in marriage and family counseling, an EDS in educational leadership, and I am in the last year of my doctoral program with the University of Florida. So I come from a political, educational, and counseling psychology background in this matter. I have been a teacher, proud teacher at OCPS for 8 years now. I've been a teacher for 10 years. I teach in 6th grade over at Conway Middle School. Very proud to be there. It's an amazing school. I tell my kids every day that they deserve a safe place to be. Many of them go home and they do not have a safe place. And I feel responsible for creating a safe place where they feel safe to take risks in learning, safe to take risks in their life, and to be able to express themselves as who they are. We heard a story previously about a gentleman who was discriminated against because he spoke Spanish and was unable to communicate with people in his community. But the story that he told is the story of our GLBT students that we have right now. Socially isolated, fear, anxiety, depression. This is what our students are experiencing. And no one on the opposition side is a current teacher at Orange County. We've heard from no one tonight that currently teaches in Orange County and realizes the conditions that these students are going through. I come more as a supporter of my students, but of course a supporter of everyone, because as adults, we have gone through this process and we have developed these coping skills, and our students haven't done that yet. They're still in the midst of developing these coping skills. And if any way that we can help them, we should help them. Some of the things that are happening due to the lack of a solid policy, we have runaway students. And we all know we're focused on student achievement. Well, isn't that loss of instructional time? Truancy leads to loss of instructional time, which leads to decreased student improvement. So if we're looking at it from a purely educational standpoint, we have a severe problem on our hands. We have self-mutilation, suicidal ideation, and social bullying. From a gender perspective, I find it odd that we keep talking about the bathrooms because, newsflash, our kids, we already have kids that are transgendered and they are going to the bathroom, as far as I know, during the day. I would assume they would have to. So something is happening that's right because these kids are able to use our facilities. These kids also do not live in a bubble. They're not hearing about the gays and the transgenders from this meeting. They're hearing about it already at school. They're living it. And believe it or not, my sixth graders come into middle school knowing about it and curious about it and expressing their own sexuality and gender expression. So I urge you to vote on the cusp of change tonight and make history in Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kalina. Rosalie Sandos. Ms. Sandos, welcome.
My name is Rosalie Sandos. I live on 13309 Moss Park Ridge Drive, 32832. I attend Lake Nona High School, and my school is probably the most accepting school of gays and any other title you want to put. In my school, we have kids that are gay that walk around and, they're happy to be gay or, whatever it is. My opinion, personally, is that I don't really agree with what they do. But that is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. No one can tell me different. I am European, I am Puerto Rican, and I am Jewish. A really weird mix, yes, but it works, and I'm happy. Day to day, I go by with a smile on my face because I know I'm going to a safe place. And a lot of gay people or lesbians or whatever, a lot of them can't say they're not safe because if you go to a school like mine, they are safe. When I go to school, I don't want to know about what my teacher's sexual reference is. I don't care. I don't want to know about the person that sits next to me, what their reference is. I don't care. I go to school to learn language arts, to learn science, to learn math. And for my electives, I go there to learn those. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your sexual reference is. I want to go to school to learn. I don't care about anything else. So there is an issue, yes, because there are a lot of gay, homosexual people that are discriminated, are made fun of, but what about the kids that are overweight, that are maybe made fun of because they're black? Or me because maybe I don't look Hispanic, but what does that really matter? If you're happy, you're happy. Move on. You don't have to be stuck with this. And I really think this is kind of an inappropriate topic because we have rules on bullying. Well, why don't we just go forward and enforce them instead of just having them there? Because no one enforces them. In my school, yeah, they say no bullying, leave him alone. They send you to the office, they send you home. But what is that really fixing? Nothing. You send them home to what, a broken home maybe? Where they're just getting beat on? It's not fair. So why do this? You're doing more hurt than you are fixing anything. So why don't we just move on? Enforce the rules that are already there. Just keep going. Because there's no reason to have this. No reason for the red and the blue. Why don't we all wear purple? Because if you combine the two colors, you get purple. So why can't we be combined as a family and move on? Be happy. Stop worrying about, oh, he's gay. Oh, she's lesbian. Oh, you know, the transvestite. No one cares. Move on, please.
Thank you, Ms. Sandos. All right, our final speaker is Ms. Abby Prokop. Ms. Prokop, welcome.
Good evening. Last one. My name is Abby Prokop, and I reside at 1000 Holt Avenue, Winter Park, 32789. I'd like to take a moment to address the council and tell you that I work at Rollins College. We have a non-discrimination policy that includes all of the words that you're talking about tonight. We were just ranked #1 by U.S. News Report for the 8th consecutive year in a row. Those of you worried about ranking, #1. I'd also like to take a moment to address the parents and students in the room. I am the daughter of a steel mill worker. I was raised on a multi-generational farm. I was a ballet dancer. I was a popular kid, homecoming crown and all. My parents were proud of me. I have become a strong Christian woman, a good community member. I have a master's degree. I have a successful career, a beautiful home, and I have a beautiful wife. My parents are still proud of me. I am standing here to ask you to choose your words carefully. Those who stood and spoke about your most important role being that of parents, I could not agree more with you. The conversation will not end after this meeting. There will be a vote, but the conversation will not end. You will go home to your children and you will teach them. You will teach them love, and you will teach them acceptance, and you will perhaps be teaching them acceptance of themselves, just like my parents taught me. The number of LGBT teen suicides is at an alarming rate. When we took a moment of silence, I took mine for Zach Harrington, a gay teen who killed himself after hearing remarks at a city council meeting, much like some of the comments made tonight. To the students here who identify as LGBT or questioning, because that's very real, you are normal, you are loved, and I am proud of you. Council members, I hope that you vote tonight to approve this policy, and you can join the parents in sending a clear message of acceptance to all students and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prokop. Okay. Board members, Mrs. Gordon, I'm going to recognize you first, but then, because she's had her button pushed for some time, why don't we try to follow more strictly than we usually do the parliamentary process, which is let's take up questions first after Mrs. Gordon goes, because I think there are a number of board members who may have questions, and then we'll take up any discussion or debate on the issue. Mrs. Gordon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I think I had so much written down. I don't remember all of the pieces of paper I wrote them on, but just to clear the air, I do appreciate one of the speakers stating that they did get a notice, and it has been advertised, and in all fairness to our department, we do advertise by law the procedures in which we have to follow a public hearing. We would be in violation, and since you said we did not get the notice to you, you know, I don't want to just say you didn't follow through and keep up, but it's on the website, but you didn't follow through and keep up. Because if you kept up, you would have known that this public hearing is here because you heard other people stating it. I just think the shock of it and the nature of it, I do want you to know you're number one with the Orlando Sentinel tonight, because they've already released a very long story, and I wish that had not been released because all the facts are not in. We're not even finished with our hearing. And my point was, and in all fairness, that I wanted to comment, Mr. Chairman, on a law that we have for zoning. And I think the only error we may have made is that we did not make a policy for controversial hearings and hearings that would go past 10 o'clock. We as a board had agreed for our zoning, and in all fairness to the people in the audience, that we would start meetings of controversial, that the TV media that is still in the room, so you know it's hot, and they have been broadcasting also. I think that's why I was frustrated, because I couldn't get everything operating up here like I wanted. And they are putting out what they want to put out, but we are the 8 board members that will put out the truth and put out where this policy is going to go. I do feel that in all fairness, we are supposed to allow board discussion for a while. I don't know how you all are going to be able to do that. And I sit here and listen to every single one of you, and which I do want to hear, especially those board members that was at the September meeting. Ms. Cadle, Mr. Roach, and I were not privy at that particular time to be at that meeting because of other commitments that we had made, and it was a work session. I would like to make that clear, since that's out in the media already. And then for those who were at the meeting and made the decision to bring the change to the board, I want to thank you for doing that so that we would have something to work with. But in all fairness, I think we need to go back and look quickly, and this is not the part of the agenda to do it, Mr. Chairman, but you have statement of policy level issues that the board would like to agenda, and I would like to agenda this ASAP to have staff and the superintendent and the board immediately get workshop versus board meetings. We already have on file JC rezoning for public hearings. We need to, even if we have to re-advertise for public hearing, anything that we may add tonight within our discussion, it is always left up to the board chair to determine that additional time is needed. And I'm going to ask the mercy of the chairman tonight we make statements, and then I'm asking you as chairman tonight, I need, as a board member, additional time to peruse and to go over all the comments I've written. I've dumped from one side to another, and I'm wearing my red because of Christmas and the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, okay? And I do have, you saw at my swearing in, and I love one person that came forward and said that they have gay and lesbians and transsexuals in their family and those of other persuasion. I also have that in my family also. There were comments made about being born. I'm sorry, I totally have to make my statement there, Mr. Chairman, for the lady that have the wife sitting next to Commissioner Patty Sheen. I agree, you may have been born like that, but my daughter was born a girl under Dr. James V. Werber in the hospital. Most of my friends' children, They have changed over to whatever they chose to be, and I've learned to love my child in spite of what they chose to be. But I know what's on the birth certificate. I don't know what's on yours, but my child was born a girl. And I want the record to state that. So when I speak about this, I'm speaking by experience and what I've lived. But that statement was made that someone said that they were born this way, and I wrote it down, and they did say they had a wife, so it wasn't you. I do apologize, but I thought it was because I'm looking at my notes. But, Mr. Chairman, I am going to ask if board members would like to make their comments. I'm asking you for us to go back and even get the workshop versus board public hearings. We have workshop rezonings and public hearings, and we could pretty much mimic that language. I had John Pomerani to look it up tonight for us. He did a great job of finding file. JC, other board members, you definitely want to go back and peruse that. We adopted that policy on June the 28th, 11. I don't think we would be doing anybody any good tonight to try to vote on this critical issue. There are some things that I would like to ask General Counsel about. I heard additional things. I think of Mary Vitter, and I hope I didn't get her name wrong. She called me and gave me some extra legal information that she felt that our attorney was not privileged to. I did hear some of that tonight, and I would like to research it to make sure that we are on the right path. But, Mr. Chairman, my part that I'm asking of you, you have the power in our policies at any meeting to determine additional time if needed, and for public hearings. But even though it was for zoning, but I feel that the language said additional time is needed for public hearing for the board, for board discussion. And I feel that most of us, we have children, we have to go to work. It's already another day. And I do not feel that I will be any good to this audience. I'm almost fast asleep on you. And I took 5 cap naps. And Kathleen said behind me that she couldn't take it. She needed 2 hours. I don't need but 5 minutes. But I don't feel that if I got another 5 minutes from you, which is so gracious, it's going to do me any good. I believe my brain is almost gone. So if you would address that for me, Mr. Chairman, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Gordon. I don't believe I have that power. To be candid, sometimes I wish I did, but I think if you were to make a motion on that point, I think it would require a motion either to postpone to a date certain or to lay on the table indefinitely. And that's how we would have to do it from a Robert's Rules procedure. I will tell you this, Mrs. Gordon, though, we will tee up a work session in the future before next summer on a discussion on policies, work session, workshop policies on controversial issues. Thank you, Mrs. Gordon. Mrs. Robinson.
Yes, I have a question that it's not really a question. I'd like for Superintendent, either yourself or Mr. Rodriguez, to address the comments and concerns tonight on the restroom and the use of locker rooms, et cetera, for our current transgender students that we currently have.
Board members, and I know that some of you, I've met with each of you, or some of you individually, and some have not during the course of this discussion. And yesterday, this question was also posed by the media. With regards to restrooms, we have had transgendered individuals, students, not teachers, but in those instances, we have worked to accommodate. So that means the use of a faculty bathroom or some other means so that neither the child nor those using the restroom are in any way, shape, or form impacted by their right to privacy when they use the restroom. But in our experience, we've had my 2.5 years as general counsel, I've seen 5 cases in our office. That does not mean there have not been other cases in in schools that did not rise to the level of legal review. but that's the information in terms of how we've handled it from a school district up until now. I'm not aware of any instances where a transgendered child has been using facilities, lockers, restrooms of a sex in which they were not naturally born in or born at.
Thank you. So with this policy, if it passes tonight as it stands, you don't foresee us having restroom issues going forward based on our, I mean, the policy's been in place for 4 years to already accept these two classes of individuals as they are, and we haven't had a concern. We haven't had, and I'm also assuming if a boy went in the girls' restroom or the girls' locker room, regardless of who they said, they're going to get in trouble for that. That is not acceptable. Am I correct?
That is correct, and that applies to, you know, adults as well as children. I mean, you're supposed to go to the bathroom which you're designated to go to. Again, we work closely, the district has worked closely with those parents that have identified their children as transgendered for a variety of different reasons. That is not to say, however, that if a child registers on day one as transgendered, we're not aware of it, that child would not go into a bathroom that we cannot control. But this policy would have no impact on that, as I understand it. And Mr. Palmerini, is there anything to add on that particular topic? Okay.
Also, I wanted to ask, there was mention tonight of a case that I believe was in Michigan, and I've already asked this question to you and Mr. Palmerini, but I'd like for you to address it for the crowd tonight. The instance, I guess, if I remember correctly, was a male said he was a female, went in the women's locker room, I believe, and then proceeded to sit with his legs apart and show his genitals. Is that, that obviously is something we would not, I mean, that's not acceptable, and this policy will not make that acceptable, correct?
Mr. Palmerini and I became aware of that information as of this morning through some correspondence from a constituent. Obviously, this is a situation in Washington with one individual at a state college. I'm not familiar with the laws in Washington. It appears that from the article and the commentary and the language of the letter, they're not able to prosecute this particular individual. However, in Florida, exposing your genitalia to others, whether it's of the same sex or otherwise, is prohibited. This policy would not in any way, shape, or form allow for any illegal activity to be ratified or endorsed. That's not, we don't have that authority. When I say we, I say the board does not have the authority to authorize illegal activity.
Okay, so in line with that, this policy also will not give anyone permission to do any criminal act against any of our students, male, female, or any of our teachers. I mean, it is prohibited by law to do any criminal acts sexually. There's been talk tonight of pedophiles. That is against the law and will remain against the law. This will not alter that, correct?
In that same correspondence, there was reference of the lack of a definition for sexual orientation. And just for the record, again, sexual orientation has been defined by the courts. I know of no opinion, legal or otherwise, that defines sexual orientation to include pedophilia, or the other comment that was raised in that letter was, I think it's bestiality, but it's having sex with animals. That's not permitted. It's not part of the legal definition of sexual orientation. It's certainly not something that the district would allow or endorse. And if an individual participates in those kinds of activities, regardless of what the policy says, whether you adopt it or not, Orange County Public Schools, as the employer, would have every right to move for an expedient termination on that basis. Mr. Palmerini?
Under 1012-315, indecent exposure is under Chapter 800. That is a disqualifying offense under the statute for being an instructional employee within the district. Also under 435.04, it's the Level 2 background screen statute. And that statute says in order to be eligible for employment, you can't be charged and awaiting disposition on certain enumerated offenses, and one of them again would be indecent exposure under Chapter 800. So if that happened in one of our schools, regardless, heterosexual, homosexual, they would be disqualified from employment, and we would move to terminate them on the basis of those two statutes.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Flynn.
Thank you. First, I wanted to address Mrs. Gordon's request for postponing or taking the discussion afterwards. I do want to say I don't support starting this whole process again. Okay. I just wanted to let you know I'm ready to deal with it tonight. I do have some questions. There were two questions regarding existing law. And the first was from an opponent who mentioned that there are no federal or state laws that protect the classification of gender identity and expression. So, Mr. Palmerini or Mr. Chair, if the attorneys could answer that. And then on the proponents, they were saying that if we didn't include this policy because of existing federal law, that we could be I'm paraphrasing here, be subject to some legal liabilities. So could you elaborate on those two?
I will. Mr. Palmerini is the expert, but let me take an initial stab and let him fill in the blanks. First, with regards to the comment about the federal law, I made note of that comment as well. There is specifically no federal legislation that's language adopted by Congress that includes gender identity or expression, to my knowledge. However, there have been courts that have interpreted some of the existing Title VII, Title IX provisions, and then based on those legal interpretations by courts, those become, in essence, law, because if a court interprets a particular statute, federal, state, or otherwise, and you're in that jurisdiction, you would be subject to the requirements of that provision. So that, I think, it's a modest distinction, but the speaker, I think, was correct, because there is no legislation. Most people think of legislation as the law, but in essence, court decisions can, in turn, become the law, even if they're not subsequently modified. With regards to, and Mr. Palmerini, anything to add on that?
That's the 11th Circuit, which is in Atlanta, the federal 11th Circuit. Florida is in the 11th Circuit. So any decisions passed by the 11th Circuit are binding precedent upon us. And the case is Glenn versus Brumby. And there's just a couple quotes. In that case, it was an employee at the Office of Legal Counsel in Georgia who was biologically a male and was transitioning to female. And he then presented as going to be working as female, and he was fired by his supervisor just on that basis because they thought it was abnormal, and you know, other people would be uncomfortable with it. And the court was very clear and succinct in its holdings, and I just want to read a couple statements from the decision just so you understand how clear they got. It says, the question here is whether discriminating against someone on the basis of his or her gender nonconformity constitutes sex-based discrimination under the Equal Protection Clause. Now, this was a case brought pursuant to the United States Constitution. The violation of the Equal Protection Clause is prohibition on sex discrimination. And the court held, for the reasons discussed below, we hold that it does. And then they further go on to say, we conclude a government agent, which I believe we would be included as a government agent, violates the Equal Protection Clause's prohibition of sex-based discrimination when he or she fires a transgender or transsexual employee because of his or her gender nonconformity. So that decision, in the way we're reading it, is you cannot terminate an employee who's transsexual. It will violate the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. So that's with respect to the federal decision that's been rendered.
Sorry. The second half of your question was with regards to whether or not the adoption of this policy would create any litigation issues. There is an affirmative defense that the district could raise if the policy is adopted. The advantage to the district would be if we have a policy that says no discrimination, and if in fact it's reported accurately and correctly, and if in fact the district undertakes whatever investigation is promulgated or required under that policy, we could then argue in federal court or wherever the lawsuit is filed, and it's typically federal court, that we have followed those procedures, and therefore, as an affirmative defense, the case should be dismissed because we have followed our procedures. However, that's not to say that if the policy is not adopted today, that we are, I think as one advocate put it before the meeting, that there's a strict liability. In other words, without the policy, that the lawsuit would go forward and we would have no defenses. It simply just means we would have one less bullet in our chamber to argue before the court, possibly different standard, different presumption, different evidentiary requirements. Maybe the presumption would shift. But in essence, the passage or rejection of the policy will still require us to defend that matter in court. It just adds some additional protections, assuming all of the steps have been followed. I will also caution that if the policy is adopted and we don't follow those procedures, it could also turn around and be even more problematic for the district, because now you've implemented a policy and have failed to follow it accurately and correctly. So since some of the requirements are under my office, I would fully expect that we would follow those procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know my time is up, but I'll be putting the notification back on again because I do have some other questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Flynn. Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chair, we have come to this issue from different perspectives, and we did have a work session, but we didn't really get into all the specifics of this issue. And I have several questions I'm not even sure staff could answer tonight that are going to require some statistics and data, because I don't think in our meeting we really delved into the data. The one thing that I've heard from both sides tonight and was that we needed to, I heard it from both sides. At one point, they all waved their hands at the same time towards the end and said that they would like for us to enforce the current policies that we already have, whether it was bullying, I forget what the other one is now, but just, yeah, there's another one too, Nancy. I'm sorry, I just flipped off that screen. So I could certainly go ahead and try to get all my questions answered, but I think for everyone in this room, it's a very polarizing issue, and this district has been doing incredibly well in the last few years moving together. We've had to weather budget cuts. We've had to deal with policies coming at light speed from Tallahassee. So to me, the overriding issue is that when we end this, our questions are all properly answered, and we can move forward together as a healthy, functioning district. So when I hear, are we enforcing the policies already in place, then that I have a series of questions that I'd like to go back to the folks in with the policy. What do you call? I'm tired. I'm not expressing myself. The code of conduct, and look at all of the enforcement. Look at the number of bullying. Look at, have we had students who were denied educational services or opportunities based on their sexual orientation? Have we denied any employment of our employees, teachers, or classified based on their sexual orientation? And I have a whole series of this type of questions that probably deserve and require data. And I apologize because I didn't think about it before when we were at that other meeting, and I could have gone and gotten all these questions answered. But these folks out here tonight have engendered a lot of other data. And I think at the end of the day, this side of the room wants to know that their children are not being discriminated, and this side of the room wants to know that their children are not being discriminated against. So I could go two different ways, but I just feel in my heart, and I started off when I came here tonight, I want to get this over with and move on. But I almost think there's a place with the data that we can all walk away somewhat happy, and we can be sure that no one is being discriminated against. All of our children be educated. The religious views are not being trampled on, and these other children who have these gender identity issues are also having their educational needs met. So I think that's the goal. We have to move ahead as a district. So I could support Mrs. Gordon's motion for us to present all of our questions, to come back in a subsequent meeting, that there would be no public comment. This board would have all of our questions answered. We'd have a document. It would answer all the questions for them, and then this group would debate it. Because I know everyone in here is tired. We're all a little bit concerned we're going to say something we shouldn't say, because there's no one in this room who doesn't love children. There is no one in this room who doesn't want this district to be an A district and move forward. So that's where I am. I can go either direction. Mrs. Gordon, I'd be happy to make a motion and second it. If we have to sit at the table and put all of our questions on the table to come back with data, I'd be happy to do that as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I do want to clarify, if we come back at a later meeting, it would be by definition another adoption of a policy, and we would have to take public comment regardless. We cannot come back and not take public comment on a board policy adoption. Am I correct on that, Mr. Rodriguez?
I'm researching as we speak, because I do, the back of my mind, recall. Keep in mind the board is subject to rulemaking under Chapter 120.54. So something just tells me that this may be adjourned or moved forward. It's when you make substantive changes to the proposed policy that you absolutely have to come back with a renoticed workshop and a renoticed meeting. But I will continue to look for the answer as I field your questions this evening.
All right, thank you. And I do want to clarify, too, there is no motion currently on the floor. Ms. Gold.
Thank you. We didn't get a motion on. Thank you. Both.
First, I wanted to acknowledge the student speakers. I am very proud of all of the speakers that came up from our schools and had the tenacity to not only wait this out, but face such a large crowd, no matter what side of the issue they were on. I thought they were very articulate. Unfortunately, being the newest kid on the block here, I am probably the one that has the most questions now. And I've tried to do some homework over the last, week or so since this came onto the agenda. I was not here for the workshop. But one question that came up is that we do have a policy, and both Ms. Robinson and Ms. Moore referred to that. Does this... why do we need to have it in this policy if we have a procedure right now for the harassment and discrimination policy and the bullying policy? What does this do that's different or cover?
Okay, I will refrain from answering the why, because I think that's really a board decision on policy. I will tell you the what it does differently, and that is the two policies before you are different in that one, JB, deals with non-discrimination admission of students, the non-discrimination respect for the individual, and the student grievance and complaint procedures. So under policy JB, different from ADD is the process and who you would issue your complaint to. Under ADD, which is the bullying policy, you would report your complaint to the principal within 10 days, and then presumably the principal would have 10 days to respond. Under policy JB, you would report your grievance to the EEO officer, which in our office is Ms. Carrie Ann Reggio, and she would then investigate it in a different manner. Similarly, policy GBA deals with non-discrimination of employees, and again, those complaints would be filed with the EEO officer as opposed to the principal, which is what the bullying policy provides for. So it's a separate and additional remedy or relief for the person who's alleging discrimination. It also, I think, has and John maybe can help me with this as well, but I think it increases the ability perhaps for that individual, if they're not satisfied with the EEO investigation, to then be able to pursue that in a legal courtroom, a court of competent jurisdiction. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Palmerini?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So those are the two key distinctions that the policies provide, and but as to the why, I think you can ask your fellow board members, perhaps.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, I have two things I'd like you to elucidate upon. First is, can you, first, just for the benefit of the audience, tell them a little bit about the notice procedure under the Administrative Procedure Act, how many days that this policy was advertised, and also how many days that we advertised the two prior, the prior work session and the prior workshop. And then I'd like you to explain to the audience, outside of the area of zonings, do we advertise or notice any of the controversial policies that we take up on this board, of which there are probably a half dozen a year, any differently than we did this one?
With regards to all three, there were 3 notices in the paper with regards to these policies, and the reason that was the case is that on September 2nd, we took out an ad in the Orlando Sentinel advertising not only this policy but several other policies that were up for consideration by the board. That policy reflected that there would be a workshop on September 20th and was very explicit and clear as to what actions the board was contemplating. It should be noted as well that on August 30th, 2 days, the Friday before, these notices get published in the paper on Sundays, and that's the legal requirement, is that we publish it in the newspaper. But 2 days before, on Fridays, our Media Relations Department receives the notice from Ms. McGill on Wednesday, and on that Friday, they send out a media advisory. Now, to our friends from 1270 AM, that I know this is the speaker that spoke here earlier, I have confirmed from our Media Relations Department that 1270 AM was not noticed. So one thing we can take back is that we need to add them to the list. I do know that they did contact. It's a standard list of media, email addresses and so forth, so they would have contacted everyone that's on their list, including Spanish radio stations. So I want to make sure that that is part of the record. We did the same thing again on October 12th. A media advisory went out. October 14th, it was published in the paper, and that was for your workshop scheduled on November 8th. And then once again, we did the same thing for tonight's meeting. A media advisory went out on November 9th, published in the paper on November 11th. In addition to that, there is a posting downstairs in which anyone and everyone that has an interest in school board activities would be able to see the exact notice or information regarding that information. We also post on our website when the school board meetings are held, and 7 days prior, pursuant to law, we provide a copy of the proposed agenda. So as of last Tuesday, those that were interested would have seen the agenda, would have included this item as well.
I've also heard an argument that if we were to fail to adopt a policy tonight, that we would be subject, I'm going to go back to the strict liability issue. Can you take that out of legalese and explain to the audience and the board what strict liability is by definition? And this next question is somewhat rhetorical from lawyer to lawyer, but I think it needs to be expounded upon. There are 67 school districts in this state. I'm not sure how many have this identical policy in it, but I am confident that there's 40 or 50 that do not. Are they all subject to any form of strict liability by their failure to adopt a policy on the issue of gender expression or identity?
Let me let Mr. Palmerini delve a little bit more on the strict liability issue in terms of that, but I will share with you that I think we had initially reviewed the policies of other districts as per the request of one or several board members. We shared that information with memorandums to board members. I think, as you may recall, some districts had similar or identical language, others did not. And the short answer is no. I do not believe it creates any issues with strict liability, but Mr. Palmerini can explain that difference and perhaps expand upon my answer.
That's correct. There's no such thing as strict liability within the anti-discrimination statutes, meaning the failure to have a policy would not automatically make us liable for discrimination by the person bringing the suit. What this issue goes to is what's known as in the law as the Farragher defense. That springs from a United States Supreme Court decision in 1998, Farragher versus City of Boca Raton, F-A-G-H-E-R, and I know I've just butchered that because it's 12:30, I'm sorry. But that decision laid out a process by which the employer can set up policies to investigate discrimination in hostile work environment. And what that case says is, as Mr. Rodriguez mentioned earlier, we have an affirmative defense if we have set up an investigatory procedure within our policy to investigate claims of discrimination in hostile work environment. And to the extent that the employee does not take the internal process to have their claim investigated, then we would have an affirmative defense that would bar the plaintiff from liability because they didn't undertake their responsibility under the law to have the investigation investigated internally. Because what the Supreme Court's trying to encourage is maybe if the employer is made aware of this situation beforehand and is given a chance to remedy it, it gets remedied prior to ever getting to a court system where everybody's engaged in litigation and engaged in the cost of litigation. So there's no such thing as strict liability, but what it does provide us is an affirmative defense if we have the policy and it's not utilized by the complaining employee.
All right, thank you, Mr. Palmerini. Mr. Roach.
Mrs. Gould, you asked my question. You're not doing too bad.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Ms. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My other question was in regard to the claim that this would infringe upon any person's First Amendment rights. Could you explain that a little bit more or answer that? Would this or would this not? I mean, in the context of children being in school or employees.
My sense, Ms. Flynn, is that a First Amendment right, first of all, has a very difficult hurdle to overcome. Certain speech is protected in certain instances, and then in other instances, it is not. And the example I think we've discussed is if an employee decides to make a comment about his or her religious beliefs, that employee cannot be retaliated against, discriminated against, or otherwise. However, if the employee turns the environment at the workplace into a hostile work environment because of repeated speech, then the employee essentially loses his or her right to make those repeated comments. I'm not aware of any policy enactments that have resulted in litigation by individual plaintiffs arguing that their free speech has been chilled, which is the legal term for saying they've not had the right to express themselves in the workplace. But I'm sure it's a matter of time before something like that arises, and someone will have to defend it and see if that passes muster. Mr. Palmerini, any comments on that question?
Employees have the right, they do not lose their right to free speech when they walk in the door, and the United States Supreme Court has made that clear. But you are also, while you are a government entity, you also function as a dual role as a government employer. And the government employer has the right, it's a balancing test. Employees get the right to speak on matters of public concern. However, if that becomes disruptive in the work environment, in the manner in which the speech is engaged in, and it causes problems and it disrupts the employer's workforce and it disrupts the employer's operations, the courts have held that that right can override the absolute right of an employee to free speech when they are a government employee. You all had a case when, with an employee a few years ago who wrote a very incendiary letter to the congressman regarding various ethnic and racial groups that got to the media, and there was picketing in front of that teacher's school. And that teacher ended up, it was questioned whether or not that teacher resigned or was terminated, but the court ultimately upheld this board's right to no longer employ that employee because she, by her conduct, disrupted the operation of this school, and you as the employer have the right to vindicate that and not have that kind of disruption based upon an employee's free speech.
So you don't see this policy as having any effect upon an employee or a student's First Amendment right of speech?
As long as it's being done in a manner that's not disrupting the operation of the school, no, I think they get to state their opinion, but the minute that it becomes disruptive to the educational environment and to the work environment, you lose protection.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, but I also, depending on when we get to other parts of our meeting, but I did want to thank everybody who has stayed this late and for comments on both sides. I think it's been very enlightening. Thank you.
Yeah. Amen. Mrs. Gordon? No, I'm okay. You're okay? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Gordon. Ms. Moore?
Mr. Chair, this question will probably be directed back towards Mr. Rodriguez. I'm hoping he'll have the answer about continuing this meeting at some point here, because once I hear that, then I can make a motion. I have the Code of Conduct up, which I was referencing last time under, it's a level 3, disrespect D. It says conduct or behavior that lacks regard, civility, politeness, and or courteous consideration, which goes beyond the bounds of acceptable student behavior, more serious than level 2. And so I know we've touched on it. I'm just trying to understand if Mr. Rodriguez, if you explained, if I understood correctly, the way we handle these types of issues now, it would go through the principal. So the principal would deal with a teacher, other students right there in the immediate school. If we pass this new policy, then we're sending it downtown, which then has more arms for litigation. So my question is, have we actually had any cases that were unable to be resolved through the processes we already have in place in terms of a child being denied educational services or opportunities because of their sexual orientation?
Luckily, I have Ms. Fernandez on our legal team as well. My understanding is that our office has reviewed in the past 2.5 years 5 separate cases. None of those resulted in litigation. They all resulted in further examination and review by our office as to the rights of those children. I'm not aware of any cases with regards to employees, and that's on the issue of transgendered children, so let me be clear. I'm not aware of any cases as it pertains to individuals, whether employees or teachers, with regards to sexual orientation. But
okay, so then were the cases based on bullying, or was it opportunities and services that were being denied or alleged to be denied?
Let me have Ms. Fernandez come up to the microphones. This is cases that she would have handled principally, and I hate to put her on the spot, but she's here and she's
I apologize for doing that as well. I did not have this question until after listening to all our guests.
Mrs. Moore, in those particular cases, what we had were accommodations that were requested by the students in order to meet their educational needs, and we were able to make those accommodations.
So you were able to make those accommodations under the current rules that we already have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then a follow-up question. I wanted to ask about religious groups who rent our facilities. Mr. Rodriguez, are there any prohibitions in that contract? Again, I apologize not for pulling up the contract. Do our policies on the books now impact what would be said in one of those meetings, and then subsequently, would the new policy change that in any way in terms of the rights of groups who rent our facilities for a church service or any type of meeting of that sort?
Well, this could be handled by Ms. Eileen and Ms. Fernandez as well, but in essence, when we lease our facilities to another party, they essentially have control and domain of that room, the facility, whatever area they're leasing for the limited purpose during that period of time. There certainly is no ability on the school district to impose any kind of requirements about what speech can or cannot be said during that period of time. So, for example, we have a couple of schools in which churches actually lease some of our facilities. The school is a beneficiary of rent that is collected during that period of time. Certain obligations are carried forth, but this would not have any impact on that if I understand your question correctly. Yeah.
Right. So just to make sure I understand correctly, there's no impact with the policies as they are now, and there would not be any additional impact with adopting the new policies for those renting our facilities.
That's correct.
Okay. How much time do I have? I've got one more question.
20 seconds.
Okay, I can come back. Thank you.
Mrs. Gordon.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I heard Ms. Moore said that she would like to come back. I was going to go ahead and call for the question. Since you've conducted yourself in such a wonderful manner tonight, I cannot believe that you've heard everybody. We didn't have to put anybody out by the police officer. And we're dragging along here now, waiting for comments. And I wanted to hear everybody's comments. I did want to get the part from Mr. Rodriguez. He answered, which cleared up clarification for me. Mr. John Pomerani also did an excellent job, and you did also, bringing to front. So I would call for the questions pending Mrs. Moore's comments.
Well, let me do this.
Unless you have additional comments.
Okay. I don't know if you want to make a motion at this time, but do you want me to go to Mrs. Moore first, or do you want
Yes,
to make
sir.
a motion?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Let's do this. Before I go to you, Ms. Gold had pushed her button, Ms. Moore, so I'm going to go to Ms. Gold and then you, okay? Ms. Gold.
This is not so much a question as it is a comment. And I think because, again, I'm the newest one here and really participating in this conversation for the first time, it is everyone's responsibility to understand the law or the rules of things. So when meetings are notified, we as citizens are accountable to keep track of what's going on in our schools and such. So that aside, obviously, once the word got out, there was a lot of discussion and a lot of commentary that came forth tonight. It may be because I haven't been steeped in this issue as long. I feel like I still have a lot of unanswered questions, more than I do a solid foundation on how to vote. So that is just more of an observation and a comment, not to say that people shouldn't pay attention and scold us for not noticing, but at the same time, once word did get out, we had a lot of people here who were concerned, and I'm afraid that we're going to still leave people in the community unheard.
All right, thank you. Ms. Moore, and then I'm going to go to, if she would like, Mrs. Gordon. Ms. Moore?
Mrs. Gordon, I'm happy to oblige your request. I'm just not sure what it is. You want me to comment or finish my last question?
Finish your comments, because we wanted to hear everybody's comments.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'll reiterate what I said, especially with what Mrs. Gould just said. Mr. Rodriguez, did you have an answer for our question earlier in terms of if we adjourn, postpone, if we can take this up to get all of the data back, her questions answered? If we have other community members who would like to communicate with us, can we come back and not have to go through the entire process from start to finish again?
I'm looking at Chapter 120.54. I'm not sure that that provision really contemplates a continuation. There is a provision here that talks about resuming a separate proceeding regarding rulemaking, I would just say that in an abundance of caution, you would be noticing a workshop or noticing a hearing again, and we would have to make sure we're timely in terms of the time frame, because you can only do it within 90 days of your first workshop. And I think our last workshop was sometime back in, what did we say, November 9th. So with the holiday break, we'd have to do it in early January at the latest. That being said, if my legal opinion changes between now and tomorrow, obviously before we notice it, I would let the board know. But as of right now, I'd have to say that most likely you'd have to have another public hearing, which would open the door up for further comment.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mrs. Gordon.
If it's appropriate, Mr. Chairman, I do know we have 2 items on the
Yes, from a strictly, and let me get us in the proper posture here. We're on agenda item 3.01, which are modifications to policy JB, non-discriminatory admission of students.
And with that in mind, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the policy changes to policy 301 JB.
Okay, it's been moved and by Mrs. Gordon and seconded by Mrs. Robinson that we approve the changes to file JB. Ms. Moore.
Yes, Nancy did.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make an amendment to delete the gender identity or expression.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Moore to delete the phrase gender identity or expression where used throughout that policy JB. Is there a second to that motion?
Mrs. Moore, I don't necessarily agree with that, but out of courtesy to you, I'll second it so you can voice your opinion on it.
All right, everybody understand the posture we're in right now. Ms. Moore has made an amendment to delete the language gender identity or expression out of policy JB. Mrs. Robinson.
I won't support adding that amendment for the, because we do have policy ADD, which currently includes sexual orientation and gender identity or expression. And I'm not comfortable protecting our students and our employees from harassment and bullying of those 2 items, but then not protecting them from discrimination also. So I won't support that amendment.
Ms. Flynn?
I don't support the amendment either. I think it should go forth as written, as brought to the board, and we should vote it either up or down. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Moore?
I'll probably reiterate some of the things I mentioned earlier. I think it's a very polarizing issue, and I think if we had had more time, we could have brought this to a place where everyone could have been satisfied with the policies being enforced, because I don't support bullying, I don't support harassment, I don't support discrimination of any student for any reason, and I think it's still polarizing. I don't think we've had proper time to be able to develop this in a way that we could all walk out of here and consider it a win. So I would really request the rest of the board would support me on this. I realize what that would do is going to send it right back. And so we can then again try to answer all the questions, get the data, and try and get this where everyone can support it. Thank you.
All right, I punched my button. I'm going to speak on this, and board members, bear with me, because I think this is an important issue and one that, as all of us have, I've struggled with. I am in support of this amendment, and to delete gender identity or expression from the proposed anti-discrimination policy, but I'd like to take an opportunity to explain why. Last year, we began working on adding domestic partner benefits for same-sex partners and began the process of amending our policies to prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. We have worked on the issue through 2 publicly noticed meetings, open meetings, work sessions of the entire board, and through at least 2 publicly noticed open meetings between board members. I say this because it has been erroneously reported by opponents of this issue that this was done secretively. This is untrue. As a governmental body governed by the Sunshine Laws, our meetings are advertised and open to the public. For me, this has always been purely a benefits issue for our employees and an anti-discrimination measure designed to protect gay employees from discrimination. This issue is not about allowing boys to shower with girls. It is not about men using the women's restroom. It is not about curriculum. It is not about pushing a social agenda. It is simply about prohibiting discrimination. When we have faced these issues in the past, we have made accommodations to minimize disruption to the learning environment. And if faced with the issues in the future, I am confident that we will make similar accommodations. Discrimination on the basis of gender identity or expression is already expressly prohibited by federal law. Both the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission in the decision of Macy v. Holder and the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in Glenn v. Brumby have conclusively held that discrimination against an individual on the basis of gender identity is unlawful sex discrimination protected by Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. No state or local government, no any private employer of more than 15 employees may discriminate on the basis of gender identity or expression. I think that's been lost tonight. Only Congress can change the law in this regard. And those who have spoken tonight in opposition to this level of protection may wish to speak with their congressman or woman. Nobody on this board has the ability to change what is already federal law. Well, our process is one in which we direct staff to prepare a draft policy, typically one which includes all options, and then we vote on the policy at the board table. I want to emphasize tonight's vote will be the first one by any member of this board on the issue addressed by the proposed policy. Gender identity or expression was included in the draft policy because federal law requires such protection, and that language has become commonplace in local government and school board policies. For example, 4 of the other large 6 school districts in Florida, Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and Hillsborough, already include that language in their policies. I'm voting, however, to take gender identity or expression out of the proposed anti-discrimination policies because I have come to realize that the inclusion of that language has become a distraction from our mission of educating children and has led to undue concern and confusion by many in our community. I'm going to go off script here for a moment. I'm going to make an anecdotal observation. I used to coach Pop Warner football for little boys. And one of the first things that you learn when you're a Pop Warner coach is when you see that little 6- and 7-year-old all bundled up in all those pads and moving as slow as they can, that it's virtually impossible for those little kids to get hurt. But those little kids sometimes can be terrified of getting hit. And one of the first things you learn as a coach is that while their fear may not seem rational to you, to that little 6- or 7-year-old boy, it's a very, very real fear. And I only say that because I don't agree with almost everything I've heard about the fears expressed by opponents tonight. But I do acknowledge out of respect for them that to them those fears are very, very real. And while I may not agree with them, I do think this has distracted us needlessly, this language, from our mission of educating children, and I agree with that expression. I'm also voting to take out that language because federal law already prohibits discrimination on the basis of gender identity or expression. Those decisions apply to OCPS whether we add this language or not, and there is simply no need to sow further confusion on the issue, stoke anger, or distract us from our mission of providing a high-quality education to our community's children. I will share with you, members of this board, that very little of my decision, and I do not mean this to be disrespectful to the speakers tonight, very little of my decision was affected by the folks who spoke tonight or who emailed me. But it was immensely affected by the fact that I've bounced off this issue off probably 3 to 4 dozen citizens who tend to be not political from all ends of the political spectrum, Democrat, Republican, liberal, moderate, conservative. And each and every person, when I've posited this question to them or asked them about it, have all had the same expression almost without exception, which is, Bill, you know, I don't know. I just don't know if I want to go that far. I don't know if I want to have that conversation with my 7 or 8-year-old child. I will say in closing that federal law, however, and again, I know I'm making a statement here, it's not going to please everybody, but federal law, however, does not clearly protect against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, which is why I support adding the protection and the prohibition against sexual orientation to our board policies, because that is an area of law that does need to be clarified, in my opinion, in our policies to make it very clear and to provide the legal groundwork for anybody to sure their rights are protected if they are gay or lesbian, and that they have a solid legal basis for taking actions in the courts to prevent discrimination against them. So thank you for allowing me to make that statement. And with that, I don't have any other speakers lined up. Does anybody else want to speak on this issue? Mr. Roach.
Are we voting on both of them right here? Or just on the students?
And right now, we're just on file JB, and we're on the, just lost my, did somebody take my policy? We're on file JB, and we're on Ms. Moore's amendment to delete the phrase gender identity or expression from the proposed policy.
We're just on the amendment right now.
Just on the amendment, yes, sir.
That's all I need.
Did you want to speak on that? Okay, Ms. Flynn.
Thank you. I certainly realize the sensitivity around this issue, but we keep repeating that there is federal law out there. I feel that this would be advantageous for us to keep this wording in because it does bring us in line with what federal law is already protecting us to do. So it would be advantageous. This is an opportunity for us to explain what this means and what it doesn't mean, to calm that confusion out there. We're already bound by federal law. Why can't we bring it in under federal law? I think there's a benefit for us having it in there. We've already discussed what it would mean in regard to unisex bathrooms, what it would mean about freedom of speech, what it would mean about the liability, the strict liability. I just believe that we might not be able to calm all the fears, I understand that, but it does give us an opportunity to explain it. I, like you, have spoken to people. When you explain what it means and what it doesn't mean, there is a calming effect. It's like, oh, okay. So I'd like to see the wording continue to be in the proposals.
Ms. Moore.
Mrs. Flynn, there's kind of a unspoken thing in politics. If you have to explain it, you've lost. We need the support of every person in this community. If the rights are protected by federal law, then to go this far, you can see the controversy that it's presented in the room. So we know the rights of gay, lesbian, and transsexuals will be protected because of federal law. We understand that, but it's the perception. This district has enjoyed a tremendous amount of success, and we've had the support of all communities. I don't think any of us want to spend the next few years having to talk about this instead of where we've got to get with our issue with the technology improvements, with the Common Core standards, and continuing to have enough funding in this district for all these mandates. And so, to me, it's divisive with no inherent gain. And I always say when there's a problem, you solve the problem closest to the person. The way the policy is now, it's the principal, it's the teacher, it's the school. I don't think we need to send everything down to Mr. Rodriguez's office if it can be solved closest to the problem. And so I still would ask the rest of the board to please support my amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moore. Mrs. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board members. Mrs. Moore, I do understand, what you're saying. I just didn't get clarity. Were you at the meeting when you all did the changes? And I know you did talk about the sexual orientation. Was it a reason why you did not bring up the gender identity or expression? Because you were at that work session.
Mrs. Gordon, at that meeting, I always supported just the first and not the gender identity. My position really has not changed, if
Well,
that's what you're asking me.
That's what I'm asking. When you said in your notes you had that you would support, but just the sexual orientation part.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Well, and then for me, it will be broken and it would be hard. And I know you stated that if we take it out, we will have to go on and on. I'm saying, no, you said to take it out. I feel if we leave it in, then we could move on. And I think I heard parents state that tonight. I heard George Collins made a statement, and Carolyn, the parent from Eagles Nest. I feel that if you take that out, you're just leaving out so much. I know about the students because I work with those students every day for the last 18 years, well, longer than that, but I'm talking about where everybody's made it known. I think I admire the young lady that got up from Lake Nona and said how she just loves her school. I hope my children love my school in Osceola because we let them just be themselves. And I love my principal for allowing them, and that's one thing I told you we're going to do. I would love to support that with you, but it just seems as if it would just be broken for me because you can't take one part of it and leave out the other because I'm going to go all, I want to go real back for a little while where when we had when we first worked on this, it was so much going on in South Florida, and I told the general counsel that tonight, and the media was making a big thing out of it like they're doing tonight. And we passed the very first. We worked with teachers that had sexual orientation. I mean, it wasn't a secret, but I mean, and they don't mind us even calling names, but there were certain teachers that worked with us through the union and through not being union members that helped us, and like one gentleman said, to talk about getting that very first policy written, and we didn't make a big deal out of it. We just did what we thought was the right thing to do for a group of people. And like somebody said, you just can't go doing, and say, do this with this group, do this with this group. But then when you begin to think of rights of people like the disabled, they talked about with the wheelchairs and everybody wanting the closest parking space, and then we have to walk, even if we go to the doctor. I think everybody has something, but I think that this gender identity or expression and even the genetic information, it means an awful lot. And if I voted for just that amendment and that one part, I feel we're going to have to address it again later on. And I do respect you and the chairman for giving us your strong feeling on it, but I would really like my motion that I asked, once we get your motion off the floor, to be addressed and take the whole motion, okay? So I could not agree to take it out.
Thank you, Mrs. Gordon. Ms. Gold.
I agree with Ms. Flynn and Ms. Gordon that we probably would need to look at this again, but I'm not sure putting it in the policy now is the best way to do that. You were talking about trying to implement it and try to get it behind us. From what I've heard here tonight, and again, this is my first exposure to this, but from what I've heard here tonight, I think there's a lot more conversation that has to happen at the community level about this and a lot more education that has to happen. I think that we would face it again, and rightfully so, but I'm not sure that, at least in my area of the community, that there has been enough discussion around this to even know how it is being handled now. And we heard over and over again tonight the concern about the bathrooms. I'll use that as an example since that was such a hot button in emails and discussion. We've already handled that. We need to communicate that, and I'm not sure after the fact those ears will be as open. And that's my concern.
Thank you, Ms. Golden. Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, I do want to speak on this, and when I said that, Mrs. Moore, that I may not necessarily agree with you. I think here's what I'm getting. I'm getting a vision of picking up a bunch of kids in a bus and taking off and leaving a certain segment behind, saying they'll be back to get you soon. That's really what it feels like to me tonight. And I'll tell you why that's like that. I think it's important for people to know where I come from, because I think every board member here votes based on who they are. We talked about who you are all night long. But I love public education because public education to me is real simple. Everybody counts. Everybody gets educated. And every teacher gets considered based on qualifications and civil conduct and what have you. But mine goes back, way back, and I think about how we get our values, how I got my values, and research will tell you it happens around 20 years old. Even though your personality happens around 0 to 5, your value system kicks in about 20, and often the value system at 20 kicks in and locks in. And when it locks in, the world continues moving, and often our value system stays the same. And and if you think about history, I'm thinking about the time when every woman in this room could not ever vote in this country. That was a belief that the men in this country had, that you weren't capable to do that. You weren't competent enough to vote. Now, we know now that was clearly wrong, but then it was right, wasn't it? It was the right thing to do because that's how it happened. So years went on before that changed, and finally it changed. And my sister just sent me a piece of history from the family. It was so interesting and timely because it was about my grandmother, Kate Cottle. I called her Granny Kate. She was a successful business owner in Manchester, Kentucky. Town Square, owned a restaurant, very successful, Kate's Place. I had many a hamburger there, cheeseburgers, 6 songs for a quarter, and read every Batman and Robin book that came out in her restaurant. But my grandmother ran for office 65 years ago, ran for county clerk. And I saw her article and her picture in the paper there, and she was appealing to people because there was a belief that women could not hold these positions. Even though they now could vote, they couldn't hold the positions. And her article talked about how she was a very competent bookkeeper and manager and was great at organizational skills. And she would like for the men in the district to trust her that she could, in fact, a woman could do this job. Now, she was defeated. But it was interesting to go back and look at that piece of history and find out that now we have women who are in high places, and that whole belief changed. But there was a time when we believed women could not do that, and we acted on that belief. I was a young boy in Manchester, Kentucky, and a story I'll tell you real quick about the community swimming pool. We actually had one in this little hick town. And I remember, and I'm a very dark-skinned guy, very dark-skinned. In the summertime, I get very, very dark. And I recall someone yelling out and management coming to me in the pool. And the pool was, they thought I was a black child because blacks weren't allowed to swim in the community pool in Manchester, Kentucky. And I remember being afraid about that, and then they thought, oh, that's one of the Roach boys, they said, and then they walked away. But we believed that if black people swam in that pool, that it wouldn't be fit for other people. That was a belief, and that's the way it worked, and that extended to my junior high school year in Melbourne, Florida, where blacks sat in the balcony in the movie, in 1961. And I sat in the bottom and never questioned it. But there was a belief that was wrong for the blacks to sit here. And this is not a race issue. I never said that tonight. This is just my experience, Rick Roach, on how people perceive things and how we act on beliefs that really aren't based on fact. They're just beliefs, and we allow it to happen. And that goes on. And then you go to special education children. In my high school, we built a brand new Oak Alley High School. And you know where the special education kids were? Back behind the football field in a portable. The only time I knew they were on campus was when they were in the picture of the yearbook. There was one group picture of the special education kids all together. And when I was first a board member, I approached my superintendent and I said, we've got to do something about inclusion. I've learned all these things about inclusion, and I was told, it's very important, Rick, but we can't do it now. We have to wait. It's the right thing to do, but we have to wait. And that's what it feels like tonight. It feels like this is the right thing to do, but we want to wait because the feds have got it covered. And they'll cover it. But we're really saying we believe it, but we don't want to say it. We want to just say they did it and then kind of cover us. That's what it feels like to me. And I don't know that I can really accept that position. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel inclusive. It doesn't feel like everybody is on the same bus. We're leaving people behind. Either you believe it or you don't believe it. It's the way it's got to be. So There's my story in 5 minutes or less.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. All right, seeing no further speakers, the question is called. Board members, I want to make sure everybody understands clearly what you're voting on. There's been an amendment that to delete the language gender identity or expression from proposed policy modifications to policy JB. Okay, so if you vote yay, you're voting to take out the phrase gender identity or expression. If you vote nay, you are voting to leave gender identity or expression in the proposed changes to the policy.
I'd like to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cato. Ms. Cato has called for a roll call vote. Ms. McGill.
Mrs. Gordon?
Against the deletion.
Mr. Roach?
No.
Ms. Flynn?
No.
Ms. Moore? Yes. Chair Sublette?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
No.
Mrs. Gould?
Yes.
Mrs. Cato?
No.
All right, that amendment fails. We are now on the main bill. I don't know why I said bill, old habits. We're now on policy JB on agenda item 3.1. Mr. Roach.
Is it on the floor?
Yes.
Okay.
If you'd like to call the question or speak to it.
Well, yeah, I did. I wanted to finish out what I was talking about here, and I think we get into why did we not move on those issues years ago? Why did it take so long to move on women's rights and women in leadership roles? And why did it take so long to move on segregation, integration? Why did it take so long for special education kids to get what they deserve? Why was that? And I say that the issue is fear. It's fear, and it's information that I've heard tonight. And by the way, I'm so grateful for your attendance, everybody's points of view. I think it's important. But there's been so much misinformation tonight. And I think the misinformation falls along this, that if we approve these policies, the bathroom issue is going to be a real problem. And kids are going to go in and out of bathrooms, show them what they got. A kid can say, I'm this day and that tomorrow. And I think that was covered tonight. That and the shower issue is covered. And as I talked to principals these last couple of days, I said, let me give you hypothetical situations. What if this happened? And even now our principals had a grasp on what to do. They said, well, this is how I would handle it unless directed differently. You know, we would handle this as the occasion came up when we have policies in place and practices in place, basically is what they were saying. You know, we've got this, will teachers sit in front of a child and preach their lifestyle? Whether it's a heterosexual lifestyle or a homosexual lifestyle or transgender, will they do that? That's inappropriate. It's inappropriate for every school teacher. Here's what you need to be a good teacher. You need to be able to have content knowledge. You need to have good classroom management. You need to have an array of presentation skills to meet every possible learning style you've got in the room and to get kids' motivation levels up. And you've got to be able to practice a civil code of behavior that we have for all teachers. You violate that, you're out. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're a single male and you like to date a lot of women. No fair talking about that. Doesn't matter if I'm a gay man and I have a gay partner. Let's keep that out of the discussion. We're here to teach, and I heard that over and over and over again. Let's teach our children. Doesn't mean teachers can't build relationships with kids, but they must be appropriate. We talked about over here imposing your lifestyle on others. That's inappropriate. That's probably an automatic firing. But that's misinformation that people really believe that would happen if we passed this law. That would happen. So that kind of misinformation delays what needs to happen eventually anyway. It delays it because we're afraid to do it now because. Well, that's the same reason we didn't let women vote, because they can't vote. Who would imagine? I drove around with my grandfather was a police judge in the same town on the other side of the family. And my grandfather used to say that women shouldn't be able to talk on a telephone and drive an automobile. Now, this is the same granddad, Pap Roach, who sat in the front seat of his car. I'm in the back. He chews tobacco, spits it out this window, comes back, hits me in the face, and doesn't even know it. Meanwhile, he's hit 2 parked cars in town square and just keeps going. But he doesn't want women to drive automobiles. Shouldn't tell on him, God rest his soul. We talk about suspending kids for disagreeing with their teachers. Homosexual, heterosexual, it's ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. I'd want to talk firsthand to somebody did that. When we talk about flip-flopping, today I'm Mr. Jones, tomorrow I'm Mrs. Jones. I don't believe that occurs. And Johnny says, today I'm Johnny, and today I'm Sally. Tomorrow I'm Sally. That's probably one of the toughest decisions that would ever happen to a kid. Why in the world would you play with that? And probably the parents have been involved and the principal's been involved. You can't go in and out of bathrooms on a daily basis just because you think you're a male one day and a female the next day. That's grounds for suspension. Those kids end up right here, we expel them. So these are things that I think keep us from doing the right thing for all kids. We're a public school system. You can't do for some and leave these over here. I don't know how to do that, honestly. If we were a big private school and you paid big bucks to be in here, I would be at your mercy. But this is a public school, and I don't know where and I don't believe, and one member said tonight that the next thing will be the cutter category. I don't believe that. I don't believe that you can relate a transgender child to a cutter. Cutters, it's a symptom of something else. A lot of kids cut themselves today. They're not just transgender. Very, very good friend of mine, his daughter, a very Christian family over there. The daughter had big difficulties with the cutting. She wasn't transgender. As far as I know, she wasn't lesbian. There was an issue, other issues going on over there, and I don't think we can categorize kids and begin. We've got to take it like it is, and the transgender kids are here. They're among us. Let's treat them with respect. That's how you get it back. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Mrs. Robinson.
Now that we're speaking to the main motion of adopting this policy tonight, I wanted to give my opinion of this and why I am going to vote the way I'm going to vote tonight. I did not come about my decision to vote for this policy lightly. I took it with much depth. I asked many, many friends and deep Christian friends, and I met with my pastor, and I had a long conversation with my pastor. And upon all of those discussions with everyone, I came to the conclusion that, and I'm going to read this because I wanted to make sure I said it the way I had worked on it. By updating these policies tonight, I'm not promoting or endorsing certain lifestyles. Those are decisions that are made by students and employees independent of me and of Orange County Public Schools. But I am saying that a student or employee's participation rights will not be defined or restricted based on those independent choices. It's not my job to judge a person with different beliefs than myself, but it is my job to govern and protect those individuals with different beliefs than myself from bullying, harassment, and discrimination, regardless of those differing beliefs. And so I just want to state my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Robinson. Ms. Cadle.
I've been really quiet tonight, and I know some of you are just chuckling because usually I'm not quiet. And I didn't come by my decision lightly. I had 3 hours of sleep last night. I was up thinking about it, weighing it back and forth. I had listened to phone calls over and over and over again with all kinds of suggestions. I had answered personally over 300 emails. I have prayed on it all weekend. And I go back to a young boy who has been on the Today Show. And this little boy is happiest when he's dressed as a princess. And his mom dressed him as a princess on Halloween Day. And the child said it's the happiest he had ever been. He wants to be a princess. Mom has tried everything to try to make this child not want to be a princess. And she said it's the hardest thing that she's ever had to do. I cannot imagine if one of my grandchildren was that way and we continue to try to force a child who, for whatever reason, doesn't identify with the way he was born or she was born. And I mean, it goes both ways. There are girls who feel like they're in the wrong bodies, there are boys that feel like they're in the wrong bodies, and children need to be protected. And this is about protecting those children who are young, who don't understand why the way they feel the way they do. And I know that child, if we continue to force that child will not live to be an adult. Because that child, the statistics on the children who commit suicide, and prior to coming onto this board, I did a lot of work with the Search Institute on the 40 developmental assets and what makes youth happy and successful and what keeps them from drinking and what keeps them from getting involved in drugs. And significant adult role models are something that's very crucial for youth development. And I had an opportunity to participate in an activity that's called Challenge Day. And I knew up here 25% of the children in high school consider committing suicide. That is a statistic that's been there since the 90s, and it has not changed. Well, when you go through Challenge Day and they ask you to cross the line, and you see 1/4 of the children that are in that auditorium saying they have thought about committing suicide, there's something that's not right. And so this has weighed on me. I can't get the look of that mother's eyes out of my memory. I also have a family that has someone who's gay in it. And I know how she has struggled. She's the next sister-in-law. I know how she has struggled. She's also an ordained reverend in the UCC church. And so she is a practicing minister, not in this state. And I know the struggles she's had. And so I want everyone to be healthy. I want everyone to feel safe. And that is the basis of my vote this evening. But I haven't come to it lightly.
Thank you, Ms. Cadle. Ms. Flynn.
Thank you. I too have given a considerable amount of deliberate thought on what these two policies will mean to our school district and community. I've talked to many people on both sides, and this input tonight has been very helpful. I want to tell you about my own personal experience, and some of you have heard about it. My sister-in-law passed away maybe 3 years ago, and she was gay. She died at the age of 65. And my son used to go out there. He went out there for about 3 or 4 summers. And I remember he was probably about 10 or 11, and Ellen DeGeneres had just come out saying that she was gay. But I guess he knew it. And we were sitting there watching the show, and he goes, "Oh, Ellen is so gay." And my husband and I looked at each other, and then we looked at Jimmy, and we said, "Your Aunt Margie is gay." And he goes, "Really?" We go, "Yeah." And that was all he said, and never mentioned it again. At the age of 25, he cried when she passed away. And we miss her to this day, and she was a public education teacher. Now, the only way I can get away with this is because she's not here. She told us in confidence, she said, "I knew at the age of 10 that I would never be what my dad wanted me to be." At that age, many people have to live with this. It's like living with a pebble or a rock in your shoe. This was and that's how somebody else who I know, a friend of mine who is gay, said with her family, it's like living with a pebble in your shoe. She was a public education teacher, she was an aunt, and she was a wonderful person who, toward the end of her life, had students writing her on Facebook, connecting and saying how much she meant to them. This is a protection for our valued teachers and our valued students. Our employees, and this includes our administrators, our teachers, and our coaches, who are following the expectations of our superintendent and ensuring a safe and secure classroom, if we feel that we value them and our students, we're going to include this classification in our non-discrimination policies. And that's all this is. It's a certification that our employees and our students will feel safe from discrimination and harassment in their workplace and in their classroom. I corresponded with 2 board members of the other districts who have this policy in place. And they said the scenarios that have been feared, and they are, I don't want many of the things that you say, unisex bathrooms and being surprised by that. None of us want that disruption in class. But I was told that those scenarios haven't materialized, and they've had this policy in place for, one I think has been since 2008, another 2009. So we do have precedent about how this policy acts in a Florida school district, and is protective of employees, and is protective for our students. I'm speaking for both policies. I'm going to vote for both policies. It doesn't come lightly with my decision, but it does come very heartfelt and very committed. I am committed to this policy, and I'm committed to giving my word that I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. Ms. Moore.
As I said earlier, I would have supported it if we had taken that language out, so I cannot support it as it is. The one thing that we've not talked about, my concern is about elementary school children, and hopefully that can be addressed, because it seemed like we worked through a lot of the other areas that there were concerns. And in that case, I just think about children who are not developmentally ready. They haven't even had conversations with their parents about the birds and the bees. I can still remember my neighbor, because my kids knew I was Santa Claus before her kids, and her begging me not to tell the children that Santa Claus was, the mom and dad. And so I hope that there'll be if this passes, a whole lot of sensitivity about children in elementary school, that we do not have to subject them to this whole issue at their very impressionable age, when they don't even know about Santa Claus and the birds and the bees yet. So I won't be voting for either policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I will be voting for this policy. I was asked the other day if an amendment failed to take out gender identity or expression, whether I would vote for the policy, and I said most emphatically yes. Again, I think the gender identity or expression language is redundant and just reiterates current federal law. But I don't think that can be said of protection against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. And I believe very, very strongly that no individual who may be gay or lesbian should be discriminated against because of their sexual orientation. So I will be voting for the policy. Ms. Gold.
Well, I guess it's time for me to decide. Decide. I have not had the opportunity to really vet this, and people who have worked with me in the community know that I am very much about talking to my constituents, all constituents. I, as many of the people up here, have personal experience with all kinds of people, gay, lesbian. I was probably with a friend who was very early on, had a marriage in New York City in the late 80s to her partner. But I am going to vote no on this because I haven't had the opportunity to, what I think, fully hear all of our community on this issue. And that is because, I am new, and I wasn't in the workshop, and I did not have the time this week. But don't assume that my voting no on this means that I support any affinity but fairness in this community. I just feel I need to talk with my constituents more.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gould. All right, all that being said, seeing no further speakers, the motion on the floor is to approve the modifications to policy JB regarding non-discrimination, equal employment, and affirmative action. I'm sorry, I mispronounced, I'm sorry. Policy JB regarding non-discriminatory admission of students. Does everybody understand what they're voting for? If you vote yay, you're voting to adopt the proposed changes to that policy. If you vote nay, you are voting against the proposed changes to that policy.
Roll call, please.
Roll call, okay. Ms. McGill, will you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Cadle? Yes. Mrs. Gould? No. Mrs. Robinson?
Yes.
Chair Sublette?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
No.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Mr. Roach?
Yes.
Mrs. Gordon?
Yes.
All right, by your vote, the policy passes by a vote of 6-2.
And Mr. Chairman, with that in mind, I'd like to move that the board approve the policy changes to policy 302 GBA.
All right, it's been moved by Mrs. Gordon that agenda item 3.02, the policy changes to file GBA, non-discrimination, equal employment, and affirmative action, also be approved. I don't see any speakers on that. Is there anything else for the good of the order on that policy? Seeing none, does everybody understand the motion? It's been moved to adopt those proposed policy changes. All those in favor of that, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
No.
Show that adopted by a vote of 6-2. All right, why don't we take a brief recess for those, and I just want to say thank you to all the proponents and opponents tonight. I don't want to sound corny, but I personally thought that this was democracy at its best tonight, and I'm just so proud of my community, and thank you.
Mr. Sublette, is there a reason why we have to recess? Can we just, I think that, Ms. Moore, I think that there has to be an announcement by our attorney. So there is one thing that has to happen before we adjourn.
Before I do that, I put my notebook down. Do we have anything on the agenda that we need to take action on, Mr. Rodriguez, tonight? Or can we just adjourn after you make your announcement? I can't think of anything. We've done the consent agenda.
We already did it, and there were no committee reports.
Yeah.
There is one that's posted. I posted that at the Board of Directors, so you can look at it.
There's nothing on non-consent, Mr. Chairman, but I do
All right.
have a
Good
legal
suggestion,
report.
Ms. Cato. Do you want to make an announcement on something, Mr. Rodriguez?
I have to make an announcement
Okay.
for an exception for
All right, and then we'll adjourn
executive
after
session.
that. Mr. Rodriguez.
Board members, as you saw previously in my communications with you last week, there was a detrimental decision issued by a jury in the case of Hodges versus Orange County School Board. So I'm calling for or requesting that an executive session be scheduled for further discussion. So pursuant to that, I need to make the following announcement. The School Board of Orange County, Florida will meet in an executive session on December 20, 2012, immediately following a scheduled 4 p.m. school board work session on the 9th floor Superintendent's Conference Room at the Educational Leadership Center, right here at at the Ronald Blocker Educational Leadership Center. This is an old draft, I apologize. 445 West Amelia Street, Orlando, Florida, to discuss Curtis Hodges et al. Versus the School Board of Orange County, Florida. The meeting will be transcribed by a court reporter, and the transcript will be available for public review at the conclusion of the litigation. The following persons may be in attendance: Chairman Bill Sublette, Christine Moore as Vice Chair, School Board members Joey Cadle, Darrell Flynn, Pamela Gould, Kathleen Gordon, Rick Roach, and Nancy Robinson, and Barbara Jenkins as superintendent, Diego Woody Rodriguez as general counsel, Henry Skip Jewett as outside counsel, and either of the following individuals, Kim Ashby, Stephen Brannick, Nicholas Shanine, or Kathleen Scambus as outside appellate counsel and a court reporter. In accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, persons needing a special accommodation to participate in this meeting should contact the Office of School Board Services at the number provided at least 48 hours in advance of the meeting. I would note that this is an executive session, so we'll take it up immediately after the work session. And just for clarification, I have been able to contact 3 of the 4 lawyers and have a discussion as to their appellate abilities. I'm still waiting on discussion with one further individual, Ms. Scambus. So I did not want to select appellate counsel until I had that discussion. I will be doing that hopefully tomorrow morning. And then only one of those will be in attendance, obviously.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And with that, seeing no objection, we are adjourned.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'm sorry. This is very important. Number 20. I told you earlier and to the board that I did have a statement of policy level issue. You already entered one. I had two. You entered one already for us to look into the work session versus the public hearing so that we can, and I know, and we want to take that seriously and get that scheduled as soon as possible because of what's tonight. But the next one deals with the Code of Student Conduct. And Mr. Roach and a couple of, one or two other board members, they are always concerned about expulsions coming before this board and looking at our policies and then, debating on the significance of the level 4 offense. So what I would like to do, I would like to extend a work session at my school, coming from my principal, in lieu of expulsion, taking a look at the K-12 model. In lieu of expulsion, looking at an alternative school run by the Orange County School Board so that these children will not be kicked out of Orange County Public School, but we look at a school that we can do in lieu of expulsion, which maybe a K-12, and in ESE, it can go up to 20, and some kids, by court order of the 9th Judicial Court, we've kept them until 22. So I would like our session, it would not be a session, but it would be a visit, and I would like for us to see we can do that in January, because I'm tired of arguing with Mr. Roach for the last 12 years. Thank you, and I don't want to argue the last 4.
All right,
Thank
with that,
you.
we are adjourned. Thank you, Mrs. Gordon.
Here's a question for every parent out there. If you could fast forward 20 years to see how your kid's doing in life, would you do it? Well, we can't time travel yet, but we can see the future better with the new Common Core state standards in our schools. They set clear goals for every stage of learning, and they're the same for everyone no matter what zip code you're in. So you can be sure your student is really grasping what she needs to know to get to graduation and beyond. Find out how it all works at commoncoreworks.org.